Welcome to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We are here at the Red Bull North America. I am Trevor Goblin Smith. I'm here with my buddy
Renee Rage UK Ruse.
and we are very excited to get started with today's first series of League of Legends. Renee, I'm really excited to be here. I don't know about you, but I'm stoked to see some grade A League of Legends action today. Our first game. We're going to move into a recap here in a second, but UCI already played Berkeley. Berkeley lost that series, so they moved into the lower bracket where they will be playing UCLA, who faced off against UCSD earlier. UCLA lost that round, which puts them also in the lower bracket. So today we have Berkeley versus UCLA and a brand new season and patch of League of Legends. Excited to see some new stuff, Renee. What about you?
I'm absolutely super excited, Trevor, especially since we are playing on the new Season 14 patch. It's absolutely insane. There are so many new amazing changes going on. There's a terrain. We have the Void Grubs. We have new Baron. 3 different types, Trevor. I'm just absolutely so excited to see how they're going to play, how they're going to maneuver around the map. Even what champions we're going to be seeing. We've been seeing a very different meta going around definitely than we have seen definitely like going into Worlds, new items, new power spikes. So honestly, I can't wait. I want to get into game already.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I think Worlds, there was a pretty locked-in meta that we saw, which was fun to watch, in those international games. But it's really exciting to have a whole series and finals with a fresh new set of items, map changes, like you said. And like you said, I'm really excited to see some new strategies, some new team compositions and stuff like that. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely, Trevor. Well, you spoke about that amazing recap, and I actually think we have a recap video to show you in just a few seconds to talk about the amazing plays of what brought them here and especially how they played. So looking at this first game for UC Berkeley versus UCI, UCI did in fact win this, but they had a very, very good front-to-back focus comp. They separated their bruisers from their carry. They were able to deny peel, seeing at this amazing engage by Lightpool score. And also looking at their amazing TPs, they just know how to play as a team, going very strong into both of these games. And just look at the amazing team play going into the 5-man carry down in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Once again.
I mean, what a game. It sounds like from your comments to me earlier that it was a close one. It was a good series. I'm really excited to see how Berkeley's going to come from, what they learned in that game, in that series, to face off against UCLA today.
Absolutely. Just look at how well they separated the carries. It just get chills every single time. And moving on to UCSB versus UCLA. Can I just say here, looking at this Yone, he was actually one of the star players of their thing. They had an insanely mid to heavy bot lane rotation, and they played around all their objectives absolutely fantastically, with UCSB getting a soul sweep not once but twice into the tournament. Once in the tournament, my bad. And just look at the amazing plays to go here, getting that Baron Nashor and just absolutely dominating.
Yeah, what a game. I'm excited for this series. I'm also really excited to see the finals and see who ends up taking the overall first place of this tournament. But, we're about to see the teams walking in here. I'm excited to see their game face, see how psyched up they are to face off against each other. Berkeley versus UCLA will be a great game. The winner of this one will move on in the tournament and have a shot to take it all, which is pretty exciting. And I think we're about to head into a break here, Renee, but we will go back to the game, and I think we're going to get some footage of the draft and bans, which we will bring some insights, and excited to get started. I'm glad to have you all here.
If you don't know about Xfinity Mobile, well, now you do. It's the fastest mobile service around. With the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, only $30 a line per month. That's hundreds in savings a year when you wave bye to the other guys. All on the most reliable 5G network nationwide. You really shouldn't walk out the front door without it. Switch today at xfinitymobile.com.
Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We are headed in to our first game of the series between Berkeley and UCLA. We are about to watch the players walk out onto stage and take their seats, and then right after that we will head straight into the champion draft and ban, and then onto the Summoner's Rift, Renee. I'm very excited to see these two teams, how they're going to square up, and see what they end up doing, with their comps, their team comps.
Just an absolutely insane. I honestly cannot wait to see how they're doing. Trevor, I want to ask you though. You're in the mindset. You're going straight into these games. It's a pretty early morning League of Legends session. How are you feeling going into these games? Do you think maybe anxious? Excited?
I'd probably be slightly caffeinated if I were them, which might, help with the anxiety or not. But, I would probably try to psych up and bring some positive energy to my team. And we'll see if they follow that strategy here as they walk in, looking good on the floor of Red Bull North America. We have UCLA coming in here, walking right by that delicious-looking fridge of Red Bull. There they are. There's the lineup.
Absolutely. They're looking mighty fresh, might I add, Trevor. Look at them. They look ready. They look happy. They look excited to play some League of Legends, Honestly, especially going into, once again, this new season. You have to learn so much. And these players had, I think, around 2 days to learn so much information on the live patch. And there is the amazing Cal Berkeley team ready with their game faces on, Trevor.
And UCLA's more or less on home turf here in Santa Monica. Berkeley coming from a little bit further. But I think you're right to mention that these teams have had very little time to prepare with the current state of League of Legends in 2024. But, they look confident. I'm happy to see that. I would surely be a little bit more nervous. A lot is at stake here. But I'm excited to see how they bring that energy into the game as we head here into draft and bans.
Absolutely. Look at their, by the way, amazing sportsmanship, by the way. You can already tell. I can tell that they just have good energy. You can 100% tell. But honestly, going into draft pick, Trevor.
Yeah.
What are you looking for most likely? Because I think personally, going into draft and ban, I think we're going to be seeing maybe some LeBlanc bans, definitely a LeBlanc ban, maybe some Nocturne bans, but are you excited to see any champion in particular?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think more than any particular champion, I would really like to see some interesting risks being taken on team comps. I think, with a tournament like this in the beginning of a new season, I think it's time, well, maybe it's not the right time, but I think it's a good opportunity to get a little bit new, a little bit experimental. Maybe throw a punch as far as pick or ban that is, less anticipated by the other team. That's personally what I'm excited for as opposed to one particular champion or pick. What about you, Renee? What's something you look forward to?
What I'm looking forward to, Trevor, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a support player. I really just want to see some cool supports today. I can't wait to see what they're going to pick. I'm thinking maybe a Rel, Seraphine, maybe, I don't really know, maybe some enchanters. I think that'll be a really cool idea to see coming into this draft ban pick.
Yeah, and I think the tweaks with the new support items make it so that there's a lot of possibilities, maybe for enchanters, maybe for other supports that are maybe got less play in the previous season or in Worlds. I would like to see some of those picks as well. I think, especially interesting to me are the jungle changes. And I don't know if that will impact the champions they pick as much as the in-game play, but there's a ton of changes to the map, maybe the most significant I've seen in a couple seasons, and I'm really interested to see how the junglers will use those to their advantage, maybe change their pathing or the way they attempt to influence the game. Do you have any predictions, Renee, going into that for the jungle?
You talked about the jungle, Trevor, and the first thing I can think of are the new Void Grubs.
Yeah.
They spawn at 5 minutes, and I'm pretty sure at 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And you just have to, you can't give them up.
Yeah.
You just can't. There's going to be, if you give up all 6, every 15 seconds, Trevor, you auto the turret, 2 Void Grubs spawn. It's just absolutely demolition.
Yeah.
They just absolutely demolish turrets. Very good early game. Also very good late game.
Yeah.
Very good all around. And they are game wide. And just going straight into draft here, Trevor, look at these absolutely amazing bans. We talked about that Nocturne ban.
Yep.
The Varus ban.
Yep.
Definitely a very good ADC right now.
Yeah, the Varus picks have been really interesting. I think you were talking to me earlier before we came live that there were so many different builds that you can do on Varus, and you can itemize them in a lot of different ways to fill your team comp. The Rel pick and the Draven pick are interesting. I'm excited to see where they'll play this Rel, if it's support or somewhere else. But do you have any predictions as far as the Rel pick?
Well, first of all, Rel has just always been a good all-rounder. She's a good support. She's a good jungler. She's just good all-around. Good CC, good teamfight engage, good peel. Peel Emilio
Yeah.
is kind of the name of the game a lot of these times in these upcoming seasons. Draven, very interesting though for Draven, just because
Yep.
Draven he's very aggressive,
Yeah.
super aggressive. But we do have a Lucian Emilio down in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Lucian, he hasn't really had a place in the meta going into this season, but especially with the new item change, especially with Volatile Cyclic Sword, if I'm hopefully saying it correctly. It's just absolutely insane on the new ADCs, building half lethality, half damage.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, we're going to see some serious dueling, hopefully, in the bot lane between Lucian and Draven. Emilio, you're a Emilio fan, right?
I like Emilio.
Yeah,
He's cool.
I'm glad to see him with the soccer ball, bringing in some sportsmanship into the team comp. The Talia pick is one that isn't super stunning, but Rammus. He's my favorite weird little monster in League of Legends, at least. I don't even know what he is, but I'm excited to see him racing around. That'll be cool.
Definitely. I think Talia is a really good response pick toward this Draven, and even not knowing the Rammus pick, a very good response pick into this Rammus. But
Yeah.
once again, Talia, we have been seeing her be pretty weak in that mid lane area, so I'm hoping to see her probably lean in more towards the jungle, I would have to say. I just don't think currently she has a place in the mid lane, but maybe they'll show us up. I don't really know.
Yeah, and who knows with that Talia passive, the wall surfing, if that's changed anything. I honestly don't know enough about Talia to know. We have a Teemo hover. There's been some interesting theory crafting going on with Teemo. We're not going to see it so far, at least on the part there, but Orin is probably a more consistent pick anyway, don't you think?
But Teemo with Malignance, okay? He just absolutely melts. But I think Orin is just a really good all-around good team pick. He scales, really good itemization, and Silas is a really good response pick. He has a lot of good ultimates to steal here.
Yep.
He can steal Orin, Rel, secondary Rammus if he really needs to, But look at the bans, on the side of UCLA, they did kind of target these jungle top lane bans, whereas UC Berkeley targeted towards the mid lane bans. So I think we might be seeing who they might be playing for going into these upcoming games. And Sion.
That's fun.
That's kind of fun, but definitely something unexpected, especially since we have been seeing a bruiser meta.
Yeah.
AP bruiser very heavily. So I wonder how he'll itemize going forward.
Yeah, and UCLA is gonna take Katarina, which is gonna be very exciting. I'm
sick.
I'm really excited to see Reina Latina play Katarina there. That's gonna be a fun time. This is looking like it's going to be a really spicy game of League of Legends, Renee. Do you have any predictions? Do you favor one team or the other just based on their picks here alone?
I'm going to be honest with you, Trevor. The Katarina pick kind of threw me for a loop. I think they know exactly what they're doing if they're going to be picking Katarina, because they do have a pretty decent amount of CC. We have Emilio, Q, knockback. We also have Silas stun. We have Talia, who's also a very good response pick, also into Katarina, and we also have Sion. So I wonder how they're going to play this out. If I had to, do a purely draft pick right now, I'm going to say right now that UC Berkeley, they're like pretty good right now.
Yeah.
They're like absolutely stunning, just draft on paper, but it could be anyone's game, especially going into this mid to late game.
Yeah, well, Renee, we're going to head into a break here in a second. I think your prediction's a good one. I'm really excited to see how this game turns out. We'll be with you in a few minutes, and we will see you then.
Remember when we only needed enough Wi-Fi speed for our video games?
Yep.
Then my little brother grows up, and now we need double the speed.
How's your internet supposed to keep up?
Oh, tell me about it.
Upgrade your speed with Xfinity today to keep up with whatever the future holds.
They've never lost a game to slow internet, and it shows.
We can hear you,
The Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. We created Xfinity Rewards to show our genuine gratitude for having you with us. It's free to join, and rewards start from day one. From special perks and surprises to once-in-a-lifetime experiences you'll be talking about forever. They're all ready and waiting for you right now. Just go to the Xfinity app, tap join, and voila, you're in. It might just be the most rewarding thing you do all day. Xfinity Rewards. Our thanks, your rewards.
Welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Sorry about the brief delay. We had a small technical difficulty, but it is sorted out, and we're going to head right into game here. UCLA versus Berkeley. Renee, I said I wanted to see some exciting experimental team compositions, and I think we got that. Do you have any insight?
Definitely interesting. I really want to see how we're going to be playing this game because I'm pretty sure, looking at both comps, right, we have this very Draven-centered dive bot comp with Draven, Rel, Rammus. Katarina is probably going to be perma-roaming 90% of the time, especially looking at this lane. And looking at the other side, we're probably going to be fighting for Void Grubs, possibly looking for some counter TPs. But overall, I just can't wait to see how we're going to go into this. I think looking at currently our level 1s, we have pretty weak level 1s, so we're probably going to have a standard, very standard 5-point just hold. Right now, I don't think we want to give up too much. Probably maybe burn a flash, get an early warden. But apart from all of that, no invade. Just wait and scale.
Nothing too crazy at the beginning. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I think, like you mentioned, the Katarina pick with Rammus, it's a classic. It's one we haven't seen in a long time in League of Legends, but I'd love to see it come back. I'm really interested to see how people will play into that. It's like you said, it focuses on a really specific win condition of help Draven, dive bot lane, keep that pressure, which will be interesting with the new importance on that top side with the Void Grubs, right? I wonder how much they're planning on banking their attention on that, maybe leaving that for when Draven gets a little bit ahead and they can pay a little bit more attention to, for example, when the Rift Herald comes up, when Baron comes up, things like that. We'll see, where the Drakes go. I'm interested to know what happens there. But if you were against Rammus Katarina with this team comp, what would you do?
Ooh, okay. Against Rammus Katarina. So definitely, I'm going to be watching out for level 2, level 3, and level 4, 100%. Probably get an early game ward. Probably want to keep the wave more towards my tower, let them push. Even if I have to give them my level 2, definitely doing it. Because right now, I know the game of the meta is they're going to dive me bot. They're probably not going to fight for Void Grub.
Right.
And if they do fight for Void Grub, I have to be there way before. So top lane, probably pushing in, stacking their wave, right?
Right. And that top lane, Ornn versus Sion, is going to be interesting. I mean, both are formidable tank top laners.
Definitely.
I'm interested to see what kind of impact they'll have on those global objectives. What they're going to do with that kind of more attention being put on the bot lane from the Katarina Rammus, what is going to end up happening there. But I am really excited to see what happens. I think it could be anyone's game. And here we go. We're headed into the Rift, looking like we get a little sneak peek of this new map. If you haven't played a ton of League of Legends yet in 2024, you'll see some changes coming up as we head in here to the red side, getting a peek of that really interesting team comp. And on blue side, slightly more traditional, but it's still exciting. It's nothing. We're not locked into any really particular meta here as we jump into these first opening plays. I'm interested to see if your prediction about the early level 1 jungle play is going to hold out, and we will see here in a second as it looks like we see Jimble here posturing in the river with Dark Lord. UCLA, Rammus is on the top side. It's not looking like anything super crazy is going to happen. I am excited to see, Sylas into Katarina isn't the worst matchup for a Sylas. I think they'll have a good chance at maybe counter roaming or pushing up that lane well. Renee, I don't know. Do you have any other thoughts going into this matchup?
Well, looking at it, we did talk about, just the standard 5-point, which we're definitely seeing here. We are getting that very early vision ward towards the top side. One thing I think that's going to be really interesting, looking especially at the mid lane, you just talked about it, right? I think Sylas is probably going for this more AP Bruiser build, even though AP items are insanely buffed, but also were insanely just AP Bruiser items. Also insanely buffed. And Sylas can really flex pick here, so I want to see how he does that. He did go for this first strike rune.
Yeah.
So I wonder how that's going to be procced with Katarina, as she does have her Q up much more often than Sylas. I think it has a little bit less range, but she can easily proc it off minions, easily proc it off that, so not a lot of first strike value. She's starting with the Doran's Blade first start, though, instead of going for maybe like a Doran Shield, though. She might be taking some of these early fights, even though we do have the double TP.
Yeah.
So I am assuming to see lots of TPs bot lane, maybe even a TP top lane. So.
Yeah, and I think that's a great prediction. And if you're curious, that blue buff that we saw Cal's Talia Dark Lord taking there, it is not, in fact, the Void blue buff yet. It is a visual bug in the new patch that makes it look like that blue buff already has its cool new Void aesthetic, although it does not. That is a visual bug, as we're seeing some pretty cool dueling happening from either side. Reyna's got a little bit of he's got a level lead, pretty effectively pushed that wave in, and putting, you know, Cal on the back foot there, going in for a little bit of an engage, misses the chain, and Reyna's going to try to punish him. Doesn't quite get first blood, but that was a pretty exciting little fight, man. I wouldn't have gone in there if I was Silas, but that was definitely exciting.
Whew. A pretty big skirmish. Silas does have his little biscuit, so he's able to heal up, get that thing, go in. I don't know if he went in going for the first strike. I think if he landed that stun, possibly getting a flash force or getting a kill, honestly, onto her. Or onto them. Sorry.
One more engage from Silas. Did land the chain that time. I think the level bump there for Reyna protected them and put them on an upper foot there. Looking like some pretty effective aggression from Reyna. Ooh, with the nice little dash away. The dagger's in play, but I don't think I would take it if I were Reyna. But this is turning out to be a pretty exciting game so far in these early seconds here.
Definitely. Once again, we did see that they are pushing in for that bot lane. I think they do have a pretty hard time taking any of the trades, even with Melio and Lucian going down, but we do have both junglers on the bottom side. Talia recalling, hopefully, to get the early prio on the Void Grab, which will be spawning in around a minute 30, but it's looking like a very unfortunate wave management so far for this bot lane.
Yeah, you know, and one thing that I think is really interesting about the new map and the terrain changes is how it affects vision control, especially in the bot side. You know, you have more wards than you do on top or mid, but you still have, basically, if you want full vision control of that bot lane, you need to have 3 wards placed, which is it's really interesting. Also, that tiny little brush in the river is a little bit of a walk from the bot lane. I know you play support, Renee. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but it takes a little bit of time. You have to commit a little bit of energy and focus to get that vision control in the bot lane.
You definitely do. I think, you know, going for those early control wards, trying to see if you have prio and lane is going to be very important, but both junglers are posturing towards that top side. Talia does get the early scuttle advantage, so she does have that early vision onto those Void Grubs, which will be spawning very soon. Both the laners are pretty low. I was expecting them to probably back on a reset wave by any chance and TP in, but they might be taking this fight. Top lane has already pushed in, as we've been seeing Jim Ball, you know, a very star tank player pushing that top lane, and Sion does have some pretty better scaling than Ornn, I would say personally, going into this right now. He does have really high base damage, really good CC, and Ornn, although very reliable, can be unreliable at some points.
Yeah, and Katarina taking a tower shot, and Silas is going to take that opportunity for first blood. Man, that is unfortunate. One tower shot really made the difference there for Cal Berkeley as they take first blood and are up 700 gold now. Rel is going to add the pressure in from UCLA, going to initiate this fight in a big way. Lucian doing his best to take down the Draven, but the heal comes out, and it's still close, and barely gets taken down by the Rel before it's too late for Draven, and it's looking like it's going to be a double kill here. And that is 2 kills straight to UCLA. They are not going to take first blood sitting down. Wow, that was really exciting, Renee. That was 2 big fights and 3 kills back to back.
Really good posturing. Very unfortunate that Katarina took that last turn shot that allowed Silas to get that push, and he is stacking one with, going in for another amazing engage.
Yeah, and Silas has got the ult advantage here. We'll see if he pulls it. He does. 2 flashes gone. Wow. I mean, that was really exciting. It is unfortunate to get ulted by a Silas as Katarina with your own ult before you get it. Rams is going to come here to try to back up and protect Reyna. Doesn't quite get that engage, but man, that is 2 flashes in the mid line in a huge fight. Katarina is low health. She will be getting her ult soon, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think she's going to have to take it back, although Rel is here to back her up. Rammus is coming in again. This is an exciting game so far, Renee.
Extremely exciting. I'm kind of shocked to see that Talia is posturing towards this bot side, knowing that Rammus has been topside for practically over a minute now, already taken 1 Void Grab, going in for the second 2. I wasn't expecting to see Talia play on this bot side more often instead of going for these Void Grabs, so I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, you know, it just goes to show our predictions weren't quite right. As a big fight breaks out in the top lane, we hear the Ornn horn go out. Connected, wasn't quite enough damage as Rel comes in here in the upper tri-brush. Barely escapes, going to take a little bit of damage. Not a great trade, but Rammus, like you said, is going to take this. Is that 3rd or 4th Void Grub? Those are an excellent lead, and man, it really goes to show, Renee, we weren't quite right in our prediction, right? We called those Void Grubs for Cal Berkeley there. We thought they were going to have pretty solid control, but the opposite has happened, in fact. UCLA took those early grubs, and now Berkeley has pretty effective dragon control. Kind of a flip of our prediction, but, you know, that's why I love League of Legends.
Definitely, definitely. Especially, you know, when you're going for... They're on blue side, right? So they definitely have Dragon Prio, which I think that they were definitely playing for going into the rest of this match. However, I just do not think that getting rid of those Void Grubs and taking them and giving them to the red side is just factorable.
Yeah, and it's crazy because those buffs from the Void Grubs, like you said earlier, are a buff for the whole game as a medium-sized fight comes in. I don't know if they see the Talia. Well, now they do. Barely lands the knock-up there, and Rel is going to go down to Lucian. Stabsy gets another kill under his belt, and now Draven is on the back foot, looking like he's going to take the L and run away so he doesn't give another kill to Cal Berkeley. This is in a really exciting game. Berkeley is up just by about 300 gold. It's honestly awful close here as Reyna comes in looking for the Katarina ult, I guess. Gets knocked up, hasn't pulled it off yet. A flash from Talia, and Stabsy is going to get another kill on Draven as Silas comes in with the knockup pretty effectively. Rammus is going to take Lucian down, and is going to keep the train going. Berkeley is looking really low on health as Reyna tries to chase him down, gets the dagger kill, gets a second, and the Triumph proc saving her from Silas. What a play. It is now 3-5 in favor of UCLA, Renee. That was exciting.
Holy Trevor, did you see that last reset?
Woo!
That is honestly the beauty of Katarina, and I
Yes.
honestly love watching Katarina's play. They just are in and out all the time. But watching how that bot lane fight went, I thought it was going to go pretty poorly looking at how Katarina, they weren't able to get that pick onto the Talia. They did successfully avoid her E, which is really successful. Doesn't get that stun, but Melee going in straight for the knockback, immediately canceling 90% of their damage.
Yeah, that was really exciting. We're going to head into a replay, Renee. Please break this down for me.
And of course, so once again, looking at the amazing stun dash going in. Everyone already has their thumbs up. Lucian going in for that kill, getting very greedy, but thankfully able to get out successfully. Reyna, though, looking at very posturing, barely surviving, but thankfully Rammus is going and posturing towards that bot side, getting really good focus, getting the person who can help them and save them the most at that turn, going that once reset, the second reset, and that's super important because now Katarina is going to absolutely snowball with this lead, going down to the bot lane one more time.
Yeah, and Reyna did that through the exhaust on Katarina, which is pretty impressive. That was an excellent double kill with the reset. And man, those Triumph procs really, I think, saved the day for Katarina. Man, that was really exciting. Again, a little bit of a recap. It's only about 400 gold difference in favor of UCLA. Pretty even on objectives. Honestly, it's hard to say with these Void Grubs if they're worth one dragon or not. I'm interested to see how more time in this season will inform, what early game objective takes priority, those Void Grubs or that dragon. But in this case, Berkeley is holding that dragon while UCLA has those grubs. And I'm interested to see, which team comes out on top. It's not a done deal for sure. This is a close game as we go into another fight. Draven's going to have to try to get out of here as Cal Berkeley really adds in the pressure. Rammus is here to back him up. Maybe catch that Talia out with an ult. Emilio's coming in with the ult from Draven. Didn't quite seal the deal against Dark Lord. It was awful close, though. That is 2 ults from UCLA. Not quite getting the pick there against Dark Lord, but they're not done yet. Rel's going to engage. Lucian dashing out, gets hit by a tower shot, looking like double-digit health, still alive. Talia adding some excellent pressure, just hurling rocks against UCLA. Those are some quick fights. And we have one more with Cyan going in really quickly. Orin going to dash out. Not as much action in the top lane with these two big tanks, as Silas gets a pretty impressive dive with that Katarina ult, and Reyna goes down. Wow, there is not room to breathe in this game, and Rammus comes in. Whew, scared me there. I thought he was going to get a taunt against Silas under that tower. Didn't quite happen, but this is a really exciting game so far, Renee.
Trevor, I actually have to catch my breath from how much I was holding it in. Yeah. One fight after the other, putting people at a pretty impressive goal rate for that mid and bot lane, around 400, 500 of extra item component going down for Draven. One thing I really like about Cal, right now, we just said this was going to be a very bot-sided team, but we thought it was going to be in favor of UCLA. Yeah. We thought they were going to go straight for Draven, but Cal is responding to it very nicely. They're putting around that pressure. They're knowing that Lucian, very good early game. Emilio, also really good early game. Yeah, we thought they're able to combat what Draven should excel at.
It's been really impressive, and it looks like that pressure is going to pay off in another kill on Draven. Dark Lord's going to take that one. Pretty much setting up. Unfortunately, UCLA is going to take these grubs, maybe make it 6 grubs. And like you said earlier, Renee, for those people who don't know yet, if you get 5 or more Void Grubs, it really adds a huge buff to your team's ability to take down towers. And we are seeing another fight mid. I'm not sure if Silas is aware of what's going on in the grub pit, I guess, yet. But UCLA is going to effectively take all 3 of those grubs, adding their grub count, we will say, up to 6, which is a huge buff for them.
That's going to be absolutely insane going into this mid-game when they start posturing towards turrets, even looking for turret dives, and looks like they're probably setting up for Dragon here, knowing that they probably don't want to give up the second Dragon, especially for the fact that already they have 1 Dragon under their belt for Cal. Getting a really good reset though, however, we do see that both TPs are up for the side of the top laner and the mid laner. Katarina's TP just coming up almost there, preparing for this jungle fight.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting dragon fight for sure. It's looking right now like Berkeley's got the vision advantage, but UCLA is not totally in the dark in that river. Rammus is approaching there if you see him on the map, probably going to try to sweep out those wards for this fight. And looking at the gold, it's about 1,500 gold difference in favor of Berkeley, but this fight really could go either way here. Like you said, both TPs are up. It's looking like UCLA is in pretty good control. Dark Lord coming in, Silas backing him up. The TP from UCLA does come in, and Sion is absolutely charging in with the ult. The Oranhorn comes out. It's going to go wide a little bit. Lucian goes in with the ult as well, and the health bars are just incredibly low on the point of UCLA, but they are making it work. Rel is trying to escape, riding her horse, and Silas picks up that kill with the flash, and Dragon is still up. They still have to take down Ornn and Rammus if they want total control here, and Rammus is probably looking to see if he can get a steal. Doesn't quite time it right, and both of UCLA's tanks there are going to go down, and the Dragon goes to Cal Berkeley. That is their second Dragon under their belt, Renee. What a fight.
Excellently played. I don't know if you noticed there, Trevor, but Sion got that TP just a little bit earlier than that Ornn, and I think that made an absolutely amazing difference. I thought looking at this draft and going straight into this draft, we were going to see a classic back-to-front, front-to-back combo, you know, trying to see how we do. But looking here, look at how the focus of this Sion goes straight onto their Draven. No peel at all, sadly, very unfortunately. And looking at that Katarina, try and get anything that she can do, but once again, all of this sheer amount of CC that they have makes Katarina effectively useless in some of these fights, that she's going to have to wait out a lot of cooldowns, but a lot of time is already going on. We have been seeing fights, you know, the game's been going faster going into this new season. Damage is at an all-time high right now. Damage items were buffed. Lucian already has that Kraken Slayer, so these tanks are getting absolutely melted down and shredded. They just have, might I add, amazing focus.
I think you're right, and man, it was so close on that Rammus smite. It was almost a steal on the part of UCLA. Fudge is awesome. Almost got that. It was just like a few hundred HP down from that steal ability as Silas takes down Draven once again. Wow, so now the gold difference has accelerated a little bit. I still think it's anyone's game. It's looking about a 4,000 gold lead on the part of Cal Berkeley. It still could go either way. I'm really interested to see, you know, how UCLA, probably knowing that they're on a slight back foot with the gold difference, is going to make up for this. One thing that I was kind of curious about this season is if you'll notice, tower objective bounties are up for UCLA, and they also have 6 Void Grubs, which will make, I wonder, how much easier it'll make those bounties to collect for UCLA and maybe catch up a little bit.
Definitely. I do think, however, UCLA, you know, I talked about earlier of this back-to-front comp. They're going to have to be playing for picks because they're going to have to be getting all their ADCs, but they just have so much peel. Look at that fight, Trevor.
Yeah, textbook knockup from Talia that initiated that fight. Rams is trying to back his team up. Katarina goes in with the ult, gets knocked up, and it is just really low health bars. Reyna's going to pick up one pretty effectively with that ult, and what a fight. And then here are those top laners still just taking punches at each other. Neither one can really go down unless it's in a team fight, it looks like. That was a pretty quick and interesting fight in the mid lane there.
Definitely, Trevor. I really liked, though, how UCLA knew that, hey, we have to shut down this Lucian ASAP. We have to get Talia out of this fight. They have too much peel. But one thing that Silas is doing right now is he's just absolutely dominating and pioneering this map for his advantage, getting these picks left and right. And looking really quickly at the items, though, Silas has Hextech, Protobout, you know, pretty good item, pretty standard. But Melio opting in for that Moonstone rather than the Shirelias, I think is very interesting. I think it definitely provides more survivability, but we do lose that movement speed that could be a very core factor into getting that peel and getting that kite back problem that they need.
Yeah. It's interesting, too. Silas has a 550 gold bounty. Also picked up that Dark Seal. Only 4 charges on there, but I think, you know, Cal is maybe going for that Silas carry, especially into that those Katarina ults. And it's, you know, like you said early in the draft, there's a lot of good ults for Silas here, and maybe he'll use one going in on this Katarina. Not a pretty sizable chunk of damage, and it looks like Dark Lord's here to try to back up his buddy Silas. We will see what happens next. There's a couple objectives coming up soon, but this has been, like you said, there has been no time to breathe this whole game.
Definitely, definitely. I really like how UCLA is playing very close together. You know, they don't want to give anything else to Silas that they already can, and if Silas maybe gets one person that he thinks could be alone, they're going to pick him off, but currently right now it looks like that macro is going to be the name of the game.
And that Dark Lord's damage on the Rel is coming in a pretty nice way. He's only got 1 kill under his belt, but that was significant damage, really showing off those new AP items as a pretty big fight jumps out. Katarina ults, takes one down. Lucian ult is going to come in as well. We have UCLA's TPs here, and it is still, the fight is going on. That silent ult connected in a pretty big way as the Ornhorn comes in. Is it going to matter? This is awful close. Oh man, that was really, really well executed by Jimball there. You called him a tank specialist earlier, and I think he's really showing up with that Scion ult connected with 3 people and did a really sizable chunk of damage for a tank. That was impressive, Renee.
The amount of peel that I am seeing on Cal, it's just absolutely insane, Trevor. They know when to use their ultimates. They know when to do anything that they can to make the fight to go to their advantage.
Yeah, and we have an ongoing game stat right here. It looks like UCI took the first one against UCSD. Really interested to see how that one plays out. You know, it could still go either way, though, right, Renee?
Yeah, congratulations.
But yeah, here we are. Draven trying to get some farm in the top lane as a pretty medium engage on the Dragons happening on the part of Berkeley. Interested to see how much UCLA will try to contest this Dragon push as Draven takes that top bounty. Maybe they're just going to go with that trade. You know, Draven got that tower, got some gold in their pocket and their team's pockets. And it looks like Berkeley's not going to take just Dragon for an answer as Talia's going to ride in, trying to pick that Katarina. Ramus is going to back her up, and they really bust through Ramus's armor there, and Stabsy is going to take down Ramus pretty easily, and luckily, you know, Reyna is going to get out with the Katarina, showing off that pretty nice backing animation on that Katarina skin. I don't know if I'd ever seen that. And they are going to put down the Rift Herald in the bottom lane, and Stabs is going to start taking down that turret pretty quickly, adding an even, you know, widening that gold lead on the point of Cal Berkeley. We'll see. It looks like they're getting a second charge here for that Rift Herald going in.
Amazing.
Whoa, and that's a really big engage. Katarina's going to the ult, and that is a really quick triple kill. Reyna took down 2, and Draven took down the other. That was, man, those health bars just disappeared, Renee. That was crazy.
Trevor, that was absolutely beautiful to watch. The AoE absolutely engaged onto all 3 of them. Katarina following up with no seconds to spare, but Silas is going up on this top lane to help his Zion.
Yeah, and it's looking like UCLA is backing up their Ornn here as they're going to take their little advantage here. Reyna's teleporting in. They're going to say, we're going to take those 3 kills we got, and we're going to take down this Baron as quickly as we can before they get the reset. This could be what they need to bring this game back. Right now, they're only about 3.5k gold down. Zion's going to come in with the ult, turning into a giant mosh pit in the Baron pit. Draven's going to try to get something, but Ramus is going to take down that Baron pretty easily with the smite. The Ornhorn comes in. There is almost too much to look at as Stabsy comes in, trying to support his team as they punish UCLA for taking that Baron. It is awful close there. There are a lot of really low health bars. Stabsy's going to take down the first kill, and the fight just keeps on going with Reyna taking 1 down, 2 down with Katarina. Wow, this has been really fun to watch, Renee.
Wow, you know, Trevor, looking at this game, I definitely thought Cal was going to absolutely snowball the rest of their lead, but UCLA is putting up a fight, getting in a really good engagement, switching straight to Baron, absolutely dominating that flip. Absolutely insane. Looking at this amazing play, remember, once again, guys, you can now ride the Rift Herald, but going into this amazing 3-man play that's actually led them to take the Baron here is absolutely insane. Look at those 30-second respawn timers. It's just too much, and they know they could get Baron with Katarina having her TP up, all of them pioneering towards that top side of the lane. Right now, I'm going to expect to see Cal. They're going to be trying to look to see if they can get any of these Barons down, anything that they left or missed out right now. Whereas these side lanes are proving to be very strong and very impactful, with Ornn having his TP up, but also do Silas and Zion.
Yeah, and you know, Cal Berkeley did a really good job. They had 3 people down 30 seconds on that Baron engage, and they still punished UCLA a little bit for that, which is that's good mental gameplay. You know what I mean? They kept the morale up and really put in a fight. And UCLA does have this Baron and 6 Void Grubs. That's some serious tower pressure as Katarina pushes in the bottom lane, takes one down. This is a really exciting game, Renee. I think both teams are playing extremely well, and this is really fun to watch.
Definitely. We do see Katarina going in on this Silas. Ooh, she's going to let him live to go for the more juicier target.
Ooh, yeah, and that's going to be an ult to try to pick the Talia. Gets it, has to spend a little bit more abilities than they thought, I think, but that was a really good pick against Dark Lord there.
What an absolute burst, and if you guys probably might have matched that burst and be like, well, how did Katarina get that kill? Going into the new item, Storm Surge, which is absolutely insane on these AP mages, AP assassins we seem to run on Akali, and just literally probably anyone under the sun because it's just that good.
Yeah, it's a really good item. And man, Renee, look at the gold difference here. I mean, it is within 1,000 gold between both teams, and the objectives are pretty even too. Cal Berkeley has 3 dragons, it's true. UCLA took the Baron and 6 Void Grubs. This is a close game. This is what I like to see. I hope we get game 3 because this is fun to watch.
Definitely. I think they're just going to be resetting to try and actually contest this last dragon to not let Cal get that amazing soul sweep and get that soul point for them. One thing I think is going to be really interesting here that we've been seeing is UCLA, they're playing really well together. They know that if we're going to be pushing up mid, we can get Katarina to go around them, get that flank, get that amazing pick. Katarina also not being too greedy that we have seen earlier on in the game. We did see some pretty greedy plays, you know.
Yeah.
Dragon being taken, still staying bot lane, you know. But I think they're definitely like looking at this tempo and playing with it.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what the strategy is going to be here as we have the Ornhorn coming in from Silas against Ornn himself. E-Star Astral is going to have to play really hard to get out of this, but maybe they'll get a kill, but not quite. Wow, that was really exciting 1-for-1 trade. That was wild, Renee.
That is a really good 1-for-1 trade because that is actually their jungler being taken down. That is essentially a free dragon. I don't really know what the thought process was going there. Maybe they decide, let's give this dragon. Maybe we can get for a top and hit or put a lot of pressure in that top lane, but probably not worth it.
I mean, that was... here's what I say. I did not expect that much damage from E-Star Astral on Ornn. That damage was like... They looked like an assassin against that Talia there. But you're right. I mean, that 1-for-1 fight ended up keeping Dragon Soul out of Cal Berkeley's hands. Maybe just for one more fight. We will see. It is really close now, and now the objective difference is narrowing. You know, UCLA is matching that Cloud Drake movement speed that Berkeley's had for a little bit. I'm really curious to see, you know, what the move will be next. And we're only 25 minutes into the game, and it's a 34-kill game right now, Renee.
Holy Trevor, but honestly, I think that's what makes this game specifically so exciting. We were expecting to see lots of kills on the board, lots of mayhem, honestly. Although our predictions earlier were a bit wrong, a bit flipped, if you know what I mean. But I honestly really want to see how people are going to flip this. So we had a 4K gold lead now going down to 3K, but we have lots of objective control going up, and especially we have lots of damage now being built. I can't wait to see how these upcoming fights are going to go, and where Peel is going to be the name of the game, and how well UCLA is going to play their back-to-front comp.
And, you know, a while ago, I was trying to remember exactly what the timestamp was when Silas bought that Dark Seal. They still haven't died. They have 9 stacks on that Dark Seal, really stacking up their ability power to hopefully counter, you know, the excellent gameplay from Reyna on Katarina. This is everyone's really performing really well. This is super fun to watch. I'm interested to see, you know, what objectives will be the priority next, and how each team is going to leverage the advantages they have.
Definitely. It looks like we're pioneering towards this mid lane. All people on the map are currently known to the team except for that Rammus, so they might be trying to pressure this Baron, or maybe do a little Baron flip here and there.
Yeah, and you'll notice if you look at the top of the screen there, Baron pits are a little bit different now. They're variable, and they can change game to game as well as the Baron buff can vary game to game, which is interesting as well. We'll provide some more insight on that today, I'm sure. As the Ornhorn comes in against Cal Berkeley, Sion's going to soak it up pretty easily, really taking a lot of damage here as UCLA really funnels in the abilities. It is a serious face-off between both teams here. And both teams are still looking pretty healthy. Reyna's a little low. Going to try to back it up as the Cyan ult comes in. Rel is going to try to push as well. Everyone's looking a little low as far as UCLA goes, but the fight continues as Rel hangs on as long as possible. Stab's going to take a few kills, and 3 kills go really quickly to Cal Berkeley, but it's not over yet as UCLA tries their best to make something happen. Cal Berkeley is looking like they're going to take this fight, and there goes the ace to Talia. Really good show from Cal Berkeley. That was an intense fight.
What an absolutely amazing flip, and that is the Baron going to Cal. One thing I really, really love about that fight, Trevor, is how well that they are looking at each other and playing as a team.
Yeah.
Look at this positioning. Earlier we saw Katarina pioneering, trying to go onto this backline, but they say, nuh-uh, we're not going to let them do that. We look at Sion going in to get this front and peeling and peeling and peeling and peeling for all that they can. Look, Rammus is literally unable to touch this Lucian at all. Barely Lucian gets taken down, but they still have so much damage on the fray. They do have Draven still up, but look at how tanky Silas and Sion are, especially paired up with this Emilio healing. It's just absolutely amazing peel, amazing focus, and I'm so glad to see that that fight went well in their favor.
Yeah, and you know what? It's credit to UCLA. That fight didn't go the way they wanted, but what I really like to see is the follow-through from the 2 remaining team members there. They tried to get as best trades as they could despite not winning the team fight. Cal Berkeley just didn't let it happen, which was really crazy to see. This red buff probably really is the Void one, and here comes a really big engage from Katarina, and they're going to take a pick. That is a bummer for Emilio. We'll see if that ends up mattering super much, considering a 6K gold lead for Cal Berkeley. Is now potentially they're looking at a 5v4 team fight. Maybe they're going to use Katarina here on Reyna to split push as a little bit of an engage comes in from Rel. Draven's going to try to follow it up. The Ornhorn goes wide. Here comes the second Ornhorn. And wow, what a fight. Katarina's going to take that bounty, but her teammates are falling quickly. Oh, man. That is a 1-for-3 trade for UCLA. They did get a tower, but they're going to have to really scramble to defend here. I'm not sure if they're going to make it up with their timers. We're looking at even Fudge has a 34-second timer. It's going to be close here. That it's looking like it might go to Cal Berkeley here as they push in on the enemy base.
Wow, Trevor, that fight, I honestly thought it was going to go really well. They got onto that Lucian, but once again, their focus just sadly, none of that there. Katarina trying to pick up anything that she can, but she does get taken down by Silas, who has so much CC, so much amazing damage. And Trevor, it might look like GG going into these next few fights. They only have one more left.
Oh, man, and the tanks here are going to try to make as much happen here as stall as long as they can for their carries. Draven's back up, and it's looking like Cal Berkeley's going to fall back once again. They're now toting a almost 8K gold lead, and this is, I mean, you know, if I were Berkeley, I'd probably have tried to end there, but they're gonna go for Dragon Soul here instead, opting to play for a safer strategy to back off from that Draven who just respawned. UCLA, unfortunately, does not have a ton of vision on the map, and they're going to have to really slow things down and take a step back if they want to bring this back, Renee.
Definitely. So, Trevor, looking at the game in the state right now, you know, Cal Berkeley, they have all 4 dragons now. Elder Drake will be coming up in the next few minutes. 5 minutes. We have 3 minutes onto the Baron. Right now, we're in like a pretty deadlock stage, you know. We have to see, okay, can we push in the waves with our remaining Baron? How much pressure can we put on? But also, how much gold can we start denying from them so they can't catch up in any way, shape, or form with these super minions ramming down in their base? I really want to see how we're going to be posturing these next few fights and just like the way of the map in general.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the name of the game for Berkeley at this point is just to avoid any cracks in their lead. You know what I mean? Because UCLA has shown that they can exploit any tiny mistake in a really surprising way this game, and that's what has really prolonged this game to now almost 31 minutes. As we have a TP coming in from Cal on the top lane, it's looking like this might be the fight that they want as they are ahead. UCLA is not all in the fight. It is now 3v5 in this fight as Reyna is rushing to try to pick up as many kills as they can to keep stalling out Berkeley. Huge ults are coming in. The Katarina ult comes in, takes 2 down, not quite 3 as Silas pops the Zanyas. Draven is still in the game too, who's going to pick up that kill. And UCLA really is making Cal Berkeley work here as Draven is still up. He's going to have a hard time taking down Sion here, who is absolutely tanky. But I don't think that's going to be it, Renee. Cal Berkeley's going to have to keep working for this victory.
They are still putting up a fight. I really like here how Rammus, you know, he saw that Lucian was up alone and he knows that we have to kill this Lucian to deny any of the pressure that we can get. Sadly, he does get taken off a little bit, but Reyna, once again, coming in straight for the thing and went, Trevor, you have to go fight her just for a little bit because look at this amazing 5-man double ultimate coming on for UCLA, and that allows for Reina to get all of those cleanups, all of those resets. Silas thankfully getting that stopwatch, and Reina suddenly, unfortunately, do get taken down here, but now Draven collecting a 1K shutdown onto that Silas. That's his first ever death of this game.
Yeah.
UCLA is still in it.
Yeah, and he's going to knock down a few of those Dark Seal stacks, unfortunately, for Silas. This is, I mean, you are totally correct in your analysis, Renee, because I think every single big fight for UCLA that's gone well has been from this really, really impeccable coordination of their ults between their carries and their supports. It's been beautiful to see. And you know, they, like, I think about 5 minutes ago, the gold lead was about 8K. It's shrunk down to 7, almost 6, and like you said, Draven on UCLA has a huge, feather in his cap with that 1K gold. This game is not over yet.
Definitely. I do think it might come down to 1 or 2 fights where currently now we have a lot of summoner spells up. We have almost all flashes up on the side of Cal with just 1 down going on to Silas. But 4 flashes, especially the Katarina flash, still available and online for this Baron fight that they might want to posture for going into the 50 seconds of this map. Their ward vision is absolutely kind of getting a little bit taken down now as they're not posturing their way onto that Baron side, because as you do know, red side definitely, they do get Baron prio, they get to fight over that wall, and especially with this new territorial Baron that we have been seeing, it's just going to be very hard for them to try and get the prio that they need.
Yeah, and I gotta give credit to Reina. Katarina right now in League 2024 is a big pick, and it has been super, they have played it super well. It's been a joy to watch, them get all those resets and just kill after kill, with the ult, without the ult, with flash, without flash. It's been really fun to watch.
Definitely. Looks like they're just going to be taking down all of this mid-minion waves, but a fight might be breaking out here, Trevor.
Yep, and Silas is going to go for a little bit of an engage. Didn't quite get it. Rammus is still rolling around. It is both teams really posturing here. It's definitely make or break for UCLA. Stalling for Reina to get in here with the Katarina and threaten them with that ult and flash. They caught wind of that pretty quickly, and they're going to add some pressure on Reina. Say, hey, you don't get to take us out for free. You're going to have to really work for it. That was close to the end of the game, I think, there, Renee. And the way that UCLA stalled there was really impressive. As the Ornn ult comes in from Silas, hits Reina, it is really going to be do or die here for UCLA. And it is ult after ult. Stabsy gets a kill, and it is just, wow, there's so much to look at. A shutdown for Reina. It is just an incredible fight as Stabsy takes down Draven with the ult. Talia coming in with their ult, and this is, wow. I mean, what a fight, Renee, and it's looking like this game is going to go to Cal Berkeley, but UCLA did not take that standing down, Renee. That was really impressive.
What an absolutely amazing, I don't even know if I can call that a comeback at this point, because it was just so back and forth, but one thing about this fight, Trevor, that I really like, though, the key CC onto that Katarina. Katarina already low because of that keyboard that Amelia was able to place down to put her position. Rel, sadly and very unfortunately, having to use her ultimate and the rest of her CC and kit, just overall ability for peel, but that leaves all of their damage dealers to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a dream, Renee. I really enjoyed watching that game. I mean, I really am hoping now that that UCLA will bring it back in Game 2, because I would love to see these two teams play off each other again. And this is, I mean, I said I wanted experimental, new stuff, and this has been so fun to watch. I'm really enjoying it, and yeah, what a game. I thought it was going to be decided a little bit earlier than it was, but both teams, I mean, played really hard.
Definitely. I think it was, first of all, very exciting. I was literally on my toes the entire time. I really liked how both the teams knew what their advantages were. They knew how we're supposed to win this game. They knew how they're supposed to work around that lane. But sadly, just unfortunately for that last fight, that one ward catching Katarina off and that off plays, getting her down to a lot of damage, and then Rel not being able to utilize her CC to get onto the rest of the team, having to use it for peel, just leaving all their damage dealers to do damage, constantly play that front-to-back combo absolutely impeccably, does unfortunately bring that win to Cal Berkeley. But once again, amazing play by UCLA and amazing play by Cal Berkeley.
Yeah, that was incredible, and shout out to both teams for a really exciting opening to this final weekend of UCEI. We're going to have a short break before we enter the draft for Game 2, but we will talk to you soon.
And then maybe pick one speaker from
Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We just finished up Game 1 between Berkeley and UCLA, and what a game, Renee. That was really exciting. We're going to head straight in to Champ Select for Game 2, and honestly, with how exciting that first game is, Renee, I would really like to see a Game 3 here.
Definitely, definitely. I want to actually see some new champions, if I'm being honest with you. I think Game 1 went absolutely terrific. Both teams played absolutely crazy, out of their mind.
Yeah.
It was such a good back and forth. It literally kept people on their toes.
Yeah.
On my toes literally the entire time. But I think real quick, we're going to see some standard bans. We're going to see maybe the Jax, Volley. Once again, Volley coming out because if anyone here does not know, that is the Gym Ball Special. Very amazing player, amazing tank player. But once again, we're banning Nautilus, banning once again Nocturne.
Yep.
Very standard bans here. But I think I want to see, we saw the very good Katarina play.
Yeah.
I wonder if we may see some Akali, maybe some Ari.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it. Maybe some new supports. I want to see some Seraphine, if I'm being real with you. And I also want to see Rel again, so.
Ooh, and a first pick Varus. That is going to be really interesting to see. It's been a big pick in season 2024. And interestingly, we have UCLA picking Lucian, which is going to be interesting. And Blitzcrank, whoa, that is not Seraphine like you wanted, but that is going to be fun to see. I wonder, how they're going to play that, especially with the new atomization with support. Is going to be really interesting, Renee.
I think this is definitely a very interesting game. Oh, we do have the Zac special being hovered here. Zac is really good, but Varus, he is just the absolute best ADC, in my opinion. As of right now, he has such, versatile builds. He has such amazing damage. He has amazing poke, CC, movement speed, attack speed. He has just everything under the sun. And once again, we do have this Recon secondary. Once again, a very good and standard support, but they might going for that Zac.
I love Zac. I'm really curious to see how the jump engages from Zac on this new map are going to play out. I think there's a lot of that the distance that Zac would have had to jump in previous patches has shrunk a little bit. So I'm interested to see if we'll see earlier ganks from Zac, something like that. I love playing Zac personally. I think he's super fun to play, and I'm really excited to see what they can do with him there in the jungle.
Definitely, and once again, we are opting for that Rammus again for UCLA. I'm gonna be honest with everyone here. I don't like the Rammus pick. I don't think it's strong enough right now in the current place that it has, especially against Zac. I do think Rammus is very speedy. He has very good engage. He has decent peel, but Zac can do practically everything Rammus can do, but just a little bit better, a little bit tankier. The itemization currently in the current patch works so significantly better for him. We do see that Katarina band. They are very scared of what Reyna can offer on that amazing pocket pick that we have here, but more importantly, Blitzcrank Lucian. Trevor, how do you feel? How do you feel?
I mean, I think it's a cool idea. I think that double tap on Lucian can be really scary when you're up close. And, I'm going to disagree with you. I think the Renekton... I think the Rammus is a cool pick, and I think you should follow your dreams if you like Rammus. I think he is fun to watch. I don't know if it's... I think your analysis is correct, but I want to see it work, and I appreciate UCLA to sticking to their guns there. And I think, the change up on the comp, maybe it'll work better than last time, which will be interesting to see. The Orianna pick, kind of a staple last season, really solid. I think that'll be... pretty standard fare. I'm curious to see, like you said, who UCLA will pick into that. I was hoping they're hovering Akali. I really would like them to play Akali. So that seems like a prank. Let's see here. I would love to see Akali. Yes! Yeah! I love Akali. I love when she's strong in the meta, and I'm really excited to see UCLA play her.
Definitely.
All right.
Amazing.
Yeah, so... we're going to go to an interview really quick. We just got word that UCI won against UCSD in the ongoing game. 2-0. Go Eaters. And we're going to go to an interview right now, and we'll be with you when the game starts.
Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. I am Kimmy Allenwood, joined by the lovely David Hermes, the coach of UCI, and Light Pulse, the support of the UCI League team. How are you guys feeling today?
Great. Feeling wonderful.
All right, we heard from your guys' games that you guys were able to take it away from UC San Diego. So how was your game going? Like, what was your game plan initially when you decided to take into UCSD? I'm pretty sure it was very competitive because you guys are both rival teams, but yeah, how is it going into those 2 games?
Truthfully, we didn't scrim that much. Neither they didn't scrim at all, I bet, from the beginning of the season. We kind of just approached the patch with what we thought we were good at and approached the draft like that. And I think game 1 was iffy. Game 2 went great.
Yeah, it was. It's just been fun for us to learn the new season with everybody. They're learning the new season. We're learning the new season. We got to try some new picks today. Like we tried Seraphine for the first time. So it's been a good time.
Yes, that sounds very, very good. Yes, it is the new season, so there's going to be a lot of changes and a lot of just new items in general. Just makes it very difficult to kind of adapt to the new changes to the meta and things of that sort. So going forward, you guys will be facing off whoever wins between the UCLA or Cal Berkeley match. So how do you feel going into the next round between those 2 teams, whoever wins those?
Frankly, I don't think it matters.
Yeah. Either team. We played UC Berkeley here last year. Obviously, we just played UCSD, so we're pretty comfortable playing both teams. We've scrimmed both teams. We played UCSD in the finals last year, which was 5 games. We just played them right now, so we're really comfortable into any team.
That's right. UCI, as they seem, are very, very comfortable and very confident going into the next round. And it seems that is enough for our interview today. We're going to go back to casters, and then we'll be shortly going into that UCLA and UC Berkeley matchup. See you guys soon.
For that excellent interview. We're going to head into game here. I'm really curious to see, if UCLA is going to make the Ramis pick work. I think their comp is different, than it was in the first game. What are your predictions? Do you think it'll be similar to last game, Renee? Do you think it'll be different?
I think we're going to see probably similar expertise, similar to last game. Cal. Amazing team fight.
Yeah.
You have the Oriana, we have Zach, we have Varus, we have Rakan, and we have that Camille Bruiser pick in this meta right now. Bruisers and I would say AP Mages are at the top, followed by Enchanters, very close at that second pick. AP items got buffed. We have a lot of AP. We reduced the item haste, but only for a little bit of champions, but from that Bruisers, they have Spear Shojin. Absolutely great item for them to benefit. A new AP item going into the mid lane. We have the Luden's Companion, We have all these amazing AP items with so much high damage now that Oriana was able to capitalize off in the earlier patch. She already has low cooldowns. She can definitely capitalize it off of this patch. But looking on the flip side, UCLA, we have that Akali pick. Akali, so strong right now. She is probably S tier in my book. Storm Surge works absolutely amazing on her. She has great survivability, great mobility, great roam. Able to take these fights earlier game. Definitely the Void Grubs early game, But I can't wait to see how they're going to bring it together, especially with they do have the Blitzcrank, the Lucian Blitzcrank, which is a definitely interesting pick. I know they're going for a pick comp. But, and probably we're going to see an invade, which we haven't seen yet into the series so far from that one game. Very strong level 1. So I can't wait to see what the game brings us, Trevor.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think you're right that Blitzcrank is the wild card for UCLA. I think the first wild card was Ramis, and now there's another one that is I want to see what that Blitzcrank pick will do. I think you're right about the invade potential, especially level 1 is going to be a big deal. But to your point, I think Berkeley's Game 2 comp, I like it even more than their first comp, especially that Camille pick, like you mentioned. I mean, they are going to be able to put Ramis right into jail with that ult. Doesn't matter how fast he can roll around if Camille can lock him down. But the thing is, like you mentioned, I think Bruisers being strong this patch allows them to be a really interesting flex pick, and Camille especially will be fun to see on the part of Cal Berkeley.
Definitely. One thing I'm also kind of interested to see about going forward with this game is how the interaction between this counter-engage, kind of disengage comp is going to work well, because they do have pretty good front-to-back comps. We do have Aatrox versus Camille, very standard Bruiser matchup, both very strong currently in the current meta, especially they're going to be able to use such amazing items that work very well for them. The Sky item, very good item. But I want to see how we're going to be getting these engages, especially how we're going to be following them up, because we have Zac engage, Oriana, Rakan, right?
Yeah.
But if one of them gets hooked, very unfortunate hook, let's say Orianna gets hooked or Rakan gets hooked,
Right.
how well can we follow up immediately before that one pick gets picked off and they have to fight a 4v5?
Yeah, it's going to take, I think, discipline. You know, if that Blitzcrank wildcard hook causes problems for their engage, I think what Berkeley is going to have to do is be disciplined about how they use their abilities, especially their peel, right? Maybe have to take a couple L's on those Blitzcrank Qs. But, you know, I'm excited to see what happens. I'm kind of secretly hoping for a Game 3 because I've really enjoyed Game 1. I think this game's going to be just about as fun as both teams are posturing around the Baron Pit. And we're seeing Blitzcrank sneak up against Dark Lord. There is the Zac passive to think about, which is sometimes very impactful in a level 1 invade. But UCLA is going to fall back here. They got the ward. They got that little gold and that vision control. But I'm wondering if they're going to go for a second attempt here at an invade, Renee.
I sadly do not think so. I think what Berkeley did was really good, though, getting that counter ward as, you know, that Blitzcrank was able to deny that little bit of vision that they have in that top little river area. But I think that invade honestly could have went a little bit better. I think Blitzcrank showed himself a little bit too early.
Yeah.
And I think Zac caught wind of it easily. I mean, of course, they definitely caught wind because it's Blitzcrank. They're definitely watching out for that invade and engage. They have the classic 5-point, but I can't wait to see how they're going to play the rest of this game, especially Akali starting off with that Doran shield to not get any of that poke going.
Yeah, and you know, Reyna was on point last game on the Katarina. I'm sure they're warmed up and ready to go on the Sakali pick. I would love to see a hyper carry situation from Reyna on the Sakali. I think that would make for a really fun game 2, and that would give us game 3, which is my secret wish as we zoom in on the bot lane here. Yeah, I mean, what do you think of this bot lane as far as, you know, the early game dueling?
Looking at this early game dueling, Rakan's going to able to put that pressure. They both have really strong level 2s. Of course, Blitzcrank has this classic QE combo, Q into that straight knockup. But Rakan has knockups. He also has a lot more survivability. And oh my god, I thought that was about to
close, yeah.
Going straight in though.
Yeah, the counter engage from Rakan. Varus barely dodged that Blitzcrank grab, and Rakan went in with his engage, and they got a pretty good little trade there. But yeah, you know, I think you're right. I think, especially if Rakan gets pulled by the Blitzcrank Q, it's maybe not the end of the world since they can get out pretty effectively with a couple moves in their kit. But, you know, I would still probably prefer to be on the Blitzcrank side of that fight just because it's less stressful, like you said. I mean, it's so nerve-wracking when you see that robot hand run towards you or dash towards you. It's scary in the bot lane, and that can make a big impact.
Definitely. This ward catching Zac out at a very pivotal situation. Orianna is stacking up these waves going towards in the mid lane. I think this game we might see a pretty good Void Grub fight. Look at how well stacked both the top side are for UCLA and the mid side are for Berkeley. I really, really want to see a really big Void Grub fight. I just think it will be so cool to watch. Although the first Void Grub isn't the worst to give up, it's also very easily soloable. But for them to be able to deny that, especially since they're on the same sides as they were last game, we might see the same jungle objectives being cleared.
Yeah, I think a caster's dream would be a 3v3 in the Baron Pit for that first or second Void Grub. I mean, looking at the two comps here, it would be Orianna, Zac, and Camille versus Aatrox, Rammus, and Akali. I mean, that would be a fun fight to have before 10 minutes in a game of League of Legends for sure. Oh, and Zac is going to come in with a little leap, going to land that Q, going to get the flash from Lucian. Blitzcrank's a little bit in an awkward position, going to take advantage of that map change to get closer to his team. And Zac looks like they caught wind that the Rammus might have been there. Didn't re-engage, which I think was wise. That is a flash gone down off Lucian, though.
Definitely. That's going to be a very pivotal flash, might I add, by the way, because this now leads a window of opportunity for Rakan, 2 Rs, but for Rakan to go in and get that early game pick. But both mid lanes are very deep. It might be the fact that Rammus might be looking for a postured dive in the mid or bot side.
Yeah, and he's lurking by that dragon pit on blue side. Rakan's going to go in, get the ignite's going to go off. Lucian's trying to follow it up, but getting a lot of pressure from Varus. Zac is going to try to jump in to help his team out. Probably going to get the slow or the knock-up on this Blitzcrank. Lucian is coming in with the dash and the double tap, and Rakan takes first blood for Calbert. The fight continues, though. Rammus is going to go in, going to tank that stuff up pretty quick. Blitzcrank Q going to get the flash from Varus, and Blitzcrank is out of mana. I don't think he had enough mana to get that knockup, but he got the flash anyway. Got what he came for against that Varus. That is first blood to Berkeley. But, you know, they had to give up a flash to keep it that way, Renee.
Definitely, definitely. Looking at this amazing replay, though, Lucian thankfully dodging that Rakan Q. Rakan going very slow, but did you see that E? He was able to block that Lucian Q. Rakan is such a slippery champion. Zac being able to thankfully help him, but Rammus is just a bit too postured away. One thing here that definitely led to Lucian's downfall is eating straight into the fight, knowing that his Rammus is there, just a little bit too greedy to get that kill, probably hoping for, you know, maybe a reset on something that he can possibly get. I'm not 100% sure, possibly waiting for another Q. But regardless, very good fight.
Yeah, that was a really impressive fight. The Shuriken landed pretty easily there, and the flash for the kill. Is it going to be a trade? It is, and that is 1 for 1 in the mid lane. That was, man, their health bars were low for a while, and it finally boiled down to a pretty interesting trade there in the mid lane.
Definitely very interesting. One thing that I am seeing, though, from this Orianna and this Akali, one thing we know, that component that Akali has, super strong right now. The AP got buffed. She's going to be doing so much damage. Her level 6 is going to be significantly strong. Orianna is opting for the Seros Embrace, and you know, to my knowledge, I thought Seros was actually a very good item going into this recent patch. You know, I thought there was a lot of mana going in. But one thing I didn't really get to notice is that we lost the ability haste on Seros, so now we're just full AP. The item is solely used for 1 shield, and that is it.
Yeah, and a really quick engage from Reyna right when they got back to mid lane. Going to take up a tower shot. Landed pretty much the whole kit. I don't think it's going to be enough to take down Orianna there, but wow, you know, I saw the boot by from Reyna there, and I thought it might turn into a pretty quick fight as Rammus is going to come in, try to set up the dive. Zac is there waiting, going to get the leap, knock up, flash from Rammus. Akali's going to lead with some kunai there. Didn't do quite enough to make something happen, but man, this is a really tense mid lane, Renee. I'm enjoying watching it.
That was some immaculate rotate, might I add. I think this Orianna definitely knew that, hey, my wave is stacked. I need help ASAP because Rammus is definitely going to try and dive me. Zac already there on the fray, especially what's really good, I like that Zac didn't show himself too early. If he showed himself too early, he loses the opportunity to get the kill. Yep. Definitely, of course, a safer option, but the fact he didn't show himself early allows for Rammus to lose that flash, unfortunately. But Reyna going into this bush not knowing that Zac is posturing towards her.
Yeah, and a nice sweep and a charging up that jump from Dark Lord. We'll see if he can get a kill. Is going to cancel it. Didn't really end up like he wanted. Reyna's going to get some kunai, get a second set. Auto didn't quite do enough. Did get the flash from Orianna. Zac's going to follow up with the jump. See if he can get a knock up here with the minion wave. I don't think. Oh, he barely did at the end. Let's see if they can take down Reyna. Orianna trailing behind. Didn't quite land. Man, this is a back and forth in the mid lane. And Rammus is coming up from bottom jungle to see if he can pick up maybe the kill on Orianna. The jump's going to have something to say about that as he does get the taunt. Orianna's going to slip out with just a tiny shield left, and Orianna picked up Rammus kill there. I think with Airy, it was awful close. Reyna's going to try to get something for this fight, and Orianna's going to initiate the back. The flash from Zac, really, wow, shuriken from Reyna, super low, going to have to try to, takes the shutdown on the Orianna and is going to get the double on Zac. Reyna did not take that kill sitting down. What a prolonged fight in the mid lane, Renee.
Holy, and another fight going down to the bot lane. Hopefully not a kill going down. Phew. Wow, I don't think I could have handled any more of that, Trevor. I'm going to be completely honest with you, but Reyna, no, a hook does come out, though.
Yeah, pretty good hook from Blitzcrank. Lucian, pretty low on mana. Not going to be able to get that double tap as easily when he's this low on mana. Wasn't able to punish that grab from his support on Cal Berkeley. The wave is looking like it's in UCLA's favor as we come to the replay.
Definitely. Looking at this replay, though, I really liked how Rammus was able to stop that Zac engage to get that buffer, but Orianna living on a sliver of HP, getting that thing. I definitely thought that they were going to kill Reyna here. But one thing about Reyna that I really want to talk about, they are an exceptional player. Like, you can literally see in the way that they play this fight, going in on the one focus and knowing that they have their ultimate. I think this Orianna maybe was going a bit too greedy, thought that they could outplay Reyna, but Reyna just absolutely taking that fight and another kill down in the mid lane.
Yeah, wow. Fudge is going to get that one. Spread the gold out a little bit for UCLA. It is now 14.5 gold to 14.5 gold. This is another close one to start out between Cal Berkeley and UCLA. This has been another fun one to watch, and man, that mid fight was tense. The health bars were low, and I think Reyna pulled out their calculator there. It was really effective. I think they knew exactly what they were able to do in that fight with the itemization they had, and they executed really well.
Trevor, I guess you could say they calculated a perfect execution.
I love it, Renee.
Akali's ultimate, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. Stabsy getting a kill in the bot lane. We're going to get a replay here of that kill we missed in mid.
Wow, that's absolutely insane. Just a free kill going straight down into the mid lane. Q going straight into the ultimate. Rammus is proving himself that, hey, I think Renee might have been wrong about the Rammus, but going straight into this game. But bot lane absolutely dominating, partnering towards this dragon. Orianna has caught wind of it, possibly catching off Akali into the fray, but they're actually just going to give a dragon. They don't want to take that fight. No TPs are up from either side from UCLA or UCI, but one kill earlier did go down to the Camille, so I can't wait to see how these bruisers are going to be snowballing.
Yeah, I think I said that Camille was my favorite pick for Cal Berkeley here, and I would love to see a little bit of a carry coming from a top laner here in this tournament. That'd be fun to see. It was interesting there to see how Berkeley postured for that dragon. It almost looked like they tried to be sneaky about it, but like you said, the jig was up pretty quickly, and they ended up giving it up. I mean, not giving it up, excuse me. There have been no objectives taken yet. No grubs, no dragon, and we're here at 10 minutes.
Definitely. I really want to look at their itemization, though, real quick on this Blitzcrank versus this Rakan. You know, Rakan going for that CDR, as CDR is the name of the game for these. I would consider Rakan a pseudo-enchanter, you know. He is very good engage, very good shielding, very good healing as well.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see, you know, support item can go into now 5 different items, definitely a lot of different branches. Oh, sorry, I think 4. But I wondered if you will possibly go Solstice, Dreammaker, or Celestial, but a fight is going down in the bot lane, Trevor.
Yeah, and UCLA caught wind of that. They had vision in that tri-brush, which was going to make this difficult. Zach's going to get out with his life. Rammus is low. Lucian's keeping up with the damage, and Stabsy's going to take that pretty easily. Big knockup from Zach, and the double goes to Varus. That is a huge chunk of gold in favor of Cal Berkeley. Wow, and that was shocking because UCLA knew that Zach was in that bush, and they still got taken down pretty easily in the bot lane there, Renee.
Holy, knockup after knockup. We did have all summoner spells, all 3 flashes up. I'm surprised that we didn't get any single flashy play trying to go and maneuver the way towards this. But looking at this amazing replay, they do see Zach definitely pushing him away, but look at this focus. Rakan is absolutely on their carry, peeling whatever they can. They're also switching their targets of focus, which is very unfortunate, seeing how Berkeley is always focusing 1 target at a time. 1 knockup, 2 knockups, and that is the charm going in for that chain CC, getting Varus that double kill. And Varus, once again, he is so strong with almost a 1.5k gold lead. That's going to be absolutely insane going into the rest of this game.
Yeah, and it looks like he already picked up his Blade of the Ruin King, which is going to help, you know, keep this lead going even more. Buell's going to try to get out of this kind of sticky situation. I don't think it's going to happen as Rammus follows him up and caught him on the other end.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's, you know, maybe it'll even things out a little bit as UCLA is in a pretty good position to take this dragon without too much of a threat from Cal Berkeley.
100%.
Yeah, Varus is going to try to get some priority in the lane as it boils into a pretty big fight with the flash knockup, ult, and Q from Blitzcrank. That was an impressive Blitzcrank play. We called it the wild card, and that was fun to watch, Renee.
Very well. They secured that shutdown, which I really like, although the shutdown did go to Blitzcrank, but gold is gold, no matter where it is. However, trading that shutdown for 3 Void Grubs is definitely going to be proving to be very impactful and essentially getting that dragon. One thing though, Akali did opt in for that first item, Storm Surge, which means she's going to be getting a lot of gold moving forward with a whole buttload of damage. Orianna does going for the Seraphim Grave, but sadly is not fully stacked, so she's missing already half of that item's component immediately going into this early game. I think they're probably, you know, trying to play for this scale, play for this team fight. You know, Rakan is opting in for that Locust, so definitely going on the more tankier, peely, safe side, rather than, you know, trying to go for an Enchanter. As we do know, Ardent Sensor is a very strong item currently that people are rushing. It did get buffed by 5%, and the on-hit has also got buffed. So I can't wait to see how we do it the rest of this game. I think we're probably going to be playing for Akali and absolutely diving bot side as much times as they can.
Yeah, it is cool to see the new items in play in this game, as Reyna is going to make use of them pretty quickly with a roam bot. Oh, almost opted for that tri-brush. Going to back off. It looks like Stabby's got their number pretty effectively. We will see what happens next. You know what's interesting is despite Varus having a significant gold lead, the Lucian pick on UCLA has been able to keep up the pressure. The Rammus ult's going to go in with the taunt. Akali's going to dive, and wow, that happened. And that look at Rammus soak up those turrets. I think that was 4, maybe 5 turret shots. That was crazy.
Holy, that was really well played by Rammus. He didn't use all of his utility at once, you know. Hit the Q, waited out the ultimate. Very well played. However, one thing I do want to say, going into this fight.
Wow, huge fight initiated by Blitzcrank. The Rakan charge is going to cause a lot of problems for UCLA, but I mean, it is still this fight is still happening. Both sides are still in it as Cal Berkeley is going to try to back off. UCLA has a huge wave here. They could try to set up some kind of dive, especially with that Blitzcrank pull, who can, bring one of the Cal Berkeley's players into a position they do not want to be in, even with their turret. Whew! Near miss against that Camille.
Absolutely insane. Looking at this TP, Zach sadly TPing straight into Arena. Arena is ignoring him completely. This is what I'm talking about. UCLA last game, they know what their focus is. They're playing this back to front comp, knowing that we have to get their ADC out of the fight as soon as possible, especially it's Varus. Varus is absolutely so strong. And it was funny because earlier I wanted to say, one thing I wanted to note was that both sides of UCLA have their TP up, and they both TP'd bot lane, once again trying to get that shutdown and letting any gold away. And honestly, playing for Reyna is a very smart move here. Reyna is a almost 2k gold lead up. Varus is only 1k gold lead up. However, currently right now Reyna is probably going to be one-shotting him no matter where he is.
Yeah, and it's looking like the play here is like you said. I think UCLA is trying to serve up even more gold to Reyna on Akali to get that lead even bigger as quite a fight breaks out in the top. I think that double TP bot lane worked out a little bit better for E-Star Astral, but Jimball is not going to take that sitting down as he is really making E-Star work for the priority in this lane as 4 members of UCLA are on the top side. I think they're going to set up for a Rift Herald fight as Cal Berkeley's bot lane is barely in the mid lane. Maybe they're just going to say, we'll trade this turret for Rift Herald if you're going to try to take it. They're going to engage on the Orianna with the taunt. The Zac jump comes in. The Renekton, this fight is just really hard to follow. It is a lot going on at once. The Varus hold is really making a difference as he picks up a second kill, looking like it's going to be not quite a third, but his team picks that up, and Blitzcrank is left out to dry with the triple kill coming in for Stabsy. That early lead for Varus is making a huge difference in this game as Cal Berkeley cleans up that fight pretty effectively and is going to take a Rift Herald to boot, Renee.
I know, that is an absolutely game-changing fight, Trevor. I'm going to be honest with you. I know they're in a pretty decent position to take this fight. They have the, CC, right? But Akali is still all the way down in the bot lane when this fight is happening. Akali right now is their main carry. They're playing for Akali, Akali has 90% of their gold right now with all their items, yet they didn't even wait for Akali to look up, be in a good position to even fight. They were even giving up Rift Herald by trading in that mid turret, and instead, I think they should have just taken Rift Herald, possibly giving up that mid, They did have the Void Grubs pushing it down, but at the end of the day, that trade probably would have been more worth it instead of fighting, and especially not having anyone to go on that Varus. He was healthy the entire time of the fight. He was even walking up in melee range at the end of it because he has no one to fear.
Yeah, I mean, it was an unfortunate engage from UCLA with Reyna being so far, and like you said, I think, you can't start a fight without your carry if you're putting as much hope on one Akali to carry you to victory. The goal difference now is about 2,000. Still anyone's game, I think, Renee. UCLA does hold that Drake against the 3 Void Grubs on the side of Cal Berkeley. I still think it could go either way, but I'm curious to see where Berkeley's going to put this Rift Herald, looking like topside. You see Ram is going to maybe get a free kill against this Orianna. Man, that is a tragedy for Orianna on the side of Cal Berkeley. Just trying to pick up some easy gold in the bot lane and got jumped by quite a few members of UCLA there.
That is absolutely correct, Trevor. I do not think Orianna's side laning, I mean, she's a mid laner, right? They are going to have to side lane one way or another, but, Orianna had both summoners up, but they walked up so far without any vision, just allowing for Akali to go get that pick, and that pick is going to transcend to another dragon, especially with Zac showing top lane. I just think that Orianna is walking a bit too far and not respecting this Akali-Rammus duo enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to deal with a Rammus as Orianna if you don't have support from your team. And that is the second Drake going to go for UCLA. That's going to make Rammus and Blitzcrank hard to take down given that Mountain Drake. What do you have to say about support itemization like for a character like Blitzcrank in this case, Renee?
Blitzcrank, Blitzcrank is like in this very weird role, where he is a tank, right? But 90% of the time, also, he's not the front line. You know,
Right.
he pulls someone in, and then that is his front line. And if he pulls a really good person in, and they best the fight off that blitzcrank hook, then yes, he's a great front line. But if they're engaging onto a blitzcrank who sometimes does play a little bit, not very far in the front line, but like kind of in the middle range, it does get a little bit unfortunate for people to get in range to even attack him. Blitzcrank is a very good pick, heavy character, and it does look like he does have his support item ready. He is going for that Celestial, which is a shield that reduces damage, whereas Rakan is probably opting for that Solstice, it looks like, if my eyes do not deceive me.
Yeah, and I think the ideal situation for UCLA here is that Blitzcrank will be able to pick Stabsy out with the Q. It's going to be hard given that Stabsy still can do quite a bit with their utility and their poke against UCLA, and hopefully not give Blitzcrank the opportunity to pull him into a bad position. And even if that does happen, the support from Biola with Rakan and then into Rakan can mitigate the damage that would happen if Stabsy does get grabbed by Blitzcrank. It would be interesting to see, though. I bet UCLA is still going to really try to catch Stabsy out in a position they don't want to be in.
Definitely. Now, Trevor, we are now in, I would say, the middle of the game. Baron is now up a fight, possibly going down in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, Cal Berkeley going to try to get some kind of engage on Blitzcrank. Didn't work out perfectly, but he didn't get the follow-up grab there either, as Reyna is super deep with Rammus, going to try to punish this Orianna side lane again. Rammus going to take maybe one or two more tower shots than they want, and they are low, but both are going to get out. All three are going to get out, and no kills in the bot lane despite a pretty big commitment to a dive against Orianna here in this bot side lane, as Cal Berkeley is going to initiate this dragon fight, and they take down Yol. Camille going to try to stall for Cal Berkeley to finish that Baron, which they do. Dark Lord coming in to back up Jimball, and this is a serious fight happening around this Baron pit as Cal walks away with the buff. It is 5-4. Flash Q from Blitzcrank going to take down Dark Lord as Stabsy's trying to help from the side but doesn't want to get picked from Akali too quickly, and it is now 5-3 in favor of UCLA. Cal Berkeley walked away at that Baron, but it is still anyone's game given that fight, Renee.
That is absolutely insane. I think Cal Berkeley definitely knew, hey, they have their jungler bot lane. They also have a Kali bot lane. It's time for us to go and take that Baron. One thing that Orianna did very well that time, they had flash. They stalled absolutely perfectly. They're trying to go and get that one pick and pick up off of Baron. However, Bjol sadly getting taken out of the fight per root. A lot of the CC that Lucian is going to, Varus is going to need to negate Lucian and Aatrox off for the fight. Sadly, immediately off, and we see in this fight how Reyna absolutely TPing in, confiding that Orianna TP is just sadly not enough and proves such a huge difference on the way that you separate your gold and how you separate the way of the map.
Yeah, and in that fight, I would really like to be in Stabsy's head because it's hard, when you see your team going down, you're carrying, but you can't get closer because Bjol already got taken out. That's a hard position to be in as a Varus, no matter how much gold you have. As Jimball gets taken down for a shutdown on Reyna, that is not what you want. If you have a bounty, you do not want Reyna to get that almost for free against Jimball in that top river. It is this is a really close game. UCLA is still down about 2k gold. They do have that dragon advantage. This is anyone's game, Renee.
Definitely. So, looking at Akali's items real quick. They opted for Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame is a very good item right now. It does true damage for anyone under and below 35%, which is absolutely insane, especially when you're fighting a person like Zach.
Yeah.
A person like, Camille. But looking at their two teams, right? Once again, we talked about it's the middle of the game. UCLA has two dragons and an absolutely fearful Akali, absolutely just dominating this lane so far. What are we looking at for WinCon and LostCon?
Yeah, I think we're still. I'll stand by our analysis that the Akali is the main win condition. But if you look at Aatrox right now, E-Star Astral has quite a bit of gold and quite a bit of itemization going into this next fight. They're a threat to be reckoned with. I would not want to face E-Star Astral on this Aatrox with this kind of gold advantage.
Definitely. I think right now for UCLA, getting Soul is going to be absolutely huge, especially Ocean Soul. That is so much CC and Blitzcrank going in for the hook, lands it!
Yeah, and that is going to be a big engage from UCLA. Varus is having his way, though, really doing a ton of damage from the sideline as he is being really effectively protected by his team. Reyna's going to try to do something about it, but cannot as Stabsy lives to fight another day. Jimball stalled really well against that Aatrox, so Stabsy only had Reyna to worry about, and that fight went pretty handily to Cal Berkeley.
Holy, I thought it was definitely going to go the other way, but we talked about it earlier where if Blitzcrank gets that hook, especially onto Rakan, right? How well can Cal Berkeley follow it up? And just looking at this replay, they follow up absolutely impeccably. Rakan getting that amazing CC, immediately doing his ultimate. Another CC from Oriana, sadly not being able to connect the, of course, main carries. But look at how much peel this Varus has. He has 4 people standing on top of him. Akali sadly unable to do enough damage with 1 to 2 shields already on them. Camille stalling so much time as the bruiser that she is going on that Lucian, and the Aatrox to keep him out of the fight.
Oh man, you know, if you're eStar Astral, you want to be attacking Stabsy there, but they just could not make it in time because of that Camille. That was, I mean, shout out to Cal Berkeley for playing around Stabsy there. That was beautiful to watch. That is what, when I play AD, that's what I want my team to do.
Definitely. I mean, I'll be your support. I promise.
Thank you, Renee.
But with that being said, I think Cal Berkeley has definitely identified their win con.
Yeah.
Play around Varus, play around how well we can utilize our util. We have a lot of CC. We have a lot of people that can pick people off of the fight. We have, you know, Camille ultimate, a really great ultimate. If they get on the back line, they're able to absolutely CC a person down and most likely win that fight, as Camille is a very, very strong engager. We also have Rakan optimizing for this Frozen Heart, which is, once again, very good against Aatrox. It's going to be very good against this Lucian. It's also going to be actually really good against this Akali and Rammus, as they do need auto to sometimes get it, and they're going to, you know, lose a little combo pressure with this Frozen Heart, and especially getting that Locust. But one thing I find really interesting is we have this Terminus build on Varus. We haven't been seeing Terminus used very often. We've been seeing it lots of times on champions like Nocturne, right? Terminus, if you don't know, has like 2 sides to it. We have either damagey side or like a little bit of a survivability and tanky side. And although we sadly can't see which one we're doing right now, I'm going to assume that we are going on that actual damage side, because he just has so much peel, and especially with Oriana going Malignant to get that absolute shred.
Dark Lord caught out a little bit here. I think he's still got jump up, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem. UCLA backed off. I think they knew he had jump. Ooh, and a really close grab. That just about tickled Stabsy there. Didn't quite land, but that could have been really good for UCLA if that Blitzcrank Q landed. But Stabsy just barely stepped to the side. Really excellent microplay there as far as Stabsy's positioning.
Definitely. It looks like we do have Baron coming up in just a few moments on that map, if my eyes do not deceive me correctly. So it looks like we're just going to be posturing for that Baron to see what we can do, but all summoner spells are up. This is going to be a game of essentially how well can you flash the enemy who is on you, essentially. We do have all flashes up except for Rammus, sadly, but we do have both TPs with Camille's TP going up, so Camille might be putting a lot of pressure down in that bot lane to match this Akali. TP for this Baron, hopefully TP behind, get on that Lucian, or honestly even get it on Reyna, because if they're able to ult Reyna out of the fight, keep Varus alive, they're just going to have so much peel and hopefully win this next Baron fight.
Yeah, and Lucian has been playing from behind against this Varus, but they are now carrying a 200 gold bounty, which is going to make this fight really interesting as far as target prio for both teams. I mean, I would be discouraged by that last fight if I were on UCLA. I'd be like, I don't know how we're going to take down Stabsy if his team is helping him out so much. But this is really going to turn out to be maybe, I think, a decisive fight for both teams, as Cal Berkeley's going to kind of drop away to the bot side, giving up a little bit of control over Baron to UCLA. I think they're all a little bit wary of Blitzcrank Q, as Rammus is going to charge away, roll around, scare him a little bit.
This is definitely going to be an interesting fight. I think, honestly, Rammus here, instead of playing this hyper-engaged right, because I'm pretty sure even if he does taunt this Varus, he might still get shredded because of how strong this Varus currently is. I think Rammus is probably going to have to play the peel game for this Reyna to kill that Varus no matter what he can do. We've been seeing Rammus go on this like counter-engage type of situation with its Blitzcrank, and it's proving not viable. And also, it's going to be very hard to get picks here, as Cal is absolutely staying gripped to the max. Reyna trying to get any flank that they can possibly get, but it's just not looking like, because they know if we don't see Reyna on the map, they're either posturing towards this fight or they're going to be behind us. Let's watch and see what we can do.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Jim Ball's side push there got met by Reyna, which freed up the top side of the map a little bit for Cal Berkeley to get a little bit more vision control against UCLA, who formerly had very effective control of vision surrounding Baron. So this, that's one of the things that I think a bruiser top lane can do is side push like that to pull one member of the team off of objectives like that, maybe even a carry like Reyna.
Definitely. We do have TP still up. Dragon is coming up. I would possibly assume that looking at how the state of the game is going, Cal has two options, right? And the most, obvious two options of all is either we give up Dragon or we give up Baron.
Yeah.
And let's see, maybe we can fight it. Because I think right now Cal is so ahead that they can possibly take an objective and still meet them at the very end. Because right now the lanes are pushing in. No objective control is currently going on the side for Cal, but Reyna is putting a lot of pressure on this bot side.
Yeah, it was a nice little sidestep from Jimball to avoid that shuriken as they're going to pretend to jump in. Reyna's going to bring out the Shroud to avoid, I think, a hard engage from Jimball as UCLA initiates this dragon fight, looking like they're going to have a pretty easy handle on it as Cal Berkeley opts to move to Baron, like you were saying, Renee. I'm curious to see if this will be a trade initiated by UCLA as Cal Berkeley starts this Baron fight. This is going to be a decisive one, Renee. Let's see who throws the first
really
punch.
Good positioning.
Yeah, Berkeley drops off a little bit. Reyna connects with a shirk and is not going to opt to go in against Cal with, their whole team there.
Definitely. They do have mid-prio, though, and all their carries are currently separated, so it's going to be a very interesting fight right now. UCLA is in a pretty opportune situation right now, getting that mid-inner turret.
Yeah, and they got that and Dragon and didn't even have to give up Baron yet, which I think for UCLA is the best-case scenario on that bluff that they did, going for Dragon over Baron to start this fight out. Jimball almost going to initiate. Lucian was able to dash out pretty quickly. E-Star Astral is a threat to be reckoned with as well. Not someone you want to fight too close for too long on that Aatrox.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Setting up this fight, we do have all summoner spells, all defensive summoner spells. Aatrox does not have flash to be able to flash onto this Varus, though. So it's honestly going to be very hard sack going in.
Yeah, and Reyna's going to have to get out of here almost a quarter health. Blitzcrank showing some excellent trigger discipline, more or less, on that Q. Really, really focusing on getting those grabs on the carries at Cal Berkeley. They're going to start this fight. Oriana's threatening to ult against UCLA. And they are going to take it down. It might turn into a smite off. We'll see who takes it. And blue team takes it. Cal Berkeley takes the fight, but Lucian's going to bring in some serious damage. Dark Lord, oh man, I mean, that was a ton of damage from Cal Berkeley very quickly. Wow, Renee.
Wow, I honestly think, Trevor, I hate to say it, we did talk about how Reyna is the star player, but Reyna sadly did make them lose that entire fight. Reyna walked up just a bit too far, and for some reason, all four of them tried to posture in for that Baron. I think Ramage should have went in for that mission to see if he can get that smite, but Varus absolutely dominating, getting that smite. Reyna trying to go in for possibly a 1v5. I don't know what sadly happened there, but right now it's kind of looking like a throw upon a throw upon a throw for UCLA, which is very unfortunate.
You never know, Renee. There's two E-Stars almost up, so is Fudge. They could position some kind of last-minute defense to get Cal Berkeley as they push in here with Baron. I don't think it's likely, but I'd love to see some hero plays happen here from UCLA as they get a really excellent grab on Varus and take him out. That's the hero play I was looking for. Camille's going to TP in, or Oriana's going to land a really large ult against UCLA, but they basically tied it up and kept themselves from losing the game. That is the Blitzcrank Q we have been hoping for this whole time, Renee. Wow.
What a support play. I honestly wish I could see that back turret because that hook, my eyes, I don't even know what happened, but for them to just weave it in and get that ADC for a 1k gold bounty going back to their team, I honestly said it was a throw upon a throw, and I think we had another throw. It is now anybody's game. So point is almost up for UCLA. Soul point is going to be for UCLA when Dragon does come up. Items are currently being stacked on stacked. Oriana is going a very defensive build with this, Saracen Brace Malignance going straight into the Zanya. However, Varus now does have his Wits End and Vampiric, so he's definitely going to have a lot more survivability. We do have Knight's Vow onto Rakan, so Varus once again. Name of the game, keep Varus up. But it might be very hard, especially looking at how well the hook went for UCLA.
Yeah, I mean, that is why you never call a game, even if they're pushing mid-inhib with 5 against 2 or 3 against UCLA. I mean, that grab was exactly what they needed, and some really good coordination from UCLA to capitalize on it. I mean, Varus doesn't have a ton of escape, but Statsy could have gotten out of that if UCLA wasn't there to back up the Blitzcrank Q. That was the kind of last-ditch defense I like to see, and we've seen a couple of those from UCLA. When it really seems like things are against them, they are finding a way to make a really favorable fight or pick happen for themselves and slowing down the game enough to open themselves for some kind of comeback. And it's not looking good for this bot side tower as Cal Berkeley pushes in with, with Baron still.
Akali does have her TP up though. I do not see sadly any deep wards that Akali can TP into, so I don't really know if getting away this turn for that top inner turn is going to be the most viable play, but Camille taking in a lot of damage, Trevor.
Yeah, and I think part of that was the Blitzcrank silence from the ult. It really limited her escape as Reyna comes in from the backline. Fudge goes in for a big engage. Reyna's knocked up, going to try to pick off the Orianna before she can do much more damage. Is going to opt to charge. Wow, with the double really quickly and a huge shutdown against Cal Berkeley's bot lane. What a fight. I mean, Reyna, their target selection there was incredible. They really carried that fight. And, you know, I've had a couple flanks like that when I played really go poorly, but Reyna made that work.
Absolutely, and Trevor, look at how long these respawn times are. They have 30 seconds. They might be able to end here if they play it to their advantage, but Trevor, my hands are on my face. An absolute face palm. Akali getting that amazing deep board, which I didn't see earlier. But wow, of course, they're just probably going to play the safer route.
Yep.
You know, go in for the, inhibitor and suddenly go out, get the soul point, see what they can do. But wow, Trevor, Camille, I don't know what she was doing, taking up all of that damage, trying to go for that turn. Once again, throw on throw on throw.
I mean, we would be naive to call this game at this point. Seoul is going to go to UCLA. That's going to give them a pretty nice buff, especially for E-Star, who's going to rely on that healing quite a bit. But, you know, it's nothing to sneeze at for people like Reyna or Lucian in those prolonged fights that we've been seeing, too. I mean, we are going into the 36th minute of this game. Kill-wise, it's 19-20. Gold-wise, it's still pretty close for both teams. It is. I wonder if it's going to come down to Dragon Soul or to this last Baron. I mean, I am so nervous to make any predictions about these two teams because they continue to surprise me in Game 1 and 2.
Same. This is such an exciting game to cast. I think right now, once again, no objectives are up. We're on this kind of stall point. We do have one inhibitor down for both sides, which means we do have a pretty good influx of gold for both sides, currently speaking. However, I think once again, this game is going to come out to now, really how well are they going to take the rest of their fights. We have been seeing UCLA absolutely dominate a lot of these team fights, so Reyna is in the best position that they can be possible. We have Aatrox going in, and once again, we do have summoner spells being up, and especially very key summoner spells. Varus does not have flash currently, so if they do take a fight earlier on Varus, unavailable with only a ghost left for his advantage, where we do have flash on Reyna, we have flash on Rammus, flash on Aatrox, flash on Lucian.
Yeah, and UCLA is using this, you know, this breakthrough to set up some serious control of top river, giving themselves maybe an advantage when that Baron comes up. You know, it is going to be a 5v5, and there's a ton of sums up, ton of ults up. It's going to be a big fight, and I think a couple fights ago we said it would be the decisive fight. There's been several decisive fights at this point, Renee. But, you know, I don't want to call it yet either, as both teams are posturing. Cal Berkeley didn't have a ton of vision there. Zach's going to get picked. Maybe not their first choice by the Blitzcrank, but Dark Lord's going to stay alive somehow. Lucian going to bring in the ult. And wow, Stabsy takes down Reyna. That was started off really strong for UCLA, but they're going to get followed up on by all members of Cal Berkeley. Lucian doing his best to bring out enough damage to slow Stabsy down, but Stabsy is hard to out-damage at this point as they get one kill after another. Shutdown and Lucian triple for Varus, and I think, Renee, that was the final fight, the decisive one for Cal Berkeley.
That is going to be game changer, but looking at this once again, game-changing fight. Reyna has absolutely ironclad focus, but Camille, look at all of the team peeling for this Varus. Sadly, Reyna's team was unable to follow up, even though they had a lot of their flashes up to go and help. For some reason, Aatrox is flashing out of the fight. Lucian not even utilizing his flash to go for anything that he could in the main majority of the rest of the Stabsy being absolutely healthy to the max. I definitely think we are seeing amazing star players, but sadly just once we've been seeing one wrong fight. Sadly, no one helping Reyna to go, and that is going to be the win for Cal. But regardless, both teams played absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 2-0 series, Renee, but it didn't feel like it with how back and forth it was. That was an extremely exciting game, and I think, you know, both teams played really well. All, you know, carries and supports played great. I think we're going to be able to have an interview pretty soon here that we'll go to in a second, but that was a really fun game, and it was a joy casting it with you, Renee. We're going to move to interviews. Here's our stage again. That was what do you have to say about that game though, Renee?
Honestly, look at Cal. They have the absolute joy on their face walking by UCLA. But once again, absolutely star players, absolutely really good sportsmanship, giving in the handshakes, absolutely amazing. But Trevor, I want to ask you, we saw lots and lots of star players in this map.
Yeah.
I cannot even begin to fathom it. Me personally, my personal favorite player of this series is actually going to be Reyna. They proved me so many times of how strong and how well that you can play macro. Stabsy definitely coming in a close second, and Buell coming in for my third pick. But you personally, Trevor, what would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, that last game, it was hard to ignore Stabsy's really excellent positioning. I mean, it was honestly a joy to watch an ADC have as big of an impact on that game. I mean, we called Varus as a really powerful champion in this current patch and just in general. And, maybe allowing UCLA to get that pick was a mistake. I mean, excuse me, Berkeley to get that pick was a mistake by UCLA. I think I'd have to give it to Stabsy. I loved watching that ADC play. It was really impressive, Renee.
Definitely. I do think, however, though, ultimately going into the rest of these games, and especially looking back at some amazing clips from the rest of this game, the deciding factor does come down to one big fight, and that one big fight is essentially who is going to get the other team's carry the most.
Yeah.
And I think what Cal, that I really love what they did, is they have amazing peel, they have amazing teamwork, they have possibly amazing communication. Like, look at all of these fights going back and forth, but they still talk with each other. They know when their utility is going to be up, how to disengage, how to engage, how to counter-engage, and when to pick their fights, but ultimately going down to Cal Berkeley. But regardless, both teams played just so amazing. I'm so excited I got to be here.
Yeah, and here's that Reyna double kill in the mid lane again. That is so fun to watch. That is an exciting double kill in the mid lane. Oh man, it was interesting to see Blitz. I think there were a couple fights where I was like, wow, Blitz was the perfect pick here. And then that last fight when they got the Zac, I'm not sure how much that was intentional to pull the Zac first. Maybe it was. It's hard to say. You'd have to ask him. But the Blitzcrank was an interesting pick. Of course, who knows if they could have achieved something similar with a different support that's maybe more consistent. It's hard to know. And I think you're right to shout out the pretty impressive Rakan play by Buell there. Maybe a little bit more consistent at peeling for their carry in that game. I like to imagine these alternate histories and alternate scenarios. I think it's part of what I love about high level esports.
Definitely. I do think though a lot of the plays were a big question.
Yeah.
Once again, looking back at this replay, if they just, push towards mid instead of taking the Rift Herald instead of trying to get that fight mid where Reyna is not there, not playing for the carry, not playing for the people that they need to win, and once again, at this another, trying to install that Baron, trying to steal it, but then all people going in, giving much more to go than they could have offered, right? They did take out Buell, but it just sadly is not enough, right? I just think that if maybe we took our fights a little bit more smartly, this fight the game and the fights, moving forward, definitely could have been a lot more intense.
Yeah, and one thing I was going to mention earlier too, I was really impressed by Jim Ball on Camille because I don't think they were in necessarily a carry position for most of the game, but the choices they made of who to lock down, when to commit to a fight, and maybe die for your team was really amazing to see. I'm curious how much of that was Jim Ball and how much of that was team communication. It was cool to see. Not necessarily the carries of Cal Berkeley, but the support really make a difference for Stabsy to really clean up.
100%, Trevor. And speaking about Jim Ball, we saw him in the first game on that Scion, a very good support and damage pick. He's playing for that peel for his team. But another thing that Jim Ball does that I really like is, the general idea is I need a peel from ADC, right?
Right.
So maybe I should just ult whoever's on them. Like in this fight, they ulted the Akali, immediately getting that shutdown pick and ultimately scaling that fight for the win for Cal Berkeley, right?
Yeah.
In the previous fight, they're ulting Rammus off, right? He's far away, and then he's getting two people on him, locked down so they can't help the rest of their team.
Yeah, I mean,
Jim Ball is so smart.
Yeah, and it's hard to play a tank one game and then a bruiser like Camille in the next game. It was cool to see. And man, I mean, look at Stabs just absolutely do incredible damage there at the end of that game. Wow. Well, I'm sad to see that we won't be going to Game 3, but I'm excited to see these interviews that are coming up. I think we're going to pass it to our interviewers here to get some more insight into those last two games.
Oh. Thank you so much, casters. Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. This is Kimmy Allenwood, joined by Stabsy, who is the ADC of Cal Esports. How do you feel taking it on UCLA and taking that win?
I feel pretty good, especially after not having played League for a while now. So I was not too confident, honestly, about my performance or how I played, but I think this win gave me a bit of confidence going into the next games.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you did a very good job spacing. I saw from the Lucian game and from the Varus as well. Like your DPS was honestly very, very crazy. And so after this game, you're going to be taking on UCSD in, I believe, the semifinals, which happens to take you into the finals if you do win. So how do you feel going on and taking on to UC San Diego?
It is a bit intimidating. I think we as a team consider them or regard them pretty highly, and so it is a bit scary. But I think we do have a bit of momentum going in, rather or compared to them losing. So I'd say we have a decent chance and not as intimidated as before. So yeah.
What a humble yet confident king. And so I wanted to ask you, since we're going into the new season and there's so many different changes, especially with the items, how does that feel on Varus and what was your build, if you can explain that, especially on ADC?
Honestly, I had to read through the new items today as well. But basically, the new items I think work really well with Varus's kits, like the Terminator or whatever it's called. And it just synergizes with his kit really well, and besides that, I think most of the build stayed the same. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, and lastly, I wanted to ask if there is anyone you would like to recognize on your team that will help you carried into this game. Anyone you want to point out and say onto the stream?
I think I would like to shout out my support for carrying me through lane and playing really well throughout the series.
Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. This is me, Kimmy Alwyn, joined by Stabsy, the ADC of Cal Esports, and we will see you guys very, very shortly into the next series. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, that was fun to watch, and I love to see some affection between support and ADC, especially when sometimes it boils into conflict in the bot lane. It was nice of Stabsy to shout out his support like that.
Definitely, definitely. I can't believe just how well they played together, honestly. And honestly, Trevor, I'm so excited that we got to shoutcast that game, and I can't wait for the following games.
Yeah, I really look forward to watching it. We're going to sign off for now, but we will be back soon with the next series for League of Legends today at UCEI, presented by Xfinity. Thank you very much.
Remember when we only needed enough Wi-Fi speed for our video games?
Yep.
Then my little brother grows up, and now we need double the speed.
How's your internet supposed to keep up?
Oh, tell me about it.
Upgrade your speed with Xfinity today to keep up with whatever the future holds.
They've never lost a game to slow internet, and it shows.
We can hear you, you know.
The Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now.
Welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Welcome back. We're in Santa Monica at the Red Bull Arena here. I am Kimmy Elwin, joined by the lovely Quincy PhD Stokes. How are you feeling today, Quincy?
I'm feeling fantastic. We just witnessed a wonderful League of Legends game between UCLA and UC Berkeley. I do believe that was an incredible game, right? One of the first we've seen on this new season 14, but I'm excited to get into some more, Kimmy.
Yeah, I'm also very excited. There's a lot of different items, a lot of changes in the meta, and that means there's going to be a lot of differential in these team compositions and these, just like these champions overall and how they're doing in the meta. Like, we've been seeing a lot of Akali, a lot of like these assassin and mages just in general. Is there any specific champion or like team comp that you've been wanting to see these days?
It's a lot going on right now, right?
Yeah.
It's really hard to predict what kind of champions these teams are going to pull out, especially if it's their first time kind of playing on this game for now. We'll see them walk in just a second, actually. But in terms of things I'm looking forward to, I want some spicy mid picks. I know you and I are both mid lane players, right?
Yes,
We're going to see something cool.
We've been seeing a lot of the Akali, the Katarina. We actually got a Katarina game, which I was so excited about. We have seen like some typical picks like the Orianna. And yeah, how do you feel about those picks going into these games?
I feel great. More about the more exciting ones, of course. But here comes Cal here out onto stage as they kind of that's UCSD coming in onto stage. The colors are all the same. But yeah, walking in looking confident, right? And that's what a lot of this game is. It's confidence.
Oh, look at them looking so happy here. Thumbs up coming up from one of the players. We're gonna see I believe Cal gonna be coming in a second here as well. Let's see that hopefully.
Yeah, we'll get them walking in. They're going to do our handshakes as they so do before each game. And we're going to get you guys underway. I know we had some technical difficulties in that game one, but heading in now, we should be a lot more smooth. We actually had the spectators be altogether disabled by Riot Games for quite a while there, so we had to kind of work around that. But don't worry, we got some content coming at you real soon. And, there's Cal.
Yep, there's Cal walking in there. Both teams looking over out to the crowd. Look at them, so happy, so ready to play some League of Legends. Honestly, I'm very excited to see them play as well. They are able to if they take down this game, they're able to go into the finals. But if San Diego takes down this game, they're also going to the finals with the rematch of UCI. They were playing UCI earlier, and unfortunately, we're not able to take that win. But they can come back. They can redeem themselves.
Absolutely, and you get to kind of learn your opponent in that first game as well. So San Diego and UCI would both verse each other, knowing what the opponents are like already, which is something kind of huge in these kinds of situations. I'm sure Cal looks they feel a little more happy on the inside than they do visually on the outside. But now that we have these players sitting down, they're going to get prepared. They're going to get nice and warmed up, get their thoughts rolling, and I'm sure we'll hop in here shortly.
Yes, we're about to hop in very, very shortly, hopefully to see the draft. Let's see what's happening over here. Oh, look at that smile. So happy, so ready to play. Honestly, I'm ready for it too. This is, such a typical day. It's been very cold out lately, so I hope you guys are all warm and watching cozy from your beds here. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a Friday. Some people may have school, and that is a little bit unfortunate. But, we're here with some League of Legends to keep you warm and comfortable. If the weather is not, we are here to do it for you. We'll keep you nice and warm. Don't worry. But talking about the game a little bit more, we saw some exciting picks. Items in general, too, have been changed up. Storm Surge, that mid lane item with that % burst when you deal a certain amount of damage, deal more damage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they're usually pairing that with Shadow Flame too. So you get that crit damage coming out of Shadow Flame, and you come down. It's kind of like Storm Surge is kind of like another electrocute where you go hit them down for 30%, and then it strikes you with like a thunderstorm, and it does a huge burst of damage. So it's really good onto these like burst assassins. We've been seeing like some mages, some control mages such as like the Orianna going Malignance, I believe, which is kind of like that mage item. I've seen it very strong on Swin, so hopefully maybe we'll see a Swin coming out of one of these teams, but we will see.
Seen it on Swim, on Teemo a lot as well, because it kind of pops on his shroom whenever you step on it, and it's just an absolute pain to deal with. A Hui band coming out.
Oh my goodness. That is it's very scary, getting that Akali band coming out of Cal Berkeley here. Maybe they're going to opt in for that Fizz band too. It seems like they're rolling a lot of bands coming out of this like mid lane wave here.
I think that tells us a lot about the meta, right? All these item changes that have just gone through, things are still fresh, we're figuring them out.
Yeah.
Mid lane seems to be where a lot of that strength is. We have a couple new items. A lot of them are kind of going crazy. I hope we get to see a couple of them, and we're going to have this Volber ban as well. We know Jimball is a specialist.
That is right. He is the specialist of that Volber. We've seen it last year, too. He was able to dominate in the finals and take out that win for Cal Berkeley there, and since we're going to get that Ash ban as well. Maybe Enchanter ban, possibly. I know Enchanters have been doing very strong to this meta too, especially with all the new support items and the support like what do you call it? Completion items too. You can pick out of, I believe, 5 of them. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's interesting. It's a new grounds we're walking into here. These teams, as I've said before, they've been practicing on the PBE for as long as they can, but it's tough, right? Because there's not a ton of scrims happening on the PBE.
Right.
Not, LCS isn't going on right now, so teams aren't actively playing. But
I think we've been predicting it.
no.
No? Are you just hovering it?
Do it, me, don't do me like this. I would love to see a Teemo. I think that would be a talk about spicy pick, right?
A lot of options here.
Okay.
It seems that we are going to go for that various pick coming out of UCSD, and on the response of Cal Berkeley here, we're going to lock in that Callista. What are you going to pair it with, Quincy?
Callista's good, really good aggressive AD carry, right, in that early game.
Yes.
So you want to see something aggressive with it. Really good, nice to throw somebody in there with that ult as well.
Definitely.
So Nautilus, Alistar, even.
Yeah.
You could do a Rakan as well. I don't think he's that good blind pick. Pretty good in Navaris. You can lock him down as well, though.
Ooh,
but
Bard.
nay, we're picking Bard. Maybe, possibly. We won't get ahead of ourselves, but we'll have to find out.
Let's see here. It seems that we are going to go
Ooh.
opt-in for that Senna. Honestly, I was kind of agreeing with you there. I really like the engage support with Callista. I think that's more traditional, especially the Alistar and the Rel here. Seems that we are going to look at a Cassante coming out of UCSD. Ooh, or maybe not.
Mundo would be interesting. I think Callista does really well into Mundo, but we're not going to hover. We're going to go Trundle. We'll kind of take a step back here. It looks like our team comps on the side of San Diego, we're going to play this much more standard, Cassante, Varus, both two very all-around strong champions, not to diss Callista and Senna.
Yeah.
But we do lock that Cassante and an Azir hover.
Uh-oh.
We can't make up our minds.
Oh my gosh. You know what I'm praying for? I'm praying for the Katarina, but it seems that we're not going to get it. We're going to get that Nico instead. Let's see what Cal Berkeley is going to be opting in instead for. Seems like they are hovering that Diana here.
That was the longest 0 seconds I've seen in my entire life. Oh, wait, unless it's bugged and stuck at 0. Got it. I was like, this has been like 10 seconds. But anyways, a Shin Zhao lock.
Yeah, he's been doing really strong with, I believe, one of the Hydras, Titanic Hydra, just completely bursts out the team, or whatever, squishy, makes him very strong. I'm not sure what they changed onto that item, but I've just been seeing it so much into this coming new season, especially on Xin Zhao. So he's been pretty meta as a jungler coming in.
Yeah, which is what's something really exciting about kind of these new picks. We'll get a sneak peek at a screen there. About this kind of new meta is you don't know what to expect. We're seeing Nico, Xin Zhao, champions we might not have seen as much. Nico definitely within Last Worlds, but Xin Zhao not so much. It's been a while since we've seen him on a highly competitive stage. So I love that we get to see champions like this now.
That's right. I think they've been going a lot of that Storm Surge with, I believe, Protobelt on that Nico. Just completely, it's so strong, right? You can go into your little Nico form or go into a little minion form and just, hide completely into it, out of vision and just launch and just go full send on the team. Protobelt and Storm Surge, that should not be okay.
That's a combo. Throw a Shadow Flame in there.
Oh, and a Shadow Flame too?
Goodness.
Completely just obliterate their team.
Absolutely. But Jax is going to be picked up as the counter into Camille. We saw Camille in that last game. I do believe it was Berkeley who picked the Camille, but Yumi hover. I would. Ain't no way, right?
Ain't no way. What do you think of Yumi? Do you guys like Yumi?
Oh, that's a question.
Oh no. Chat's gonna get on me for that one.
Oh, true, definitely. Chat is gonna be. I'm sure the arena right now is just absolutely up in riots.
I like
No,
Yumi, though.
we're gonna lock Udyr. That's not Yumi. So okay, this must be Nico support. Thoughts or?
I think so. Yeah, I think it is a Nico support, and I think it could be a Jax jungle. I've been seeing Jax jungle quite a bit as well. It could be Udyr. Actually, this is very interesting. What is this team up? Hold up.
Talk about unexpected going into the new season. I mean, this is a bit of a comp. We don't really know the direction. We'll call it flexible, but perhaps an Udyr support. It must be. Whoa, no. Okay, here we go. Cassante support, Udyr jungle, Jax top. That's what I'm thinking.
Unbench the Kench. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the Kench this game. Sorry, guys. But it is okay.
Sorry,
you're going to have to see something else coming out of these two teams here. So we are going to get that casting coming out of Cal Berkeley, which, honestly, I don't know how I feel about that. I think he's kind of that champion who kind of scales into these late games. But it seems that these compositions are going to go into these late games, regardless. So maybe we'll just see him scale till then. But then again, you do have to be careful. He's kind of, super strong when he hits level 16. The typical Kassadin knowledge. But, yeah.
Absolutely. One thing really that I don't love here, Kassadin, granted, we might not have known it was a Cassante mid. Kassadin into Cassante seems absolutely terrible for Kassadin, right? There's no way that man touches a minion before level 6.
Yes, that's right. And because he has that magic shield too, he scales magic resist over time. So, if you think about it, into the Cassante doing 80 damage, he's gonna do no damage into this guy whatsoever. So I'm a little bit worried to see how Castaneda will play out into this game.
Absolutely, yeah. We will get a look at this bracket for you guys here, so we can kind of get a visual on the situation with the teams. And just looking at it here, we've seen it's been a long time coming, right? From all the way in round 1. Now we're here in the loser finals right now, San Diego versus Berkeley. And as you guys can see, the winner of this game will go on to fight UC Irvine in the grand finals.
That is very intense. You know, it goes both ways here. Like we've been saying earlier, San Diego can have a redemption arc. They did lose to Irvine earlier, so they can come back from this, but Berkeley, you know, were champions before. They were champions last year, so maybe they could take it into the finals and look for a rematch. I don't think they faced Irvine last year, but maybe they are able to take in the trophy, but we'll see.
Yeah, memory doesn't serve me too properly there either, but we do know Berkeley is really strong. I think they have a lot of really good individual talent on their team, which they displayed last game, absolutely, and I think really anybody can take it.
Yeah, I think so too, and you know what? It's just a lot of coming in from these players. Like, they've been working really hard on their solo queue, and honestly, I give them props. It's very hard going into this new season, not having knowledge whatsoever, and it's kind of just like you're experimenting, right? And we're kind of all experimenting with these new items. I honestly not sure what to build anymore either, so I'm just honestly props to these players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Google Analytics for me. That's kind of the route I take, and I kind of pick whatever champion seems cool. But obviously, these teams are not that way. They've got things planned out, no doubt. Behind the scenes, they've been practicing things, they've been scrimming, they've been working. So don't worry, everything is kind of planned here out for these teams.
That's right, and we're gonna head into a quick little break before we head into game. Don't you worry here. We're gonna see you guys very, very shortly.
If you don't know about Xfinity Mobile, well, now you do. It's the fastest mobile service around. With the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, only $30 a line per month. That's hundreds in savings a year when you wave bye to the other guys. All on the most reliable 5G network nationwide. You really shouldn't walk out the front door without it. Switch today at xfinitymobile.com.
Welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. What do we have on our table here, Quincy?
I have really good news for you, Kimmy. This is 8.4 fluid ounces of Red Bull. I'm feeling a bit parched, a little bit tired. It's been an early morning, but we're going to crack these puppies open. I'm thirsty. I'm sure you guys all are too. Grab some Red Bull if you're here in the arena with us. And thanks to Red Bull for letting us use their facilities for this wonderful presentation.
Yes. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right.
Now that's good.
Wow, look at this production. We're heading straight into game. Beautiful map here, getting an overview of the, I believe, the Drake. And look at the two teams spawning. Oh, hello, UCSD, out in the crowd over here. All happy.
This
look
is
at
what
them
we
go.
love to see. Camaraderie, team spirit.
That's right. We love to see it. Seems that the teams are now rolling out into these lanes, getting a little 5-point, but it seems that Cal Berkeley has some other ideas.
Yeah, we've got a couple members strolling into the bot side here, led by none other than Cassidon and Dark Lord, but Shizomasi, something might be up here. Let's see if he knows what's going on.
Be careful, you're about to run into 5-man, but it's okay. You have the ward. Camille coming in, getting that lockdown onto the Varys here, but he is just going to walk away a happy man. Seems like he did caught on.
It's okay. Vars did place a nice ward there, which saw them coming. Not a whole lot going on the hook shot. Unable, no follow-up for that, so they weren't able to translate it into a kill. But on the top side, we've traded off a ward from Udyr, too, from King Clueless. You love to see that.
That's right. That was a little bit scary, but it is okay. We seem that, typical farming here. Junglers are going to be starting on top side of the map, working their way towards bot. I think that's very interesting, considering that the, I believe, the little Rift minions, what do you call it? The Rift gremlins. That's right. The little gremlins spawn at 5 minutes, so I kind of want to see if the junglers are going to try to opt in and fight for that, but it seems that they are just going to be working to the bot side. Maybe they're just going to full clear and then send it top during that time, but we will see.
Yeah, from what I've heard about players, the Void Grubs are insanely strong and worth, rotating up early for. They give you stacking true damage against towers when you attack them, so they can have a huge impact in the game. But for now, they're going to have a lot of presence here from the side of Cal and bot lane. Senna is a monster.
That's right. It seems like they are just trading back and forth. Senna with the range there, just getting a few autos onto those enemy team on the UCSD side here. Then, typical, Casante is ought to get that early priority against that Cassidon, as, Cassidon can't really do much level 1 first couple levels until he's 6, but yeah.
Yeah, I want to keep my eyes on this Cassidon a lot in this early game. I think he's going to have a really hard time CSing and getting to level 6 safely. I'd love to see some ganks come in from King Clueless as well to kind of stop this Cassidon while they can early in the game, right? But for now, we're also going to see both junglers kind of pathing towards this bot side. Hopefully, we'll see some action in this bot side.
Yeah, that's right. Darkwood a little bit set behind here. Udyr is working his way towards bot side very shortly here. But let's see if Cal does have that priority, so he does have that ward. If King Clueless decides to go looking for a gank, they are able to spot him out very safely and hopefully get out, but let's see what happens in the spotlight.
Absolutely. Stabsy and Bile are kind of pushing in very hard here into San Diego. A lot of prio, but I wonder if they're aware how quickly King Clueless on this Udyr has managed to clear his way down.
That's right. He is running to his red, maybe trying to look for a bot, maybe looking for a big ball, but Darkwood on the same here, but let me hold on to that thought. It seems like Cassidy is not looking too well into this mid lane, completely getting just damage from this Cassante. Unfortunately, does have to burn out that flash.
Holden is holding onto his flash. He's not going to go ahead and use it there, which I think is a smart play. Not quite sure he had the damage to finish off that kill, but as I said, I think Cassidy is going to have such a tough time farming because Cassante can do that.
Yeah, you just completely have to respect that matchup, and it's just, with that scaling magic resist, you completely do nothing to that Cassante. It's a little bit worrisome, but it is okay, we still have time in this game. It's just whatever happens into this, later games, and hopefully UCSD is able to capitalize on this early game, considering, Cassin is not strong.
I hope so, but I don't know if they know Dark Lord is up in this tri-bush here. This side of the map has not changed, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Lord can still pull the old-fashioned walk into tri-bush, and here he comes.
That's right, he is going to be looking to this gank straight on to UCSD here. Proto's walking a little bit too far, going to get damaged, but it seems that they are going to be walking away okay. She is just trying to do as enough DPS as he can, pulling some threat onto Cal Berkeley here.
Yeah, very well done. Shizomasi as well is really doing a good job there of pushing out the damage. Did pop Ghost, but with that lethal tempo, I think we'll see this Vars continuing to do this on-hit, quick attack speed kind of damage throughout the game, but on the top side, which we haven't actually seen yet this game, Island.
the typical farming as per usual. Jax, Camille, farm. Usual.
Yeah, you love to see it. No flash on that Camille. Jim Ball rocking flashless this game. Traded it for Ignite, which tells me he's looking for solo kills up in this top side. I think it's a little bit difficult to find those kills onto Jax because he has that counter-strike on the E, but I don't know.
Yeah, typically, oh no! You do not have that flash to get away from this situation here, Cassidy, so unfortunately you are going to be falling down to, it seems that King Clueless, first blood going on to UCSD.
A wonderful gank there from King Clueless. You love to see that. We're tracking flash timers. We're saying, hey, this Cassidy is level 4 and does not have flash. Let's kill him on reach. If we can't, Dark Arrow.
Oh, Stabsy just living just barely against She's I believe. Little tongue twister of a name, but wow.
Yeah, you love to see it down there. This bot lane prile that Cal had in the early game has been dwindled a little bit. We're seeing a lot of presence, especially from Protoss as we hop into this replay here. As you can see, nothing Cassidy can really do. Keep in mind, he's got no flash, no ult, and it's kind of just walking into these two absolute units of champions, and there's not much you can do.
That is just very unfortunate. It seems like he just thought he was safe since he had all those minions, just trying to go for that farm. But if you're walking too far without flash, Kasane is the type of champion that just absolutely does not care.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's called the Kidnap King for a reason. He will get all up in your face and try to, take you away from that minion wave over the wall and get that kill on you. But we got a couple members of Cal rotating up here, not quite going to get anything from it. I wonder if Dragon is what they're thinking about. Or as you said, these Void Grubs have now spawned.
That's right, nobody's up for them, but we do see King Clueless looking for a back here. Maybe he's going to work his way to that top side, but let me hold on to that thought. Jim Ball locking in Giga with that ultimate. Unfortunately, Jack is going to have to burn out that flash. Seems like he is getting away as we have another fight going onto the mid lane. Dark Lord hiding into the bush with Yul, hopefully to take down Holden here, but Holden being the Kasante that he is, sending in that flash ultimate. Unfortunately, just going to go for a 1v2 and does take down that Cassidy.
Holden, that was disgusting. He really did kidnap right under tower. The Cassidy had nowhere to go. An insane play coming out of Kasante there. This character proving very, very useful in this early game.
Wow, incredible job. Even like in a 1v3 situation there, that Kasante was just absolutely mind-blowing.
That's an individual talent right there, absolutely shining. He's up 20 CS on this Cassidy. Holden is going to be playing a massive part in this game as long as his jungler, King Clueless, can continue to give him this aid like this.
That's right, King Clueless is just running straight into the Void Grubs, getting all 3 stacks for his team, making it easier to hopefully do damage to these turrets and, take them down quicker. Need 2 more stacks to spawn that little Void Lings to help them with these towers, and yeah, it's looking pretty good for UCSD at the moment.
Absolutely. I think late game, Jax can make use of these Void Grub, passive really, really well. They'll push him on this tower, but I think Camille taking Ignite is a really good part in that, but this bot lane is kind of a bloodbath.
Yeah, they are going to be stacking this wave under tower. It makes me think if they're going to be taking down Stabsy, you're doing a little bit too much damage. Unfortunately, he's going to be falling here. Yul going to be the last man standing under this tower. Is she able to live this situation here?
She's very, very low, just as Bile barely dodges that Blossom. He's playing with death a little bit here, staying under this tower. The Root going to miss as well. He just wants a couple more souls, maybe 1, maybe 2. But UCSD do claim this turret bounty here, and they are going to opt for that recall now.
That's right. Don't be too greedy down there, but it seems that there's an eco. Oh my goodness! You are just barely living the Yul. That's a little bit too greedy, but I guess the game's on your side today.
Absolutely it is. You love to see it. A little bit of luck on your side. I guess that's not luck. That's just straight up mathematics right there. But Giga.
I'm just better.
Absolutely. It's a skill tip, actually.
Yeah, it's just a skill tip. Team here. As I was saying, this bot lane, this Varus Nico just brings in so much poke and so much DPS and damage onto that Cal Berkeley Callista Senna there. So it's honestly very scary to see how that Callista and Senna is able to play out this lane phase, because if they're consistently getting damaged by that Nico, it just makes it very difficult. But let me hold on to it. Jimbo, unfortunately, gonna get smacked in the face by that Jax. Oh my goodness.
The damage is insane there, and very well played by Giga. Stunned Camille as she threw out the hook shot, so she couldn't recast it, had nowhere to go because she doesn't have flash, right? She's got Ignite, and Ignite is not going to get you out of that situation.
Yeah, that was honestly very scary. Just a solo coming out of that top lane here. Seems that Chizo is going to be alone in the bot lane. They do not know that 2 members of Cal is in this bush here. Nico, unfortunately, going to be caught off by these members in the bush. Going to extend into that ultimate and able to possibly turn this game around. Varus getting locked on by the Callista ult, but King Blue is coming in to save the day. say, Shizo is completely living, but unfortunately does fall to Stabsy here, and it's now a 1v1 situation with King Clueless and Stabsy, which unfortunately will be falling to King Clueless.
King Clueless is a monster right now. He basically did all of that work himself, cleaning up the fight in the end. As we can see, they got the Pop Blossom off with a stun onto 2, as well as the Varus kind of chained onto She's out, but his ult kept him alive for so long, it forced Varus to take a weird flash forward. He took a little bit too much damage, and Stabsy was able to finish him off with the Ren, but King Clueless just swept them up under the rug. 3-0 now with a Cosmic Drive in his pocket.
That is so absolutely well played by Protoss. Sending in that ult before he died just brought him so much time for that Udyr for King Clueless to come in and just completely clean up the fight with Shizo, and it worked out for them. It looked really good.
Worked out indeed. 7-2 now in favor of UCSD. Looking like they want that rematch in the finals here at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I imagine we're going to continue to see this pressure in the bot lane from UCSD.
That's right. They're just going to send in that poke left and right, building in that damage. Going to send in that stun and get that. Look at that poke. Look at that damage already. Just makes it so difficult as they continue to get that priority and continue stacking the wave under that tower.
This Nico Varus lane is deadly. You blend a Nico root, you can chain it into a Varus ult, and you can one-shot anybody down there. I am seeing the light with that combo, and they are translating it into their first dragon of the game. King Clueless is staying on top.
That is right. He is just completely on tempo as a jungler, just completely taking down every single objective, which is what you want to do, especially as a jungler, as King Clueless, and as someone who's hungry to win these next games.
Absolutely. I'll say it again. Non-stop aggression. Look at the position of Nico. Look at the position of Varus. Vile and Stabsy are unable to walk up. We do miss a skill shot, and with the assistance of our jungler, we can get a little bit of cryo, and it puts a lot of pressure on the Dark Lord, right? They're basically saying, okay, if you don't bring your jungler down here 24/7, hang on, we gotta fight.
Oh, nice dodge amount of Protoss there. It's scary, but we do see that jungler hovering over on Cal's side, hoping to crash in that bot wave. Seems like we've got a little bit of trading in that mid lane as well. We do see that Varus and Nico do have ult if they decide to go for a play, but let's hold on to that. What's going on the mid lane?
Play, hold it. Something here.
That's right, he's going to send in that ult and completely take down that Kassadin. Wow, that is Kazante against Kassadin for you.
Absolutely. They do know that Dark Lord is waiting in this bush, so all they have to do is play safe, not walk up too far, and they will be perfectly fine, and they can trade for these Void Grubs on that top side of the map. That is all 6 Void Grubs in the pocket of King Clueless.
That guy has, their entire team is up real good. They got all the Void Grublings, they got that early trade, they're getting solo lanes and their solo kills in their respective lanes. It's looking really, really good for UCSD right now as we have a fight going up onto the top lane. Jack sending in that ult. Unfortunately, Jimbo trying to ult away and get out of that situation, but just falls to that Jax.
Giga making Jax look really, really good here. Camille's hook shot went a bit in the wrong direction there, and it kind of gave Giga the opportunity to just jump on her. Camille, I'll say it again, without flash, if you use that hook shot, that is all the mobility that you have. If you don't use it wisely, you are going to pay the price hugely.
That's right, and that is what Giga is doing in that top lane here. So that we are going to get that wave stacked under Cal again. King Clueless was possibly looking for something, but it seems like he is going to be looking for a reset and working his way towards top. Maybe he's going to get stopped by Kassadin here, but he does not. He just backs safely.
You love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just 13 minutes into this game now. UCSD and the Tritons have pulled themselves a whopping almost 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000 gold lead, and that is because of the ruthless onslaught. That is this Cassante in the mid lane. 2 levels up, the top lane, 20 CS up as well, and it's non-stop all of the board destruction.
Sadly, you cannot defend this tower as Cassante is just completely dominating this mid lane right now. Even Dartle's too scared to walk into this lane. Once again, Kassadin unfortunately is going to have to burn out that flash so he doesn't get ulted by Holden, I assume. But it seems that Holden doesn't even have ults, but still really scary to walk up to that Cassante in this position.
Absolutely. Cassante, obviously, we all know, he's a tanky guy. As soon as he goes all out, he can kill you in an instant. The damage is insane from him. You have to respect him, especially when he's 3 levels up. I imagine a lot of this pressure now in the pocket of UCSD is going to be driven towards this top side as we have a play on the Gym Ball.
Uh-oh, Gym Ball, you are going to be taking in a 1v3 situation as King Clueless walks up, gonna get that stun. Another stun CC coming out of that Jax, and King Clueless just taking that tower. That's going to be another kill going onto that Cassante, and unfortunately, Jimbo does not lose that situation there.
The Tritons are making it look easy this game. They are just rolling this ball further and further forward, and a lot thanks to the help of King Clueless. This guy is putting pressure in every single lane, taking objectives all around the map and driving his solo laners to victory.
That's right. He's doing such an incredible job as a jungler. He really knows what to prioritize and what lanes to play for and things and where to be on the map. That's one of the most important things too, especially with these objectives. So he's doing such an extremely great job as a jungler in this game.
Absolutely, yes. It's really, you love to see it, and they're making great use of having these Void Grubs. Remember, you get a special bonus if you do claim all 6 Void Grubs, but bot lane, Holden.
Holden going in a 1v3 situation here. It seems like he is taking little to no damage as he sends Senna out. Gonna be ulting by that Kalista, and it seems that Bjorn's gonna live another day.
It's a great Kalista ult there to pull Bio out of there. Maybe not the best target to use that all-out on, but I mean, just think about this. Holden lives without a scratch against 3 members. He is such a powerhouse right now. Kimmy, how do you think Cal can deal with him in the late game?
That's a great question because I really do not know. I'm scared for Cal Berkeley, and it seems like King Blue does not care whatsoever too. Going to be setting in that route onto Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is just going to be ulting these champions away from him and hopefully bringing himself back to safety. But unfortunately, it's looking pretty bad for this bot tower as Brodos sends in a 4-man ultimate onto Cal Berkeley, and they completely burst out their team. Cassidy coming in a little bit too late here, and unfortunately just has to see his team fall down.
An insane Pop Blossom to start that fight off for the side of UCSD. Without Jax even there, they wipe the side of Cal Berkeley and again make it look simple and easy. I imagine we'll get a nice replay here as we see that 4-man Pop Blossom into the root, into Holden, waiting in that backline, dishing out the damage. We are going to hop back into game for our second Dragon.
That's right, our second Dragon, and they are up 10k gold. 16 minutes into the game. That is absolutely crazy, Quincy.
This is beginning to look like it is entirely one-sided in favor of UCSD. What do you think is going through the minds of Cal Berkeley right now?
I think they are a little bit discouraged. I still think they have the opportunity to play against UCSD if they capitalize on their mistakes. But it seems that UCSD has been playing to perfection. They've been playing so well. It's hard to find these mistakes, and unfortunately, you're walking a little bit too far here. You're gonna have to burn that flash, and being the Senna champion that you are, not having that flash makes it very difficult for you to, plant these wards and get vision for your team to capitalize on those mistakes.
Absolutely. Capitalizing on mistakes is what makes a huge part of this game. That's where the term snowballing comes from, right? You make one little mistake, the enemy team punishes you. Hang on.
That's right. Holden setting in for the bot line here, going for that flash as he completely just tries to take that UCSD. Kalista not looking too good here. Unfortunately, it's going to be falling to King Clueless as we do have that Varus in that back line. It seems like Cal are just going to be walking away out of this team fight, do whatever they can to defend this tower and live with Sapsi. Unfortunately,
Holden doing whatever he wants at this point in the game. A straight up flash behind the members of Berkeley, but hang on, the Rift Herald snacks the tower.
That's right, that Rift Herald is sending through as Fuel barely living to that Nico damage. Nico's support is just, wow, Protoss is doing incredible damage, landing these roots, just completely setting up for his team so incredibly well.
You love to see it. Setting up incredibly well is the name of the game now. 15-3 in terms of UCSD. I'm sure they're looking to close this game out quickly, and I think they have the means to do so. 11,000 gold ahead, 2 dragons, 6 void grubs. The list goes on and on. These items are being completed. We're going to get this full back, and I imagine Cal have a storm coming out.
That's right. It's a little bit intimidating, I admit, and it's very, very scary seeing UCSD. They are so incredibly strong. They have so much gold, so much items, just so much utility in general as the champions that they are. And like you've been saying, the Drakes, the stacks of the Gremlins, it's looking so good for San Diego.
So good. I think the win con for Cal here is we somehow wait for Kalista to get these items up. Santa will keep getting her stacks as well. Once Kalista has, I believe, Rageblade Bork, she can be a much bigger damage threat to this Cassante. But until she gets there, maybe even a third item on top of that, it's going to be really, really tough. As well as, obviously, the elephant in the room, Cassidy, late game.
Wow. Golden here just absolutely does not care where he's going. He's just walking like a madman into these teams. And it seems that Protoss going in for that 2-man ultimate. That flash from that Varus setting in that ult to Zapd, and unfortunately taking down that ball lane from Cal Berkeley. Seems that we are going to get that fight, setting in for that Xin Zhao. Dark Lord, unfortunately, going to be sent out by Holden. It's going to be falling down to that Cassante here. King Clueless do whatever he can to just completely take out Cassidy out of this fight and just burning down these objectives and inhibitors in those towers. It is not looking good for Cal at all.
Not at all. That is a classic. You have to pay attention to where Nico is at all times. Count your minions. You know who's played against it, and you know who hasn't because of how vulnerable you can be to it. UCSD actually going to take the back out here. I didn't think they were quite going to go for this. Pings on the way to Baron, as I'm sure spawns in 43 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, they are looking to step on this gas pedal further.
That's right, they're going to completely take it down as they reset and wait for that Baron to come up here. Jimbo, unfortunately, going to be taking damage out from Protoss. Protoss does not care, though. He's still sending in that damage to that Camille. That Nico to the Camille.
Wow, that's a support.
That's a support. What is going on?
That is a great question, but I guess that's what happens when you're fed. And Camille, I guess, not doing too hot in the gold department. I'm sure she's a little bit behind the entirety of the Tritons, up 12, almost 13,000 golds. As we're just kind of waiting now. The next objective for UCSD to take are these bot towers. I'm hoping they can get themselves up there, but Holden looks like he might want the sneaky approach.
Yeah, he is completely unstoppable as a champion. Like, Cal Berkeley has to, like, respect him, and it's just really hard to look for anything at all because of that Cassandra just building in so much pressure and just completely can take your entire team if you wanted to.
He really could. He's going all out onto your team, and he's
seriously
going to do a whole lot, but Dark Lord has to lead the charge here. Baron gets taken down, no problem. Protoss.
Oh no, Protoss sending in that ultimate is going to be getting that lockdown onto Dark Lord, and unfortunately Dark Lord is going to be living out of this situation, getting that flash, and does burn out that flash from that Jax. King Cool is in that flank area here, looking onto Riol. Cassidy unfortunately ulting into the face of that Udyr, completely getting autoed in that face, and the DPS coming out of that Udyr just completely not caring whatsoever and walking back and forth with Jimbo. It's not looking good for you.
It's not at all. The slow coming through from Cassante, looking to shut him down. Hook shot comes back up as he rolls out of there, but the rest of UCSD inside the base of Berkeley, it looks like it's wraps.
That's right.
As we continue here, keep going. A TP not going to save you there. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be game one going over to the Tritons here at the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity.
Yes, that is right, Quincy. What an incredible game, an incredible performance coming out of UC San Diego. That they did such an incredible job just like prioritizing these objectives and playing in the individual lanes. Like their micro in general has been so outstanding as we can see in this game.
Yeah, what I noticed a lot was individual player strengths, right? King Clueless all around the map, taking his objectives well. Great ganks from him. Giga up in that top lane, finding, I think that was 2 solo kills on a Camille all around the board. It was just individual play, and in the end, they brought it together with this insane macro, taking Baron into Dragon and the Void Grubs in the early game. It was an easy, clean end game because of how well they set themselves up in that early game.
Oh yeah, and that Nico too, just bringing in so much pressure for the team and just setting up all these team fights and just doing incredibly well. As we saw, you know, the 4-man ultimate coming out of that Nico out of Protoss there, just able to bring in so much gold for his team. And look at this gold breakdown here.
I mean, let's take a look at mid lane, right? We talked in the beginning about how Kassadin would not be able to look for gold. This man has almost a little bit more than half of the gold that Cassante does. He was struggling for gold. 1 item to Cassante's 2.5. 3, that is 3 full items, excuse me. The gold differential was massive that game, and I'm sure we'll get the damage breakdown here in a second, but I mean, across the board, I'm seeing 4K gold lead, 4K gold lead, 3K gold lead, all in favor of San Diego. They were looking incredible this game, Kimmy.
Yeah, they were looking so good, and we can see it in their individual gameplay. We can see how they play as a team, how they're able to capitalize on these like objectives, how they were able to roam on the map, just consecutively, like everything.
Everything indeed inside of Cassante's pocket as well. This man dealing 15,000 damage in this entire game. That is more than his 80 carry. I'd also like to point out that Nico did more than her 80 carry.
That is crazy. Nico did the second most damage on San Diego here. And we saw it throughout the laning phase as well, as they were building so much pressure in that bot lane, that Varus Nico just poking the crap out of that Kalista and that Senna. It's just unstoppable.
Yeah, in the very, very early game, right? In the first minute or two of the game, we did see Kalista Senna with a little bit of prio. We saw Senna kind of harvesting those souls, but I imagine as soon as Varus Nico hits level 3, level 6, their kill pressure spikes incredibly, right? You get these double roots that I was talking about. You get the Pot Blossom damage. And, I mean, we got to shout out King Clueless, too.
Oh, yes, of course. King Clueless with how he was playing on the map, where he was responding. You know, we can see how, like, he started topside and full cleared onto bot side, backed, ran straight to the 5-minute grublings, and just completely kept doing that over and over again. He got the grublings, and then he went for the drakes. Like, he was just on point, on tempo every single time.
Absolutely. I think a lot of what this game kind of comes down to is you have too many losing lanes on the side of UC San Diego. Sorry, Berkeley, excuse me. it was not what you want to see. Kassadin loses that early game really hard.
Yeah.
The top lane loses as well. It's just, and it's not enough for Shinzao to kind of scrape together all of it and make a team out of it. I think I would like to see a little bit of a stronger draft from Berkeley in this next game. But, I mean, man, what a game.
Yeah, I think it's very important to opt in for that. You know, a little variation. You want some scaling team comps, or scaling champions, and you also want some champions that kind of allow you to duel into this early game, especially with that 5-minute Void Gremlins. You're going to be getting that dueling into that topside river pretty frequently. So it's very nice to have, you know, a dueling top laner, a priority top laner, or a mid laner, you know, kind of something to anchor between.
Absolutely. So, thinking about that last game, going into the next one, we do have San Diego up 1-0 in this series. Very dominant, to say the least, right? What do you think specifically Berkeley needs to do to bring it back in this second game? Because they look really strong in the first series.
I think that is a really good question. Maybe look for something instead of that Kassadin. Or like you said, no, like opt in for more early game picks, kind of that thing. Or like team setup. I believe like that Nico and Varus just completely did so much damage to that bot lane, and we saw, you know, that Udyr just walking in straight into the lane and just doing incredible damage and just being on tempo all over the map because of his laners, because they have that kind of priority, especially with his mid lane. He was able to take in that top Void Gremlin so easily because Cassante just has prio throughout the entire game. Like there was never a point where he did not have prio.
Absolutely, and prio was a huge part of that, right? It allowed Udyr to take those Void Grubs, to take that first dragon, to find these ways into these ganks to really just continue to snowball the lead. But why would we sit here and talk about the rest of that game when we can watch it with this wonderful replay here? And as we look among the rift, right?
So beautiful, so fun.
If only we knew what kind of bloodbath was going to take place
yeah,
here.
if only we knew. Here we go. First play here, seeing that Castle did not have flash. Unfortunately, walking up a little bit too far in lane and going to be taken down by King Lewis.
Yeah, and the rest of it kind of just all fell into the Triton place. Jizzo find himself in a difficult spot at the end of this fight, but keep your eyes on King Clueless here, right? I mean, this guy was a powerhouse throughout this entire game. There was not one moment in this game where I was like, oh, Udyr's not looking too strong here. He might scale up later. No, sir. He is an absolute unit, and the theme kind of continued. He got up in this top lane as well. Had countless time where he was finding these opportunities, finding these kills to really just take down Jimball. And this is, again, something that can be very easily improved going into the next game. This Bot Blossom was the one that did it all.
Yeah, it completely just obliterated Cal Berkeley and just took down their team. Kassadin tried to do whatever he can, but it wasn't enough whatsoever. And we could see it again with the Nico taking down the bot lane out of Cal Berkeley. And his team was able to capitalize on that pretty well.
Absolutely. A great follow-up there with the VAR splash ult from Shizo, and I just really love to see it. It looks like this team is working in unison. They've been practicing all together, and they have a great read on the meta, right? They've been practicing with these new items. They know what champions are strong. The Varus in particular, I've heard from a certain Golden Gad that is an incredibly strong champion. I can't wait to see if it has a bit more prio in this next series. We also saw a lot of key picks from the side of Berkeley banned out. Maybe this shows us that they need to find something else that they're comfortable on to pick. That Volibear was banned out, that Zac was banned out as well, which we know Jimball and Dark Lord are
specialized in that. Volibear and that Zac, I believe. We might head into an interview very, very soon, but before then, any things you want to see going into this next game from San Diego, I would say?
I'm excited, right? You know, it's a new season there out there, gamers. If you haven't played a whole lot of League of Legends in the last couple days, trust me, you're in for an absolute hoot. We've got a new map, we've got new items, and all around we've got new great times. But yes, we will stick around for just 1 second as we'll get back to you in a minute.
Welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We're going to go into Game 2 of SD versus Cal Berkeley, which SD is going to be taking in the lead here. How are you feeling about this second game, Quincy?
I'm feeling great. I mean, talk about strength. UCSD looked so good during that last game.
Yeah.
The power was honestly incredible that game. I think Berkeley only had 3 or 4 kills at the end of that one. So obviously, San Diego are looking to recreate this kind of draft, this strength that they had in that last game. Berkeley trying to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to be opting in for this draft here as we go straight into it. Let's see what this first band's going to be. But looking into these two teams, we're going to get that Hoi band once again. How are you feeling about, these the champions that they picked last game, and what should they change and opt for this game?
So I think the obvious one there, first thing in my head, is that Kassadin.
Oh,
it
yeah.
was a very weak pick. It didn't seem like it had that sturdy ground to stand against Cassante. That's both due to Kassadin's early game weak nature and Cassante's absolute monstrosity of a character, just presence, right? But bands look roughly the same. We do have the same exact bands coming out of Berkeley, I do believe. Excuse me, that's UCSD. But there's that Varus again.
Yeah, there is that Varus again. Maybe they're going to try to opt in for that same bot lane with that Varus Nico. And hopefully, it seems that Callista is trying to opt in. I would believe not Senna this game, because it didn't bring that much pressure as we were hoping to see in that game before. But it seems that they are going to be looking, or maybe I was wrong. They are going to take in that Senna instead. Going to go with that same variation of picks with the Cassante. And yeah, how are we feeling about this?
Okay, this is the exact same draft as last game. So clearly, both of these teams feel like, not as of yet, they have to change anything. Ain't no way we get the same pick right here, though. I don't remember what they picked third last time exactly, but right now, we do have an Orianna. That's the first new pick we've seen, which is great. You love to see that, but looks like San Diego are not afraid of doing the exact same comp.
That's right. They are not afraid, as we are going to see that Varus Nico again. Hopefully, they played out this matchup with Stabsy and Joel, so maybe they could change up how they play into this bot lane. That and hopefully try to opt in for something a little bit different. Since SDU was able to bring in so much pressure and so much damage, maybe their jungler will be able to play around that bot lane more too. So hopefully we get to see some changes on how they play microly.
Absolutely. I think jungle played a really pivotal role in that last game, especially, obviously, King Clueless on that Udyr was a powerhouse. Love to see the ban coming out from Berkeley against that. The Azir as well is a great pick into Orianna. Love that ban too, but now it's going to be kind of up to San Diego to choose this last ban and lock in their B4 and B5.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to be banning here. As you would say, they are going to ban in that Xin Zhao, which is a little bit interesting. I don't know how well that Xin Zhao was able to, do into that Udyr. It seemed that Udyr was able to dominate so well into Berkeley, so it is a little bit interesting to see that they decided to ban out that Xin Zhao anyway.
Yeah, okay, Nocturne. I like this a lot. I personally played against a Nocturne mid. This character seems really, really good with the lack of kind of bushes around the map with these open lanes. It means that regular junglers don't gank quite as easily. Hi, Tilde. But Nocturne does have this easy kind of gank priority and potential because he can just fly in from afar. Same thing with kind of Zac. He falls into that nature of really easy ganks. So I like this pick a lot. We'll see Jax as well.
What is that? Is that a Yuumi? Oh, it looks like it's not. It's looking like a Gragas. Hopefully lock in. Yes, that's right.
Nice.
Unfortunately, we are not going to see that Yuumi again, sadly. But it is okay. We're going to see that Gragas. And I know that he's been doing so strong with those new items, especially with the Thunderstrike item.
Yep. Storm Surge.
Storm Surge, that's right. He's been doing so incredibly well, especially with the Electrocute too, or like Phase Rush. He just does so much incredible damage in high bursts. That's kind of what you want to see out of that Gragas.
Yeah.
So hopefully we get to see that out of Rag and King Clueless actually.
I like this draft a lot more from Berkeley this time. I like the Scion Nocturne combo. You Nocturne ult, turn the lights off, and then all of a sudden there's a Scion coming and you don't know where he's from. So I like this a lot. I love this crowd, too. You guys out there in the crowd have great energy today. UCSD, you guys are killing it out there.
Hey,
and
SD.
we love the energy. What's going on, guys?
Oh, look at that. Ram is okay. My favorite emote. Okay.
That's a good one. Go Stabsy. Go Stabsy.
Woo. All right. Oh. Is that Stabsy? Stabsy looking pretty happy, standing in behind the camera, about to play some League of Legends.
As happy as a League player can be, right?
Yeah, look at him warming up, getting ready. And yeah, the usual, as we can see. But, speaking about these champions, what is some champions you would want to see, hopefully in these next coming games, if we do get to see any other games?
Champions I'd love to see. I'd love to see more Nocturne. I do like Nocturne a lot, to be totally honest with you.
I do like
that was kind of the one in my head, not going to lie. I was driving here this morning thinking, okay, champions, that would be cool. Nocturne popped up in that list. I think he's really strong here, particularly mid. But jungle, I think, works just as well as Gragas. I really want to see how this character performs. We heard another certain Golden Gad talking about how strong Gragas was, so I wonder if that word remains true.
Yeah, I've been seeing it a lot too, completely bomba. Go crazy on that Gragas. Hopefully we get to see that into this game out of King Clueless. And yeah, these team cons are looking a lot better. They kind of, it seems like UCSD kind of opted in for what they did well last game, which was that Cassante and that bot lane. And hopefully we get to see that out of their performance into this game. And maybe Cal Berkeley is able to change it up, and because he did opt in for that same bot lane too, so it's very, very interesting to see.
Absolutely. And before we hop into this game here, you asked me about champions that I did enjoy to see. Is there any champions you'd like to see the most, or do you have like a favorite champion or anything like that?
Do you want to guess?
Oh, nothing quite pops into my head. Could you help me? I don't know what.
Oh, so this is champion, and we saw her earlier, and her name is Katarina. Oh my gosh!
You had that written down?
Yeah.
You just wrote down your favorite champion like that?
Yeah. Do you not do that?
Wow. I don't do that. No, I don't.
What's that?
I don't do that. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
Okay, anyways, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, we're coming with some action at you, so sit tight, stay tuned. We're coming back with some more content.
We created Xfinity Rewards to show our genuine gratitude for having you with us. It's free to join, and rewards start from day one. From special perks and surprises to once-in-a-lifetime experiences you'll be talking about forever. They're all ready and waiting for you right now. Just go to the Xfinity app, tap join, and voila, you're in. It might just be the most rewarding thing you do all day. Xfinity Rewards. Our thanks, your rewards.
Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity, where we're going to be going into Game 2 of SD versus UC Berkeley. And yeah, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I like this draft a lot better than this last game from Berkeley, especially. It seems like their team fight has a great direction, but hang on, this Teemo U is maybe one of the best things I've ever seen in my entire life. Also, is that Gnar?
Oh my god! Hi, Nord! Look at UCSD, so cute with their little posters here. We're about to go into game very, very shortly, and yeah.
You'd love to see it.
We love the crowd.
Yeah, anyways, I think Berkeley has a much better comp, right?
Oh,
they have a great team fight with this Orianna Nocturne kind of Scion combo.
Oh, yeah.
They can bring this not one, not two, but triple combo going in there. Hopefully, we could do something with that in this wonderful game we call League.
That's right, here we are, loaded in. Ready to play some League of Legends. Look at everyone's little emotes. I love that game. My favorite.
Absolutely. We got to see that in Game 1, a nice little tour of the Rift, but not this time. That's okay. I can't imagine either of these teams are going to go for anything early game. We both seem to have a little bit of a weaker early game. I would maybe throw the 5v5 priority towards Cal, because they have Scion, but we're gonna chill for now. Little 5-point.
That's right. Typical 5-point, the usual. Hopefully to deny some vision, deny new wards of where the jungles are going to be starting or where they're going to be clearing. But it seems that, you know, King Clueless, being the Gragas that he is just walking up and spamming the SD.
It's true. King Clueless, clearly a very dominant jungler, as we saw in that last game. I'm sure he's looking to lay down the law again onto Dark Lord 70, but let's see if he can do it. I think Nocturne stands a pretty good chance against Gragas. He's got that spell shield, but Giga, does he know?
Does he know?
Jimbo versus Giga.
The ultimate stare face down in the top lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets on who's going to march first. It's Jimbo.
Jimbo, but he knows! Wow.
Giga's fishing.
He's fishing. He is. He dodged it.
Can we get a gold check on Jax? It's okay. I think he got one there at least. I did see it. You love to see that. You got 2!
Wow. Incredible start to the game
Talk
already.
About scaling.
Wow, look at that. 5 gold coming out of King Clueless too. It seems like he was able to spot out a win. Oh, wow. Let's see how this bot lane's going, though. It seems that Yol is unfortunately going to get poked out by that Varus, as per usual, as we could, you know, expect out of this Varus Nico combo. The bot lane, Yol walking in a little bit too far, taking a little bit too much level 1 damage. I'm a little bit scared to see how the level 2 goes, but it seems that Cal Berkeley are going to try to get it first here. Just going to get that priority and, you know, keep themselves safe for the level 2.
Yol's found himself really low. Obviously, right off the bat, this damage from Varus Nico is to be feared in this early game as well. We're seeing the same kind of pattern from Cal playing this aggressive early game, right? They believe that they have an advantage early in, so they're going to try to use it, going to take some fights. Holden locked in on this Cassante mid yet again. I think he obviously has a much harder time against Orianna than he does against Kassadin.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree, especially with Orianna a little bit more range as a champion compared to that Kassadin, and, you know, doesn't have that, like, scaling magic resist that Kassadin has. So, honestly, it's looking a lot better for Xiao in the mid lane here.
Oh, absolutely. Holden, although obviously still believes in this Cassante mid, I don't think it necessarily needs a crazy strong early game to scale up in that late game. I think the champion just is that good, so he's maybe looking to do that once again. Yol and his partner Stabsy doing a great job at pushing this in early game. It's once again going to be up to the junglers to kind of direct these lanes.
That's right, we do see King Clueless opting in for this bot lane gank here. Was spotted on a ward, but he seems like he does not care. Trying to look for that flash coming out of that Nico. Unfortunately, Yol gonna get that lockdown CC in first blood. Going on to King Clueless, Dark Lord coming in to try to get some redemption kills for Stabsy here, but I don't think he has much to contribute into this bot lane.
Yeah, they don't have the means to quite get in there. A beautiful chain CC coming out from the side of the Tritons there. It was a nice Nico route into a nice Gragas flash. 2 flashes used, as we can see here in this wonderful replay. There's that route landing. Stabsy does flash it, but King Clueless not giving Bjol a chance to even think about whether he wants to flash or not.
That's right. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to react to that chain CC coming out of that Gragas and that Nico, so it just makes it really difficult for, you know, Senna to get out of that situation. So it's really nice to know that she did not burn her flash there.
Absolutely. This means it's a little bit tougher for King Clueless to gank bot lane in the future. He used flash himself, which is, you know, Gragas has his gap close, right? He has that body slam, but does kind of need flash to really make good use of it, I think. So we likely won't see a ton of action from King Clueless's ganks until he has that flash back up in 3.5 minutes. But for now, we're going to sit back and enjoy the ride that is Holden picked out.
Oh wow, Holden kind of running out of mana here in this mid lane. Orianna is looking in that priority team quite well in the mid lane. We do see Dark Lord hovering off into the spot side. Seems that King Clueless is aware of this, so he is going to be going in for that invade for those top camps over there, that upside here.
Love to see it, getting a little bit of gold in his pocket there. We saw King Clueless do this a lot last game. Flip not quite going to work. Orianna there. Got to be careful of Gragas above, but doesn't look like he's going to go in for that gank. But some pings on the way topside.
That's right, he is going to be working his way into this top side, but Dark Lord is also coming by as well. Maybe looking for the Crux here, or let's see what happens.
It's a really tough gank. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot walk just underneath tower there for a second. But hang on.
Holden getting a little bit greedy for CS here. Orianna just going to do as much damage as she can. Fortunately, both of them do not have mana, so they just are going to walk away safely. No further battles in the mid lane.
No flashes.
Yeah,
Maybe
no flashes
Orianna
either.
She'll go buy a tier.
Yeah. Farm up, scale up with some mana, and it seems that people is going to get these little gremlins here.
Indeed. So he's leaving them low because they give you a shield when you kill one, or when you kill one, you give the other 2 shields. Kind of like how the Krugs work in TFT. As we can see, he didn't get the I thought he was going to get the triple kill with one barrel. That would have been crazy, but
That would have been interesting to see. I wanted to see if that worked too.
yeah, that'd be interesting. But I'm a little bit scared for Cal, right? Because this is kind of the exact same early game we saw last time. As Holt is laying down the wall right now.
That's right, he is level 6. It's a little bit worrisome onto that Orianna. Unfortunately, going to get hit by the Airborne. I was going to expect to see that Cassante level 6 here launch out that Orianna because she didn't have it, but it seems like he's just going to be holding back, as his name says. Just chill out in the mid lane.
Chilling out indeed. Marching forward, but it's moved out like crazy. This Nico Varus lane's damage is insane.
That's right, it's just building so much pressure for this bot lane, especially for the Senna. Like, she's been taking so much damage out into this like poke bot lane, as you've been saying earlier. And we saw it last game too. It was very scary, and it just completely just further advantaged their lane so much harder.
Absolutely. Lane is really, really tough down there. A 1k gold lead into the side of UCSD. They're looking great this game so far. Very much recreating the situations of last game. Bill getting low.
That's right. Protoss, unfortunately, going to be missing that CC, so Stabsy is going to be capitalizing on that. She's going to be taking damage from both Stabsy and Senna, as we do see both junglers are going to be battling it out in the river. It seems like we're going to get 3 individual fights at the moment here.
All over the place, squabbling back and forth. She's only seeing Bush waiting, but that's actually not him. That's Nico.
Oh no! Yo, unfortunately gonna get queued by that Nico, and the damage coming out. King Cool is hiding out of vision into the bush here. Gonna be trying to get onto Dark Lord. It seems that that spell shield is gonna be saving him from that damage from the Gragas, and it seems that unfortunately he's not gonna be living in that situation.
Dark Lord is probably waiting for that level 6 hold and wants to find something.
That's right, he is looking for something in the mid lane here as Orianna just completely pokes him out. She does have Shockwave here, so maybe she is going to be going for something. Santek sending in that unstoppable, and it seems that mid lane is just a fighting territory, but no kills yet.
Absolutely it is. Look at the inventory of Holden. This man has a no magic mantle already straight up. He's looking to ignore Orianna as much as he can. Giga.
Giga looking onto Jimbo as Jimbo sends in the ult. Going to be flashing out of the stun of that Sion, and Sion's going to be ghosting away. Jax getting his ultimate and trying to do damage to Jimbo, but he's just completely getting spaced by that ghost and getting damage from his minions. Oh no! He does able to take down Jimbo. It's safe. He takes him down. It's fine. It was a little bit scary in the top lane, but he does finish the job.
Absolutely. I thought Jimbo was just going to walk out of that one. It was very, very close, but the Tritons are sitting happy this game, finding themselves 3 kills already, trying to extend this gold lead. They're looking incredibly dominant. I said this at the end of last game. They look individually really good. I think their players play very, very well all by themselves. We clearly were seeing the rewards of that.
That's right. And it seems that, you know, individual play is very prominent, and it just further advantage their team, and going forward, you know, build so much tempo and these like plays for these objectives. So it's very nice to see coming out of SD, and hopefully we get to see Cal just scale in and do more damage progressively and play progressively later too.
Absolutely. The damage coming out from Nico is rather disgusting as we see the root.
Oh no, the root coming out of Stabsy here. Unfortunately, does have to burn in that flash. Shizo does not land that Varus ult to able to finish off the Kalista, but you know what? At least Stabsy gets to live another day.
Yeah, I missed the timing there on when he got that ultimate available, but didn't come through quite soon enough. Dark Arrow barely gonna miss there as Beal takes a little bit more pull. Keep your eyes on your mini-map, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Lord is sitting nearby with ultimate available.
Yes, he is sitting by, hovering that bot lane here. Maybe possibly looking for an ult onto Varus, as he does not have ult. He does not have mana, so it's a little bit scary for Shizo, but he does have flash. So let's see what Protoss and Varus are able to do onto this bot lane here. Orianna working her way to the bot lane as well, as we are going to send in that ult onto Protoss. Protoss sending in the ult onto Stabsy, and Fuel, but unfortunately executed as none of his teammates are able to capitalize on that play.
An insane play. I really thought Protoss was going to do something there. I thought that ult was going to turn a tide. Maybe he could find that kill onto Stabsy. Was unable to do so, but we'll watch here as Dark Lord flies, and it's, I mean, first of all, it felt like he was taking that Gromp for an eternity, but he eventually flew in. A great decision here from Protoss, I think. It kind of let Varus live, didn't continue that chase, forced the heal out from Stabsy to save himself. Maybe, I think Beal actually has heal, but either way, I think it was a good play. Cal finds himself with another kill, but a Shockwave.
Orianna, unfortunately, going to be getting hit by that Cassante. That Shockwave just absolutely does not matter into Holden here, as he just takes down this Orianna into his mid lane. Wow. That's Cassante for you.
That is Cassante for you. Look at his inventory. He's got a no magic mantle.
Oh, yeah. And more magic resist.
More magic resist, health, and then more health. And he's doing so much damage.
How is that okay? okay, as
Ain't
you
that
don't
the question?
have any damage items. You just have full magic resist items. But I guess that's kind of the champion you are as Cassandra. You do damage over time. You know, that's what most tanks are good at doing. They do damage over time. They're not like the burst champions of League of Legends, but you know, it seems that we have another fight going onto the top lane as Sion's gonna be sending the ult straight into the wall. Giga trying to send on to Jimbo here as Jimbo is trying to ghost away in this situation. Giga doing whatever he can to match the ghost, but unfortunately you cannot match the movement speed of that time.
Absolutely. Ghost saving him this time. It didn't unfortunately do so last time. Jax making it, or Giga making Jax seem like a very strong champion up in this top lane. I think Jax does a little bit worse in this Sion now than he did because he has that Divine Sunder option. So he's going to be dishing it out up there as best he can. But Sion, I think, has a leg to stand on in this matchup. Golden looks like he wants a little bit of the roam, but Kalar kind of back in the driving seat.
That's right, they are having a lot of priority into the spot lane. It seems that a lot of the members in the top side here are working their way for that lane. Go walking in a little bit too far into the CC, setting in that ultimate from that Nico and that Senna. Sadly walking a little bit too far to try to take down Protoss, and he does. As we do have Dark Lord setting in the ultimate with the flash coming out of Shizo, taking 2 members of Cal, and unfortunately falling down to Dark Lord in this bot lane.
Shizo, are you kidding me? That was clean. He managed to scrape up 2 members there, and I think that was wonderfully played. It was like such a split-second decision to make that flash Q forward, finding those double kills, which I think actually is massive for the side of UCSD. We will get a replay of that one for you guys so we can catch it in HD slow motion, but I mean, come on, let's watch this again. Yeah. Protoss did a lot of damage right off the bat. Pop Blossom didn't find onto Viol. They switched their target completely onto Stabsy, right? Kind of trying to find that damage. He makes a decision here to flash forward, had a lot of blight stacks on the both of them. Figured it was worth it, and I think it absolutely was. 2 for 2 there is nothing to scoff at.
That's right. He knew that he was going to die, and he was able to use that to his advantage. Unfortunately, Orianna going to be walking into that Nico minion there. Unfortunately, falls to the damage of that Nico. It's kind of not too great.
That's Nico. It's unfortunately the only thing you can really do is count your minions and count your days. Eventually, she will find you.
Yeah, she will, and sees that King Fluid is going to be looking into Dark Lord here too. Not going to be sending in that shield as he is going to be flashing out of that ultimate barrel as we do see Shizo walking a little bit too far in the bot lane with Yul and Stabsy trying to look onto this Varus, but unfortunately not able to find him here in this bot lane.
Yul drops a lot of HP there with just 2 turret shots. Golden finds himself a little bit deep. Actually manages to kidnap.
That's right, Orianna unfortunately coming back to lane, being taken down yet again with the TP. It is not looking good for Xiao Xiao as Dark Lord trying to do whatever he can to defend his mid turret and get that CS and get that XP, but he's not able to do much against that Cassandra as we do have Protoss getting that lockdown onto Stabsy, and Stabsy unfortunately going to be taken down yet again to that chain CC of that Gragas and that Nico.
A really insane kind of carry-on play from Protoss here. The little minion roaming down. The minion that could, if you will. Finding all the kills that he can. It's up in top lane. Giga and Jimbo are just going at it.
That's right. Jimbo is coming with that Sunfire Cape, sending in the ult into this Jax. As Jax is trying to hop away out of this situation here. Giga sending in that ult, flashing out of the Jimbo. Stun here from the Sion, and seems like he is going to be living another day. A happy Jax fan. That Sion's getting a little bit scary now.
Yeah, he's getting really big on HP there. Unfortunately, Divine Sunder is not available, as I brought up, so Jax has no % max damage. He's not going to be doing a whole lot to this big truck of a man, but Yul is in a tough spot.
Yeah, Yul is in a tough spot. Stabsy does have ult from here. I don't know if they're able to do much in this situation. It does seem she gets away, and King Foolish just walks away from the position of his push there too, as we do see both Nocturne and Orianna that bot lane play there.
I love the patience there from King Clueless. He didn't dash in unnecessarily. He knew that Dark Lord was nearby, but Holden might be in a tough spot. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Orianna with Beatrice should be okay too, but Holden just absolutely does not care. He's been dominating this mid lane with this Cassandra pick, as we've been seeing this last game, as we see non-stop fighting in the top lane yet again with Giga sending in some autos onto that Sion, and Jimbo just going to be ghosting away here.
My favorite part about the top lane matchup is you never know who's winning. Last time it was Sion, this time it's Jax. He did complete that Trinity Force. This time I'm not sure if he had it last time specifically, but it's always back and forth.
Yeah, right, it's always back and forth, and Orion taking a little bit more damage in that mid lane. A little bit scary, but it seems like King Clueless has been taking these void stacks, the last 6 void stacks I believe, and he's completely getting it again onto this Rift Herald, and objective-wise, it's looking good for SD once again.
really, really is. They found themselves sitting pretty in the 4,500 gold lead. Protoss in a tough spot.
Yes, Protoss just sending it in. His stun as he goes in for that ult. Unfortunately, not going to be getting anyone in this situation here, as we do get that lock-in from Dark Lord, trying to look onto members of their team. Jimbo getting that 3-man stun, but unfortunately, he's not going to do much at all, as UCSD is able to clean up these kills here.
Clean up indeed they are. Jimbo and Buell had a nice little combo there with a 3-man knock-up into a 3-man root, but not enough to scrape their team out of the hole that they're in. Buell has to try to hold this down. We have Shelly. Will anybody hop in? Nobody will. It's a bait. Nobody go for it.
Nobody go for it, but I do want to see it.
Me too. Nico's in. Protoss, I love you
go.
as he goes
let's
in.
Go,
Wait,
Protoss.
wait, Protoss, get out of there.
No. Oh, what happened? Okay, we're out. We're fine. We're fine. But it seems that Holden does not care though. He's sending in that Oriana to his team, and unfortunately, Xiao Xiao is going to be going down yet again.
Yet again, indeed, Holden is. Listen, we talked about in the beginning of this game that he's going to have a tough time against Oriana. Absolutely not. He has been essentially ignoring Oriana's damage this entire game, has been scaling into a monster. And back into this fight, we get a nice another little look at that 3-man root, but Protoss did not find anybody with the pop blossom. Dark Lord flying in there was unable to secure a kill off of the rim there, so it really made it difficult for Brooklyn to find some ground to stand on in that fight with Stabsy and Dark Lord so low. All King Clueless and Giga have to do is clean them up with the help of Shizomacy, but flying in here was not a mistake, I think, from Nocturne. I think it was A-okay, as we get a quick little look at the Ocean Dragon going off. Back in the game.
Back in the game, we are able to take down that Inferno Drake, going to SD here. And, Todd, what do you think Cal can do to come back into this game?
That's a great question. I think it's similar to last game. When you pick this Callista pick into this tankier team, this Jax, Gragas, and Cassante, you need to wait for the
Oriana a little bit too scary there, but it seems that she does get away as, you know, Oriana sending it through, as we do see the top lane with Jimbo doing whatever he can to take down this Holden here. Holden just in a 1v4 situation here, living so absolutely long. He's taking no damage, but eventually he does fall to members of Cal Berkeley, as unfortunately their base are going to be taken down by SD in response to that.
I do believe they have all 6 Void Grub stacks, so they're going to be taking down these objectives in no time. Tower specifically, Oriana not going to pop the shockwave right there. Does have it in the back pocket, but not going to go through. Holden lived a long time up there. He was able to stall his team for so long. UCSD able to stroll in, take an entire inhibitor in the time that Holden died.
That's right, and, you know, typical Jimbo up in the top and again, hopefully looking for the bounty of this tower. I think he will get it. Let's see if he does, and we do see UCSD all on reset. He does get the objective bounty, so, you know, at least we got some gold back from that situation.
Absolutely, love to see it. In this late game, Kimmy, do you think Jax takes the win over Sion, or does Sion kind of have what it takes to win that?
I want to believe in Jumbo. I want to believe in the Sion, and you know, especially with his his passive, it's already really hard to kill this Sion alone. But you know, as he dies, you have to kill his zombie form too. So I think at some point you will eventually hit this Jax and able to do some damage and trade him off and win. But we'll just have to see what items he gets in the late game to do so.
Absolutely, fair enough. I do think Jax scales much harder than Sion, maybe not in an infinite perspective, right? Because, Sion scales infinitely, but glancing top lane at the man in question, Jimbo, with 1 turret, can he survive?
Oh my gosh, this is a little bit scary. I don't think they can do much to defend this tower here. Joel doing whatever he can, or whatever she can here to come out of this top lane and help out Jimbo, but it's not looking too good for Cal, as they are all coming up together. King Clueless trying to look onto Stabsy here, as he does. Stabsy unfortunately getting mispositioned and getting hit by all forms of CC coming out of SD. It seems that they are going to be fighting into little rabbits here, doing whatever they can to take out some remaining kills. Nico still has that ultimate, still looking to take down this tower, and it seems that SD is just absolutely going madman into this top side here.
Yeah, Holden's going to keep on marching forward here, leading the charge for his team. Here comes the Pop Blossom on to 3. He does end up finding it, as long with the double root. Dark Lord in the back line does manage to take down Shizomacy, but I don't think it's enough to do much here. All out onto that Oriana, and she does fall. Sion in hot pursuit. He does manage to find the Cassante. Dark Lord, the last man standing here in the back side, did take down Varus earlier, but not going to be enough to save the base. This is 3 inhibs for San Diego, Kimmy.
That's 3 inhibs, but that is a lot of farm too. You know, let's be a little optimistic. We still have a lot of minions coming out. Cal can still, you know, use that to their advantage and just farm up and hopefully get items, but let's look at this replay real quick.
great pick on a stabbing start, right? They found a great route into a great ult from King Clueless to kind of get out into position, and it kind of just kept marching forward, right? Holden, I mean, look at this guy. He's walking up in Berkeley's faces like he doesn't know they're there. But a massive pop blossom from Protoss comes out with that double root, and it was really all over.
That's right. We did see the return shockwave coming out of that Oriana for 3 members of, I believe, SD, but it wasn't able to do much for his team compared to that Pop Blossom coming out of that Nico. So it's very interesting to see the Cal just doing whatever they can to try to take like little bits and pieces of these like situations here. You're walking a little bit too far here. Is going to be recognizing that Nico and it has to flash over the wall. Very nice reaction time coming out of that Senna.
Absolutely. This Nico pick is something we've got to be on the lookout for. This is the second game in a row where we've seen these Pop Blossoms just absolutely take over team fights. She now has that Zhonya's as well in her back pocket. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not on stopwatch anymore. That's not an item. The Zhonya's effect is onto that Seeker's on guard. But Dark Lord maybe trying to do something here.
Maybe trying to do whatever he can to try. He does have
lost vision.
He does not have vision of that Drake. Trying to he does ult onto. Seems like and oh! Go for that flash onto that Baron and steals it. That is pretty big for their team here.
Dark Lord steals the Baron Nashor. That's going to make it so much easier for them to survive against this onslaught of minion waves. What a great steal for the side of Cal. I hope we get a slow-mo of that one.
Let's see it.
He didn't quite get the ult off, right? They denied him vision. He had to force the ult onto his Orianna up there. I believe that is, not quite sure, but 1800 HP. Didn't have vision. It was a blind flash into the pit.
Look at that!
Oh, you love to see that. I mean, talk about instinct from Dark Lord.
That is crazy. He did not have vision. That was just a blind flash steal coming out of that Nocturne. Incredible job just holding it down for Cal from Dark Lord there.
Now, we've regurgitated the spirits of Cal with that single play. We've said to ourselves, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we can win this game. All we need to do is stall a little bit longer. You have Kalista, you have Senna to kind of build the backbone of your team around. Protect them, and you can win the fight. It's going to be tough, don't get me wrong, but it's hope.
It's hope. And you know what, Quincy? Patience is a virtue. And so the more time they have to progressively get into this late game, the more time Cal has to scale and win. But unfortunately, you're all going to be completely bursted by that King Clueless there. Going to get rooted, or going to be running out Jim Ball here in this mid lane. And that's not what you want to do as Senna, as you got that, Baron coming out of Cal. It's like Senna being the squishy champion she is, walking into that Gragas with no vision. It's just too scary, Quincy.
Yeah, it was tough. You said patience is a virtue. UCSD are having none of it as they want in on this fight.
Yeah, sending in that ultimate coming out of Dark Lord, trying to look onto this Jax here as the first main target. Holden is aware of this, trying to build in pressure and just go lockdown 2 members of Cal as they send under these towers here. Gonna be consecutively going onto this fight as Protoss sends into that flower bloom with Jax going onto that stun in the back line there. But unfortunately, it's not looking good for SD as they get completely obliterated by Cal Berkeley.
Talk about hope, Kimmy. They're making it happen. They found themselves a couple kills. We're teleporting behind Shezo. We want every last man that we can get. Sion has no ultimate available. It's going to be tough for him to catch him here. I can't imagine he does, but let's talk about the team fight, which I'm sure we'll get a replay of. That was insane. There wasn't a great Cassante ult to start off that fight. They had to huddle under their Nexus towers, and it worked for them incredibly well. We'll take a look at it here a little bit slower. The Nocturne ult didn't bring us a whole lot of value at the beginning of the fight. We nullify from here, but Holden maybe goes in arguably too strong. Ults onto the Orianna even deeper into the enemy team. Shockwave finds onto one. Pop Blossom didn't find all the key targets that it needed to, but in the end, these double turret shots were hitting. As you can see, Shezo and Gragas dropped to those towers almost entirely, and the rest of Cal were able to clean up the Tritons.
They weren't able to clean up as they do have that Baron, like those Baron minions to defend those turrets as well. And they're targeting Jimbo, which I don't know if you were seeing from that team fight there, was taking absolutely 0 damage from that Varus. He was completely tanking everything, which forced UCSD to just commit to the fight under the tower and just completely commit too long, right? They took too much damage, and unfortunately, they just threw a little bit, and look at that. Cal is now in the gold lead here, which is incredible to say the least. We did not expect this whatsoever.
They were down 4,000 or 5,000 just a couple of minutes ago, but all it takes is a Baron steal to swing things in your direction. Cal are maybe not exactly happy with themselves right now, but they've certainly had an increase in morale over the last couple minutes. You talked about patience earlier. Do you think Cal needs to keep on winning it, or do they have what it takes right now to take on UC San Diego?
Let's see what happens. As I was saying, they did farm all those minions, like those 3 triple inhibs that they were took down earlier. Just gave so much ult to Cal. On top of that, their bounties. On top of that, the Baron. On top of that, that fight under those 2 Nexus towers. It is looking really good for Cal, and I do think if they can completely progressively play the way that they're playing right now, just completely getting as much goal as they can and getting these items, they can skill, they can win, and they can do whatever to take down this game, as they are going to be lifting off those inhibs. I see here, taking down these inhibs yet again, and it seems that Cal is back into the farming state.
Yeah, Cal have the go button, right? They have Nocturne ult into Orianna ult. They can try to do something off the rip, but it kind of opens them up if they don't want to run too hard into the Nico, or else you get 4-man Pop Blossom, and then the team fight is over. I'm sure Holden wants to flash into something of the sorts and find a flip, but they're going to have to be, again, patient if they want to make something happen. This team fight is all going to come down to how it starts.
That's right, they are going to have to play very, very carefully. We do see SD, most of the members have flash. We do see Cal, they also have flash, so it's a little bit scary. Going to be setting in that ult from that Gragas, not going to be doing much for Cal here, and they're just going to do whatever they can to see that Jimbo's just going to be taking the turrets, just farming, just defending. That's all they need to do. They just need to defend these towers here.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams look a little bit more hesitant to hit that go button than they were just a couple of minutes ago. We're now just going to wait on these timers. Dragon spawning within the next minute. Baron nowhere really in sight as of now, but taking down these inhibs is really, really important for San Diego. They're able to now fall back, play for this Baron, and if they do get this Baron, then they have a very secured win condition. But maybe Cal can pull something off again.
Yeah, let's see what they do. They do have triple inhibs down, so it's a little bit worrisome. They do have that goal, they do have that farm, but like as we've been saying, UCSD they are on silver. Baron's coming up too, so it's a little bit scary to see if they're able to get these objectives or not. I do have faith in them, as they were able to take so much gold out of those last few fights, so maybe perhaps we can see another team fight coming in. But then again, if you think about it, if Cal is not able to win the next team fight, win the next progressive plays, they're not gonna, that's gonna be it for them. That's gonna be a little bit scary. We do see, like, you know, open towers, and UCSD, they can take like 2 or 3 more fights, or 1 or 2 more fights more than Cal, considering that they do still have their outers on. Like, they're in a good spot right now to fight SD.
Absolutely. Get a cleanse in the midst of a dark jungle, a monstrous creature lies. UCSD are looking to take it as their own. We are in an exact same position as we saw Nocturne waiting on the north side of Baron Nashor. I am imagining they're going to keep him far, far away from this pit this time and see if they can hold back the beast, but it's all going to come down to timing.
That's right. It's a little bit scary, though. I don't know if he had vision, but it seems that we are going to see Nocturne working his way to the Baron pit. Maybe perhaps looking for this yet again. Oh, no, he does it again! What is this Nocturne? He's going to bring it back for Cal Berkeley yet again. Going to be saving this game for Cal Berkeley, maybe trying to defend with that Baron, and that's such incredible play coming out of that Nocturne. What just happened there, Quincy?
2 Barons this game, Kimmy. He has stolen. That's going to make it so much easier to hold down these Nexus minions now. Right now, they are in a 4 versus 5, so UC San Diego do still have a window to close out the game here with 1 more team fight. Let's see if they can do it.
Yes, it's a little bit scary. We're going to have to flash out of that Nico. We do see Jimbo trying to lock down onto members here. Protoss is going to be finding onto Stabsy, and it seems that it's just Jimbo, Pure, and Zhao Zhao doing whatever they can to defend this turret. They're doing a really good job with the Baron minions here. Shizo still alive, still well to do damage and do DPS, but Cal Berkeley, they're still standing here with Jimbo taking 0 damage whatsoever. Piccolo is doing whatever he can to play the minions, try to get onto this tower, as you do see Dark Lord coming up with ultimate very, very shortly. Droll trying to hold on to this fight a little longer, and we do see SD just working towards this bot in him, just completely taking out the gold and just further this damage in this fight over here, as we do see the ult coming out of the Nocturne. Going on to Shizo, gonna have to be flashing out that Nocturne, and it's gonna be falling a little bit too short with the flash Q coming out of the Orianna here, and Cal Berkeley just completely cleaning it up from here on out. Holden doing a little bit too much damage onto 3 members of Cal Berkeley, but unfortunately that's not gonna do enough to save this game for him.
What a fight. Cal are holding it down in a 4 versus 5. They're now up 3,000 gold against UC San Diego. They are holding on to this game by the skin of their teeth. 2 Baron steals from Dark Lord, holding down these Nexus turrets. 1 still stands after all of that against a Soul team. Cal want this win bad, and they're fighting for it. This game feels like it's been going on for an eternity. We're just 30 minutes in.
Wow, only 30 minutes in, Quincy, and look at them. They have their items back up. 4 items on that Callista there. She is going to be doing damage now. 4 items, an item over that Bears. Isn't that crazy considering how their early game went? This is just such an incredible, like, game going back and forth, and it's so scary because it wasn't looking so good for Cal. And honestly, if Dark Lord didn't get those 2 Barons earlier, I don't know what they would have done.
Absolutely. That is it. I mean, that's what's keeping them in this game. They have 3 hit-hims down, and they've had 3 hit-hims down for quite a while now. If San Diego got that Baron either of those times, surely the game would be over. But with still 1 buff going strong on Orianna, I'm sure they can hold this game on for a little bit longer. This one's going to come down to the Elder Dragon, I'm sure of it. It's going to, once again, be up to these incredibly close team fights and how they start that's going to determine this game.
Yes, we're going into late game, so death timers are going to be a lot longer too. So honestly, it's really anyone's game down to these last few fights. It's, you know, we've been seeing the performance coming out of Cal, just miraculously getting those Barons and saving them their game, and UCSD just not doing like as much as they could into these team fights to end out and close out this game here.
Yeah, they're falling off a little bit. Jack struggles in these team fights to really dish out consistent damage without this % max health. He does have this healing from that new item in Giga's pocket, but it's really all up to Varus to dish out this damage. It's becoming a protect Varus game and less of a dive in onto the enemy team game because Stabsy and his best buddy Yol are kind of getting strong here. Jimbo, we talked about in an infinite situation, he does outscale Jax. I'm sure his health bar is above the 8,000s as of now, as they're just trying to take down more inhibs and marching continuously towards the Nexus.
That's right. They're going to go for these inhibs yet again, as you're going to get that ultimate send from that Nocturne here. Going to get that Flower Boom onto no one on Protoss, as we do see Stabsy just kiting out into the back line here. Darkwood unfortunately going to be falling onto that Kazante, as we do see Jack hopping onto the back line, not able to find much on Cal Berkeley, as Cal just completely gets taken down by UCSD. It seems that those Barons were not enough to save this game for them, and we will be seeing UCSD in the finals versus UCI in the next series.
Berkeley fought their hearts out that game. Not 1, but 2 Baron steals from Dark Lord coming out in that one, but it still wasn't enough to take down the Titans, or the Tritons, I should say. San Diego doing an incredible job that game. Really did not let off the gas, right? They were in a great position all throughout that game. Berkeley tried to crawl back. I'm sure they even had a gold advantage at the end of that game, but it was not enough. The team fights were... That last one was a little bit scrappy, right? It was kind of all over the place. A weird engage from Dark Lord. Maybe not what quite they wanted, but what a game.
Yeah, that was just such an incredible game to watch. Either way, like those Baron plays, just able to save them and buy them so much time. But it was just really hard for Cal Berkeley to defend, especially with their inhibs constantly down on spawn every single time. Even though they had those Barons, it just made it so difficult for them to come back from this game, even though they had that farm and that like Barons or steals that we were seeing earlier.
Absolutely. And looking at this gold graph here in our post-game breakdown, brought to us by our beautiful production team who've been working seamlessly behind the scenes. As we can see, the gold was even. I'm sure going into that very last team fight, the gold was actually in Berkeley's favor, in the pockets of Jimball and Stabsy nonetheless. But in the end, it still wasn't enough. King Clued was doing a wonderful job at kind of pulling his team, that damage from the explosive cast coming out towards that end game, kind of dishing it out, and it was small differences among the entire game that made it all up.
Yeah, honestly, just those tiny little like steps that they did here at Nocturne, just incredibly getting those 2 Barons and just farming up those minions, and UCSC just working too hard under those Nexus turret towers, fighting as we saw earlier, which gave them, you know, all their shutdowns and a lot of their gold onto UC Berkeley, considering that they were down a lot earlier. So, but it seems that UCSD is still able to close it out regardless of what happened in this game, and we'll get to see them in the next round and going into the finals.
Absolutely. Smiles all across the board from San Diego. I'm sure of it. Cal fought their hardest in that last game. Unfortunately, came up just short of grand finals of UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. UC San Diego, though, sitting happy, I'm sure. It was a wonderful game. They played very well. A nail-biter as well. Those are the ones that really feel the best when you win.
It was just such a really fun game to watch, but don't you worry. We're going to head into an interview very, very shortly, I believe. Possibly. But yeah, how do you feel about UCSD and UCI next game?
Feels great. So we just saw this game off stream. It was under wraps. Nobody saw it. In the very first series of the day, UCI did play against UC San Diego. UCI did take them down 2-0, and it was Well, we didn't actually see it, so I can't say a whole lot about that game. I heard it was close. So I think we're in for an absolute banger of a finals. And once again, we're going to recap through that entire last game as we head into this replay here, as we'll see in just 1 second. Looking in here as we go. Speechless, right? This game has left me absolutely speechless. I was just thinking about all the times Dark Lord stole Bear in that game.
Oh yeah, silent thoughts. You just need time to really collect yourself and think about the moments that happened into this game here. As we saw, the 3-man stun coming out of that song. Unfortunately, not going to be too much for, I believe, Cal Berkeley, as they're falling a little bit too short of the health bar here.
Absolutely. This game, and I've said it once, I'll say it again, if little things had gone differently, this could have been an entirely different series.
Oh, yeah.
Either could have been an absolute sweep in favor of San Diego, or if a couple of these fights went towards the side of Cal, it could have been absolutely in their grasp. We could have gone into Game 3, but time and time again, these Pop Blossoms, these ults all across the board from San Diego were just too powerful.
Yeah, and that Cassante, as we've been seeing progressively in the last 2 games, just has absolutely been dominated, making it really difficult for Cal Berkeley to play whatsoever. And here we are going to see that very nice flash steal coming out of this Nocturne very, very shortly here. And there it is. Wow. So beautiful. We love to see it a 3rd time.
Fool me once, shame on you. But, steal my Baron twice. That's shame on me. You got to get at least one of those, unfortunately. Holden went really deep in this fight. It ended up in a loss for the side of San Diego. They just didn't quite have that follow-up damage because they were so scared of these double turrets. Even though Pop Blossom did find 3 and Giga had a nice stun on the backline, it still was not enough because as we see the backline of San Diego just being crushed under the pressure on these double turrets. Not again. Give me a can't walk.
How does he get that? That was so close. He smited it first, too. 42 HP coming out of that Baron. That's so incredibly lucky, you would say, or just skill.
Oh, it's absolutely always skill. Don't ever take luck on your side. It's all skill and a difference at that. Stabsy, sorry, that's Shizomacy, apologies, was a very, very close game. A lot of these fights, too, as well. Holden was holding it down. On the Cassante, this guy was an absolute powerhouse for a lot of this game. If that last flip hit, maybe he could have picked up Oriana as well. But, I mean, we can look through these fights. They all look identical, right? Because they're all so close. The Pop Blossom finds multiple. Holden looks unkillable. Jim Ball looks unkillable, and it's just destruction. A great flash done there from Giga as well to really finish off and round off that fight for us over there. That's San Diego. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a game.
That was quite the game, and honestly, it was very, very fun to watch. We're about to go into an interview very, very shortly. I believe it's going to be with Holden, and yeah, we'll see you guys very, very soon.
Hello, what an absolutely intense game. First of all, congratulations on your win. I know, I'm so proud. But first of all, I'm here with the absolutely amazing
Holden. Hi, I play mid for UCEI.
Perfect. So Holden, I have a few questions to ask you. So the first one is, how do you feel about winning?
Feels pretty good. I mean, yeah, just feels pretty good. Not much to say.
Perfect. So I am honestly not gonna lie to you. I was a bit of a doubter when I saw that Cassante. I was like, whoa, there's a Cassante mid. But I want to ask, what prompted this draft?
Cassante is really, really strong with the new items, and he's really good into AP champions. Yeah, and other than that, we just picked it because we don't want to show top or mid, so we just flex it around. So use it as a champ select tool. Yeah.
That's very, very smart. My third question for you is, do you have anyone that you'd like to shout out? Any thank yous that you would like to give?
My jungler. This guy, 0 out of 2 smites. Game 2, pretty good.
Definitely. Wow. And then my final question for you is, what is your new favorite item in this upcoming season?
I really like Protobelt. I think it was, obviously it's from last season as well, but I think making it cheaper and also making it not give magic penetration allows a lot more champions to use it in their kit because it's so cheap. So it's really interesting.
Okay, thank you so much for all the insight. Once again, congratulations on your win. Can't wait to see how well you do in the finals. And back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, and we're back to the UCEI Invitationals presented by Xfinity, where there you have it, folks. You saw Holden getting his little, brief interview about the game, and about King Closer. Unfortunately, not landing any spites, but it's okay.
Yeah, Holden was counting. He said that one.
Your mid laner is going to hold that against you.
But two. Unfortunately, it does happen. Still pulling out the win, though, is maybe you brag about that more than missing the sprites. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I missed
For
2
sure.
smites and still won the game. No? Okay, never mind.
But we're going to be shortly heading into a dinner break, and we're going to be seeing UCSD in the finals yet again against UCI in this, final showdown of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. And we'll be in here in about, I think, 30 minutes. So sit tight, go grab some dinner and eat yourself, and have a good rest of your night. See you guys soon.
Remember when we only needed enough Wi-Fi speed for our video games?
Yep.
Then my little brother grows up, and now we need double the speed.
How's your internet supposed to keep up?
Oh, tell me about it.
Upgrade your speed with Xfinity today to keep up with whatever the future holds.
They've never lost a game to slow internet, and it shows.
We can hear you, you know.
The Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here. We're here with the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I'm Quincy, PhD Stokes, here with Daniel, Golden Gad. Daniel, how are we doing?
I'm doing so good. We're going to have the grand finals of the bracket that we've been, kind of seeing throughout the day. So I'm pretty excited, especially. We're actually just going to go straight into looking at this bracket that did kind of unfold. We did have 2 matches to start the day, which is, of course, UCI versus UCSD, which ended up going in UCI's favor. So we're going to have a little bit of a run back here in the finals, of course, as they now, in that process, they did send San Diego to that loser bracket where they did end up winning against the winner of Berkeley and Los Angeles, of course, and took that in pretty convincing fashion. If you were there to watch it, I think it was a pretty clean game, besides the 2 Baron steals, of course, by Berkeley, putting up a bit of a fight. But we don't have to talk about that anymore. We are now in the day of the grand finals. So UC Irvine versus UC San Diego is going to be our kind of marquee matchup here.
You love to see it. A bit of a rematch. Yeah, let's talk about UCSD in that last game. I imagine you were there watching it. They looked really, really good. Holden, especially on that Casante mid, they looked like they knew what they wanted in draft, and they executed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they had the plan. It was always the Varus B1, and then you, of course, had right after that always the Casante flex into the Nico flex. They really had kind of that identity kind of figured out.
Right.
They really believed it. They had no real matchups. I mean, I think some of the picks that did end up going into it were a little bit unfortunate. I feel like they ended up quite fortunate with how a lot of the picks landed, where a lot of the lane matchups were very preferable, things that you wouldn't expect to kind of go into when you do lock in these flex picks. So we'll see if UCI has cooked anything a little bit differently. They did play earlier, and if you did check Twitter, we did post the scoreboards there. There is a little bit of a sneak peek of their rivalry before. I believe game 1 was a 50-minute banger where it went back and forth the whole time. So we'll see if we're going to have anything like that in this grand final matchup. And, of course, game 2, kind of like a 25 minutes. So we'll end up seeing what ends up happening. But, we're going to have to wait a bit for our match to start. But it's not too much of a big deal as, we're just trying to – I'm pretty excited. But, honestly, it's been a long day. And I'm also a little tired, so I'm going to get a little sip of some Red Bull just in the meantime. Shoutouts, we are at the Red Bull North America. Of course, that is where UCEI, presented by Xfinity, is taking place. So I'm going to take a little bit of a swig. Take it away.
I will. I'm going to hold mine off. I got the coconut berry flavor I'm kind of rocking with. Excited to crack that puppy open. It's one of my personal favorites. But we're going to get the walkout here for you guys. As we can see these players coming onto stage. If you guys are in the arena, let's make some noise. Hype these guys up. We're here in the grand finals. UC Irvine versus UC San Diego. Let's get it going. I see smiles.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they should be excited. They did very well in their previous matchup here. So definitely should be vibing. And, of course, they also a little bit unknown to anyone who isn't currently on presence here at Red Bull North America. They also did very well in the giveaway today. They actually walked away with quite a few prizes here, so quite fortunate for them. But of course, now we're going to have UCI walking in. This is kind of their squad. They've been waiting all day to come up on stage since they did play their first game backstage. So now they get to show off everything. And as you're saying, smiles for them too. They're of course feeling confident after taking that first win of the day.
I would be too, but so let's think about this for a second. UCI, it's been a while since they've played their first game. Do you think San Diego has a small advantage going into this? They're still warm, they've been on stage.
You could say warm, but at the same time, you're pretty tired. You've played, now this is your 3rd best of 3 in a row, so it's like, okay, what is it better to be cold or is it better to be maybe too hot perhaps?
Oh, we're overheating.
Yeah, overheating just a little bit, it is a lot of pressure. You've been kind of mentally locked in for so long. You've had a little bit of a dinner break, of course, admittedly, so they do have at least a little bit of breathing room where they're able to work with, kind of recollect everything, make sure that they're not too high on that adrenaline, and make sure that they lock back in for the finals. So, but UCI now, they have their chance. They've had their time to look at all the matches, really kind of absorb what they're able to pull out here. So let's see what their prep ends up looking like.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They've had all this time to prep, right? They've been cooking, putting lots of different ingredients into the pot, I'm sure. We're here. We're locked and loaded. We're ready. It's cool to be playing on LAN too, right? We had this last year. The players get this experience once in a while. This LAN experience is entirely different, which I think brings a realm of uncertainty to the games. And I also think the beginning of Season 14, right? This just happened. Let's be honest. It's been 2 days. We've been practicing. We've been cooking. But how much do we really know?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest things coming into today. I was like, okay, how many crazy picks are we going to get? I was thinking, I was literally driving here, and I was like, okay, what are we going to see today? There are so many options. Of course, there are some that are not good options, but there are also a lot that kind of fit different bills. I mean, everyone's like, oh, 80 Assassins, they're terrible. But I've seen it in my own games. I've seen it in other people's games. Rengar is still very strong.
Okay.
Potential pick that someone could end up playing, but that's something that's a little bit harder to execute in competitive. But there's also other players. But look at what the teams are playing for. Of course, that UCEI trophy last time, it did go to the hands of UC Berkeley. So this time it's going to be a completely new host. Yeah. Able to hoist that trophy in just a little bit. I mean, it's just one BO3 away. Of course, just to reiterate, it is a BO3, not a BO5. So everything is on the table here.
You love to see it. We've got some hardware for these teams. There's going to be one of these each day here at the UCEI Invitational, presented to us by our friends over at Xfinity. So we're going to get a Valorant, Overwatch, and a League One, of course, for you guys, as you know. But today is all about League of Legends. Speaking of League of Legends, do you have anything you want to see going into these games?
Want to see? I mean, there are a lot of options. It's kind of what I was surprised, because I felt like a lot of the item changes kind of geared the game to where, okay, champs are now going to fall into their identity a little bit more.
Okay.
But what ended up happening is that, yes, they fall into their identity, but they're pretty strong. And across the board, everyone kind of rose, except for maybe 80 carries. We'll get on that in a little bit.
We'll see it too.
I think a lot of the champions in the game kind of improved a lot. There are some that kind of fell by the wayside, but there was a hotfix patch literally this morning. I believe right after we played our first match, there was a hotfix actually that buffed about 6 of the champions. They didn't end up getting played, of course, because they are the ones that are getting hotfix, but you can see the game is actively changing, and even the ones that didn't rise with the tides end up getting buffed up just a little bit.
Okay.
Which is why we did see Hui get banned twice last
those Hui buffs. I mean, was it 6 armor?
Well, he actually got a lot more in the hotfix today, if you did check it out. He got a lot of more direct changes to his kit in particular. But here we are. We are in the draft here. And there's the Hui getting taken off the table immediately. It's something a lot of people want to see, a new champion with high skill expression in a kind of competitive environment. See how it ends up interacting with the match. But it seems like it's going to be off the table yet again, and I'm not sure if we're actually going to be able to see him anytime soon here. But we're going to get kind of classics here. Seraphine, very strong on the patch. Definitely a prominent pick that's kind of risen above the table. Same for Vera, same for Lee Sin. Lee Sin, very powerful with the new item, Sundered Sky. It's the item where first hit auto attack crits and does extra like Sheen basically.
And you heal. And
yeah, it does a lot of things, and it's very good for Lee Sin here. So we're going to see what ends up getting locked in. Cassante is pretty much pick banned. We saw how strong it was in the last series. So I'd feel pretty excited here if you are able to claim that up.
We switched off the Cassante, did opt for that Callista lock-in. That name slipped my mind for 1 second. Aatrox is something I wanted to bring up. I would love to see this character more. I think with that Sundered Sky item, it resonates so well with Aatrox. The healing, the crit on that first auto attack with his passive, it's just insane. But we're not going to opt for that. We do have Lucian picked up here for the side of San Diego. They did pick Lucian Braum in that series against UCI. I wonder if we'll see a Braum pick up here. Singed, we talked about off camera.
Yep.
Tank Slayer is a really good counterpick into these big heavy tanks. I'd be interested to see if it's blind pickable.
Singed is very, very strong, but Rumble is just as strong. I know some people have their doubts because he doesn't have any lockdown, and he does sometimes struggle if the tanks are too powerful. But I do think right now, if you're gonna play into Cassante, I'd want to be playing the Rumble side, because Cassante still does have a little bit of difficulty in the early game, despite still being so strong at that level 6 spike. So we're going to see that matchup once again. They did play this matchup twice in that first best of 3, where they ended up kind of trading off which side's on Cassante, which side's on Rumble. So another trade yet again. We're going to have Elated on the Cassante. And now we're going to see a little bit of a classic. We're going to Callista Rel, something that is very powerful for engage. You get to multi-layer engage. It's pretty powerful, or you get to really dive hard with Rel and still be able to save Rel for that future re-engage. And then of course we're gonna have Lucian Nami locked in, kind of a classic bread and butter. You're gonna see that all the time, especially with Lucian having that new item. I believe he's gonna run Voltaic Cyclosword, so it means he should be able to get a lot of damage, especially early on, because it does kind of front load a lot of your damage as Lucian.
I like that entirely. It's interesting that San Diego opted for this Nautilus ban here. That means we're showing respect to the fact that Rel could be a flex pick still into that jungle. We're not sure quite yet, so we're going to ban that away. No shock seeing that Lucian Nami. Lilia is somebody I've not seen so far. You've talked about off camera how strong these AP junglers are with some of these new items. I mean, they can be absolutely disgusting. Syndra is going to be picked up here for Senna. He played it again in that series before, did very, very well on it. But talk to me about Lilia here.
Lilia is extremely strong.
Okay.
No surprises here. If you're going to talk AP junglers, Lilia is definitely top of the table.
Okay.
I'd say like definitely top 3. I mean, there's some champs that you would think are very strong because it's AP jungler and kind of fits that bill. For instance, Fiddlesticks, we talked about a little bit. It's Fiddlesticks unfortunately lost because he lost all his bushes.
No bushes, bro.
Yeah, he can't hide anymore, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But he'll get a little bit of a difference here. But Yuumi getting hovered. I feel like I've seen this champ hovered so much today, but it's never going to get locked in. Thank God. Good riddance. No, I'm kidding. Of course, now we're going to see a Vi actually get locked in. Vi does have some options for build-wise.
Okay.
I did actually play Vi yesterday, which is kind of funny, coincidentally, with Hexplate. For that 30% or 30 ability haste on that ultimate, so you can use it to kind of lock down an 80 carry every like 50 seconds, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But we're gonna see Kled locked in mid. He really wants to dominate in the mid lane against Senna. So I'd feel a little bit scared. Kled is of course kind of a classic I want to win lane.
Okay.
I want to roam. I want to set up my team to make sure that they're able to do everything that they want with that charge ability.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's going to be a pretty brawly game in my opinion.
I'm with you. I like it a lot. Brawly ones, we're starting things off with an absolute banger. These teams don't need to take the time to get to know each other. They know each other, and they know exactly what they want to do into each other. So I think that's really how this whole series is going to go. I think we're going to have quick, decisive games.
I think so too, but, I mean, it's tough to say because a lot of these games are back and forth. I mean, I think of like mechanics such as grubs. You would think it speeds up the game.
Right.
But what ends up happening is, okay, now it's all about preventing them from even hitting the turret. So now it's a lot more fights. And if fights are going close, sometimes a lot of people go down. Then you don't have anyone to push the turrets if they aren't actually trading kills all the way. If I had to place my bets, I always like to place a bet on a comp. Just off my impression of how strong these champions are, I'm going to go with UCSD.
Okay.
Because I like, of course, the combination of an AD mid with a AP jungle currently. I feel like that's the strongest variation of the meta.
Okay.
And I think Lucian Nami is also extremely powerful. I think a lot of the we didn't actually get to talk about it too much, but 80 carries did kind of transition to utility 80 carries. We're seeing a lot of Varus, a lot of Jhin, Kalista, things that kind of had more utility roles. But Lucian is the one damage carry that still remains that is purely just to be able to, kill the enemy opponent. That's it.
Gotcha.
So I think there's a very easy identity on UCSD side. While of course UCI has a little bit more of a classic front to back. Like I want a team fight. I want to find my picks. I want to find my openings. So I'm gonna favor UCSD here, but we'll end up seeing how the draft ends up playing out in game, of course.
Yeah, it's true. I will give you guys my thoughts as soon as we get back from this quick break. Don't go anywhere. If you're in that arena, maybe go get a water instead of a Red Bull. You've had a lot today. Relax, and we'll get back to you guys real soon.
If you don't know about Xfinity Mobile, well, now you do. It's the fastest mobile service around. With the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, only $30 a line per month. That's hundreds in savings a year when you wave bye to the other guys. All on the most reliable 5G network nationwide. You really shouldn't walk out the front door without it. Switch today at xfinitymobile.com.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm sure you're hydrated as always right now as we get into this Game 1 of Grand Finals here at Day 1 of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Our names are at the bottom of the screen. You can see them. What are we thinking going into this game? I said I would give my thoughts on the draft.
Yeah, you're first,
We talked
bro.
about them a little bit more. I really like what you said about the AD mid AP jungler. The Lilia Kled skirmishing, I think, goes crazy. I think they can take away early game fights, which I think is going to be a huge factor in this game.
Yeah.
So, UCSD, I think as well.
Okay. I was expecting a rebuttal here, maybe.
No, you kind of swayed me. I like the draft. As we glance over the rift here with this beautiful animation. Infernal Dragon is the first one spawning today. But without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the rift.
Yeah, here we go. We are now getting into UCI versus UCSD in the grand finals of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. So let's get into it.
We're in just like that. Holden, I want to talk about this man. He played Cassante the last 2 games against Berkeley, and it was absolutely devastating. But hang on, we got a couple members. If you see we're going to get a quick ward down. No big deal for now. Protoss is well aware if they place this ward. We're going to ping it out.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good identity. Let's talk about one lane that's probably going to be kind of volatile early, which is, of course, Lucian versus Kalista and, Rel versus Nami. I feel like push should obviously go over to the Lucian Nami, at least early. I'm just not sure if Kalista Rel is going to be able to survive very well.
Okay.
I think they should, because Rel is usually quite safe. You don't really want to deal too much damage to her unless you really get her out of position. So I'm thinking that Kalista Rel probably just going to succeed push, but we'll end up seeing what ends up happening there. So
yeah,
it's hard to say exactly. And then in mid, I mean, Kled should just be pressing EQ on Syndra on cooldown, I imagine, as soon as level 3 ticks over. So we'll end up seeing, I mean, I haven't seen Kled mid in a very long time. I feel like the previous specialist of Kled mid was Caps.
Okay.
Back in like Season 8, when Kled was first introduced, because he was actually a strong champion back then, before all the nerfs and, kind of smaller changes that resulted in him kind of falling out of favor in the meta especially. But we're seeing Lilia should have a very solid time clearing throughout this jungle. Definitely one of the premier speed clears in the game currently. I feel like a lot of the jungle camps feel tankier, even if they may not be. And here we go, Holden already starting off very strong, but gonna take an unfortunate turret shot immediately. It means he's gonna get the dismount. Basically a level 1, so a little bit unfortunate, but he should at least be able to get all of that courage back to be able to remount in, not too long with the rest of the minions.
Yeah, he talked about he's going to be spamming EQ. Why EQ? But hang on, we're flashing into the bot lane. Stun lands onto Protoss. He's going to drop to about half HP for now. Light Pulse, not afraid to flash whatsoever. He has Hex Flash in the back pocket as well. So, you know what? I got a feeling we're going to see that on repeat. And as a quick note, those of you with a keen eye out in the audience may realize we have a different top laner for the side of San Diego. We said goodbye to Giga, and we've got Milk Duro up in this top lane on Rumble this game.
Yeah, a little bit of a swap up there. could be because Rumble is such a high prio, maybe a little bit more comfortable on Rumble. Definitely a champ that requires a very specific skill set, not something that, unless you're really practicing it all the time, you're not going to be too good at translating those skills over to that champion. You know, that's what makes League of Legends fun, is kind of like that kind of different skill set that are required of players to kind of be good at the game. So, you know, pretty interesting here. I believe Rumble always gets shoved early, and this should be no problem here for Nocturo, at least into Elated for the early game. So now Light Pulse is going to look for anything here, but he is just spotted on that ward. Probably not going to find anything, but does have Hex Flash, so always is a little bit variable there on it. Mike Young already level 4, so a nice full clear here, already finished. So gonna look for any pressure in bot, but here we go, a little engage on mid.
Got the dash, and the latch has landed. No E2 from Kled secures that flash out from Cinnamon Bread, but Mike Young not quite gonna pull that trigger on the Q in this bot lane. Protoss, no flash available. I imagine we're gonna be seeing a lot of prio down here to get that kill.
Yeah, they've already forced out Nami's flash, so I feel like there should be a repeat gank anytime soon. Of course, they know that there is a ward in that tri-brush, so they're going to need to wait until that does get cleared out for them to re-engage, but they're looking to already fight, and Gorka's going to get caught by a bubble here.
Speaking of a re-engage, she's almost dropping low, but Gorka follows not too far behind. Lightpulse picking up that first kill as Protoss, the one man standing, unable to do much about that, but that's a clean first blood going over to UCEI in the pocket of Lightpulse.
I feel like if you ever watch Light Pulse and Gorka, this is always how it ends up.
Okay.
Where they fight very early to be able to get out a couple sums, and then as soon as you think you've got one of them, either Light Pulse trades 2 kills, or one of them barely squeaks away and they're able to at least get one. So here is that replay, of course, barely squeaking away. A nice flash away before the last auto from Suzomacy is able to be knocked over. So that means now that's a nice bounty into the, or not bounty, but a little bit of a lead into the pockets of UCI. They already find themselves about 500 gold up thanks to that first blood, and that's kind of already tipping those scales. I was talking about how Lucian Nami should have early prio, but it looks like it's completely the opposite at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista's a very strong champion in this early game, right? We might have to hold this thought as Light Pulse looking a bit sneaky. No, sir. Kalista's very strong early game, right? With that passive auto attack, if you're coordinated with your support, you can get a lot of damage off just by proccing those autos. No big deal. But I imagine we're going to see a lot of pressure on this top side as well. Big CS gap going in the favor of Nocturo for now. I imagine that until Alita gets a lot of CS in his back pocket and these items, it's going to be a continuation of this, theme. But we're looking for Dragon.
Wow, a very early Dragon. They want to clear it off the map so they don't have to worry about trading it if they do end up rotating for grubs. Pretty interesting here, but it did get spotted out because they were a little bit too early walking over the Scuttle Crab, so they actually did get spotted before they walked in, so a little bit unfortunate there on the timing. Not able to make it in unseen, so not going to be able to kind of find that an interesting look onto Drake. I feel like it's kind of interesting. Grubs are so strong right now, but Drake still, has some prio. I was actually expecting a lot more. Oh, let's just all rotate up like it's, season 2021 Rift Herald. But no, it's been a lot more chill, where usually a jungler just ends up soloing it.
Right.
So we'll end up seeing what happens in that grub pit eventually.
I believe it. I feel like with the Void Grubs, it's cool to deal all that extra damage to these towers, especially early in the game. You can chip off some more plates, but maybe in the end, it's like you're going to get that tower kill either way. So what's the difference if you're getting it 3 or 4 seconds quicker with the help of this true damage? Whereas if you get into late game, having a Dragon Soul in your back pocket, you're going to be doing so much damage. But looks like UCSD are going to trade over the Grubs instead of Dragon. I wonder which one holds more value.
It's always hard to say. I think it comes down to comp identity. Something I've been thinking about is, let's say, for instance, you're playing, well, we're going to get a little hypothetical for a bit since I think nothing will happen. So I was thinking, I think poke comps have actually a decent place in the game right now with how grubs interact, where you're allowed to just, because the whole weakness of poke comps is usually they're pretty late game skew. Where they're pretty strong in that mid to late game, especially. Not really the early game, since they do need a little bit of items to be able to poke out effectively with damage. If you can poke out teams that just, and you give away all the grubs early, they can't access the turret anyway.
They can't siege. Okay.
Yeah. So I have a feeling that maybe we'll see poke comps in the future. We'll see what ends up kind of shaking out with the meta. Of course, this is very early days, so these are all teams that have been practicing in the background to make sure that they figure out something good here. As Lightpulse looks for something little, but nothing gonna really shake out. So I'm just floating that idea. Maybe not this tournament, but maybe in the future we'll see if we end up seeing that.
I'm seeing that for sure. Okay. I think it's gonna be really interesting to tell. So would you say it's the same for heavy wave clear champs? We're talking things like Anivia.
Well, Anivia needs some buffs, but I could see where you're going with that. I think the problem with those heavy wave clear champs, unless you're talking, it depends on what kind. There's obviously like things like Ari, which is like that's technically a heavy wave clear champ, or Orianna.
Okay.
They are a little bit less late game skew
right.
Compared to some of those other champs like Anivia or Acel, who are very, very tied to wave clear, or for instance Malzahar, which did get some nice items in this change, but I don't think it's enough. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I think it doesn't matter enough because you still need to team fight eventually. So I'm not sure if those heavy wave clear champs will come back.
Okay.
But that is something that can be explored because the meta is so open and so many champs are now viable.
I like that. Okay, that's a good synopsis. Thank you, Dan. As we head back into this game, things are obviously slow. We're out here talking about things that aren't even in this game particularly. Across the board, we've got a CS advantage going in favor of UCSD in that top side. This is to be expected with Rumble Cassante matchup. Nocturne looks really aggressive, and I would even think that he has some kill pressure, but he's not quite pulling the trigger because he has to be wary of things like this. Mike Young crawls in on the side. It goes from Cassante. Is going to secure that flash away from Nocturne. Once again, not going to find anything so far. A dash in from Kled goes nowhere as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that early flash. I feel like that was very well aware. Because if you do end up taking that Vyar, you're definitely getting scooped up by Cassante. You are never going to be seeing the light of day ever again. So very good flash away there from Nocturne. He also felt pretty comfortable doing that because he did have TP backup, so not too big of a deal for him, of course. And now we're just seeing a lot more pressure. Now that now you see, we TP'd. Does he know?
He tried to sneak around Vision and buy that Raptors, but Mike Young unfortunately got spotted out. It feels like we're just killing a lot of time until this Dragon spawns up.
Yeah.
And then I imagine we're going to see a lot more pressure down towards this bot side. But for now, we're just clearing waves. CS literally dead even. 75-13, 75-13. You love to see it. Gold very slightly skewed in favor of UCI. But really, it's even.
Yeah, it is quite even, especially because, of course, I was talking about how UCSD has a little bit more of an early game focus. Well, I say that, but Lilia and Rumble, super scale, of course, but I do think they have a little bit more prio with Kled, especially, who is very good in the early game, but I feel like that level 1 really screwed over what Holden was planning with Kled. You really don't want to dismount early. You kind of want to always live with just a little bit of Kled bar left, so you can go for a really heavy trade, and then you end up in your small form, which actually does a lot of damage if you're able to stick onto someone with the help of the shotgun. So a little bit unfortunately played, and we're kind of seeing the consequences of that for UCSD here, as UCI is going to rotate a lot of players over to make sure that they don't give all 6 scrubs over to UCSD, and now here comes the charge.
Yeah, we've got an engage, slams on a Light Pulse, unable to find that hook as well, but the engage continues. Light Pulse dropping low. No ult going to be used for now. We're going to back off in prio of this scuttle. 2 Void Grubs remaining. Looks like UCI might want to take this fight forward as we're marching forward. Vi ultimate is still available. Rel ultimate is still available. Things are on the table. We're marching forward. A flash ult onto the Rumble. He's going to look to take it down. Gorka hitting him on the backside. He's going to drop low in the red. Doesn't quite do it. Mike Young does fall. Rumble eventually does fall, but the Drowsy comes down. A big slam into Gorka. Flash gets him on out of there. King Clueless unable to reach the clutches of his little deer claws. Are unable to reach. Holden drops to a lady on the top side. As Cinna with a burst of the Syndra damage does come down. And all in all, it looks pretty even right now. King Clueless not quite done, as Protoss there with no mana to back him up is a little bit dangerous. It looks like we are going to back off from here. Void Grub still up.
Yeah, a massive fight. I was saying, like, UCI should be able to get this.
Yeah.
And then here comes the entire team with the help of the charge from Kled. Means that they are able to find a lot of action. This fight was on a knife's edge throughout the entire thing. Like, Nocturne barely gets away with killing Mike Young at the very end there. And Holden, look at how close the courage bar is. Not able to get that final hit to be able to actually transform. That would have been a game changer, especially if Kled was able to get that remount there. But that means that now with the help of those extra lives, they're able to at least get one more grub. But here we go. Round 2. Nocturo already here to kind of slow down Mike Young. But there is no strong ultimates on the side of UCSD. So it looks like they're probably not going to be able to get anything except for that grub.
Yeah, we're right back where we started this time. UCI forced to back off UCSD, taking prio of these grubs. The back and forth fighting of these little void monsters, Daniel, shows how much value they really hold. Even one.
Exactly. And it makes me so curious. Last series where, I mean, UCSD just got all 6, both games. Kind of uncontested, so it's a little bit of a different look now where they actually are prioritizing, and UCI just got just enough to prevent the Void Mites, which really kind of accelerate those pushing.
Instant ult going on a Kled here. Stun does land onto Lily, but the Kled ult does connect. Hellfire dropping low for Senna. The kill does go over to Holden. Mike Young has to try to do what he can to survive under this tower. Holden on the back foot, 200 HP. It looks like Mike Young is going to let him go this time. Well played from UCSD.
Yeah, and that is the Kled. That is classic Kled. You go for the turret dive, you get the turret aggro reset after the dismount due to you going invulnerable, kind of like a Maokai, for instance, or a Fizz if you are familiar. So very impressive play there. I like the Nami Wave. Nami Wave is always such a flexible ability that can be used in a lot of different ways, and I always like it in a scenario where you are just going to look for a chase that's unexpected. That's the main thing. It is, you don't really account for how much movement speed you do get when you are buffed up by Nami, so pretty nice looks there from UCSD, and they're able to get a little bit more gold after that fight. Went a little bit awry for them in that grub pit.
Gold pretty much still dead, even they're up at the top of the scoreboard. K'Sante demanding a lot more respect from Nocturo. As we can see right now, he's kind of shoving him under tower time and time again. Now onto the bottom side of the map. We're looking at UCSD taking full control of this dragon.
Yeah, and they're able to get the drag. Not uncontested. It looks like Light Pulse, Mike Young, and Senna are all here. They're looking to find a big engage here on the forces of UCSD.
Yeah, Magnet Storm is available. Almost all old Dragon does go over to the side of UCI. Mike Young is asleep in the pit. A lot of damage falling onto him. Forced to use the ult onto King Clueless. He does fall on the backside. Holden is the main target. UCI holding him hostage as the Magnet Storm does come through onto a couple members, but it's not quite enough for the legs of UCI. A flash from Nocturo secures the kill onto Gorka as well. UCSD are looking strong and they know what they want. Right now, maybe not so much. Do they want to die related, but an insane fight coming out of them.
Welcome to the comp of UCSD. Yep. I mean, these are some powerful ultimates, and we're seeing them in action. As you saw there, I mean, Gorka was completely burning by the red carpet that Rumble did lay down. So pretty impressive stuff here for UCSD. They may have lost the dragon due to a nice burst there from UCI, but the fight ended up going in their favor. I saw Cinnamon Bread barely not able to get the kill onto Protoss due to some of the sustain that Nami does provide. So here, we'll get a replay a little bit more easy to break down here. Now, look at how much damage this Rumble ult does, and Holden is just able to walk forward. He does get a little bit spaced out there, and there you go. You saw Cinnamon Bread not able to take out Protoss, was in kind of an unfortunate position, and the Nami Wave for that extension on another kill, and Elated at least able to squeak out of that one, and it means that they do survive coming into that next fight. But there we go, Rift Herald going into the pockets of UCI, so that's something they're at least able to work with. Rift Herald very strong in this patch. I mean, it does like 300 true damage if you knock into a champion, which, you know, people don't really think about, but that is a lot. I mean, 300 true damage, that's more than Ignite. For sure. Okay. So you're definitely going to feel that one if you do get hit by it. Of course, the main factor is you do get to charge into a turret, and that point spawns Void Mites. We did see a little bit of some funny plays earlier. I mean, it's definitely something you have to get used to. Right. Actually committing your body to charge into that turret means you have to know that you're not going to get pounced on immediately after popping out. So, you know, we'll see how that ends up getting used by UCI in just a little bit.
It does throw you pretty far back once you burst out of the Herald. We did see that in the other games. I was a bit surprised by how far it throws you back. Elated and Holden just going to keep going at it up here. Now we've switched Rumble down to mid, put Kled up in that top side against Elated. Maybe he can do a little bit better job with all that damage. But hang on, Rumble ult going to fall down. King Cool is following it up with his ult. Bubble going to secure a little bit more CC as Gorka drops low. Light Pulse eating the calling by 3-man. Magnet Storm finds 2 into the Cinder Stun, into the Q, an instant double kill for Cinnamon Bread as Nocturo is now the main target here. Mike Young is doing so much damage as well. I mean, I don't think UCI has a better team fight strictly, but that was a wombo.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta say, that was a lot of them hitting their power spike right there, and Light Pulse hitting the massive engage that allowed Syndra with a Storm Surge, freshly bought, able to do so much damage in that particular fight, means that he does come away with a victory on that fight, and that's kind of like something that you wanted to see for UCI since they needed to turn the momentum just a little bit. I mean, they weren't too far behind at all, but this is the kind of play that does put you back on the map for sure.
They had a nice pick to begin things onto Gorka. Very low in the end, the wave not quite fending, but the 3-man Magic Storm, 3-man Vyq, 3-man Syndra stun into the 3. I mean,
yeah, and it's a strong item for sure. I mean, there's so many champions that do benefit from Storm Surge. I mean, we did see Gragas in the last game. I'll just throw a fun fact. I think he is one of the highest win rate mid laners currently, which is just funny because he just goes full AP. You know, maybe you'll see that in your solo queue games. Wink, wink. No, not sure. We'll see. Of course, that is something that is just ever developing here. But let's just look at a couple of the new items we're seeing here. Voltaic Cyclosword is going to end up on Kled here. So that's the one that you do get energized attacks every, 100 charge.
Right.
Kind of like a rapid fire cannon. But this one, the kind of gimmick is that when you dash, you get 75% faster charging. So Kled, of course, has a lot of chashes.
Oh, yeah.
So he's definitely going to be benefiting from that item. We have Sundered Sky on Vi. I already just talked about Storm Surge on, of course, Syndra. And then Kasate's item, the name slips away from me, but it is the one that does drain just a little bit off of enemy champions here. So, I'm not perfect, but I do know a lot of these items. The tank items I'm just a little bit less familiar with here, as now the Rift Herald able to charge down this top lane, as, of course, Nocturo is at least able to trade out over a little bit damage onto that bot turret in the meantime. But now we're going to see the game slow down just a little bit. There's no big objectives except for Baron coming up. Of course, you do have Dragon in just 15 seconds, so I imagine that will be the priority. Not too long from now, unless UCI believes they have enough damage to kind of force out kind of fear for getting that Baron.
Absolutely. It looked like it was a little bit, for a second there, in favor of UCSD to get Primal Dragon. UCI quickly taking back control of this mid lane area. And they have a great engage. Speaking of engage, Kled gonna roll us in here. Elated gonna eat this charge right to the face. We're gonna slow down for a second as Kled holding the main target. Kalista ult gets Gorka out of there as he drops low to the calling. Have to keep your eyes on him as well. The fight is very split here. Holden chasing down Elated on the side with a flash from Rumble into 3 members with a Magnet Storm to follow it up. A 2-man stun falls. 2 on the side of UCSD. Holden flashing forward to find himself a kill. Gorka on the side is trying to dish out the damage that he can, but it's not quite enough as Senna, the last man standing, unable to do anything into the likes of the UCSD's bot lane.
That fight was so close. Every fight feels like it's on a razor's edge. So very impressive here for UCSD. They're able to kind of pull away with the victory there. I feel like the Rumble just did so much damage. He did flash in. That was definitely like I'm gonna commit to this play no matter what. I'm probably gonna get taken down here. But here we go, a little bit of a replay here. A nice charge to start it off with that Nami wave layered on top. So they definitely knew that they wanted this fight. A nice pullback from Gorka. Light Pulse definitely would have been taken down early, and that would have been devastating. They probably couldn't have traded so many kills over here, as Nocturo is just found, but he does so much damage with that Flame Spitter that's still active even while being CC'd. Elated tries to kind of turn it just a little bit, but too little, too late, and UCSD takes the victory on that fight.
I like what you keep saying, on a razor's edge these fights are. The gold has been even all game, kills are even. UCSD taking that dragon is big. It denies UCI's sole point. I didn't actually manage to catch where they even took that dragon there, but they did it. King Clueless might have to be a little bit careful here. UCI are wandering into the jungle, taking what they maybe believe is rightfully theirs.
Yeah, and this is going to be the empowered rev buff, so that's going straight to the pockets of all of the members on UCI. So, of course, that is one of the new objectives. I mean, I expect in the future, when the meta's developed a little bit more, for that to be something that they do look for. Hold that thought, we're going straight into that top lane.
Holden is in a dangerous spot. He has ult to get himself out of the situation, but a TP from Elated may be perfectly placed in order to stop him. Does slam into Kled on the left side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Lily ult not going to be popped just quite yet, as we're going to hold off on the trigger for now.
Looks like UCI just wanted the pick. They don't want to opt for any more team fights at this current moment. They want to be able to find a pick. I mean, you did draft the Syndra, you did pick the Vi. Those are champs that are oriented more towards pick rather than team fight.
Right.
You don't want to be caught in an alleyway against a Rumble, of course, or even a Lilia flash ult. That's a classic. So definitely need to avoid those things. So very wise to not commit to that fight. Elated does, of course, commit to TP to make sure that they do not get collapsed on. So very good looks there. Nice defensive play. And they're going to continue to kind of stalemate this game just a little bit, but it's all about finding your openings, and they're definitely looking.
Absolutely. Looking is what we have to do at this point, because you can't let the enemy team kind of take something away from you, right? You can't let them have this one extra dragon. You can't let them have this one extra camp, because it's those little things that are going to add up and make the difference in this game. Syndra has finished her Cosmic Drive. Going to be a lot more online. I'm a really big fan of this Syndra build. I think it adds a lot of maneuverability to the champion. Without Phase Rush, you lack that mobility you need to kind of survive. But hang on. Whoa. Rewind it.
Yeah, we're going to need a replay on that one. Of course, it could have just been, I'm going to Syndra Q stack in the bush, and then I'm going to click R. It could have been that. I mean, that's probably close to enough to take out Anami at this stage in the game. So, unfortunately, Proto's going to get taken out, and that is the kind of window, but Mike Young's going too far forward.
The culling doing a lot of damage there. Equalizer dropped as well, but not quite finding the life of Mike Young. This means UCSD are down 2 ultimates. Lucky for them, there's no dragon up, and I don't think UCI are quite equipped right now to take Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting that Lucian build is focused a lot more towards that culling damage with that Navori's Quick Blades. Means that he won't have as much burst damage just from auto-attacking. I did talk about Voltaic Cyclo Sword. We still got to see it on Kled, but that is another build that Lucian could potentially go. This one's a little bit more focused towards that team fighting rather than that individual 1v1 fight.
Speaking of alleyways, too, this Baron is the alleyway, I don't know what you call that, the alleyway variant. So getting caught in there with a Rumble ult will be absolutely devastating. I think UCSD need to really rely on their team fight here. It's okay if they let UCI have the presence on these objectives first, because they have such great retake. With this Kled ult, Rumble ult coming down, Nami ult as well. I mean, the engage is pretty insane.
Yeah. Shout out to the new Scuttle after level 20. It's not as impactful as the rest of the buffs. It just gives a nice cone of vision.
It's a healthy area.
Yeah, it's a nice area to be able to see everything in the area. I'm not sure if it scouts out wards too. That's something I'd have to check. But that would be pretty interesting.
That would make it really good.
Like, imagine, before a Dragon Pit, you get the Scuttle. And we'll see. You know, I'd have to check that in-game. Haven't done my own due diligence. So now we're just going to see a little bit more stalling. I mean, this is a pretty classic build there. The Leandries plus the Storm Surge.
Okay.
A lot of champs end up favoring that one. But Elated kind of find himself in a tough position.
Yeah, he's in a weird spot. They're not quite confident enough in their damage, but we have a lot of members conglomerating into this top side here. A flash is not going to save this one, Protoss. Viol finds you anyway, but Mike Young in a little bit too deep. He's going to try to get bursted down. Coley not quite able to find him. King Clueless on the chase, does end up taking his life. Now the rest of UCI on the back foot. Kled ult from the flank, finds on the life pulse, and Gorka's the main target from Holden. He's not quite going to find him. The damage is low, but he does end up bleeding out to that Lily of Poison. Elated, now the main target is LP. Also on the backside, a nice bubble onto Elated, secures that kill. Magnustorm goes crazy, but the Syndra's not there in time. The stun does come through. One ult finds a kill, and make it 2, make it 3 on the Syndra. We're maybe in a fighting form here. Senna chasing forward, finds a stun. Nocturo is low. Do not chase it, though.
Yeah, but, I mean, that was the miracle that you needed. Lightpool is able to find the 5-man Magnet Storm combo, at least to turn the play a little bit. I want to see a replay, because I feel like it was a very interesting fight where it looked like immediately UCI was like, oh, wait, we shouldn't do this. We need to get out of here ASAP. So you see, Elated, he could have totally just ulted Protoss there and looked for the damage to kill, but he analyzes properly. He needs to come and save Gorica if possible. He tries to do it. It's not enough, and now you're in a bad position where you really have nothing left in the tank, and you kind of have to look for a big fight here. But a nice engage there from Light Pulse, plus a flash stun there from Cinnamon Red, finding the opening, and the extra damage from 2 Storm Surge procs, able to help take down the Lucian off of the turret kill. So, I mean, overall, very clutch play from UCI. That could have been disastrous, and that could have been Baron going over to UCSD if they do not turn that play in any way.
Absolutely. It was maybe at a fault of Cinna being there so late into the fight, or a fault of them taking the fight in the first place. Lucky for them it went the way it did in the end. I imagine now that the Syndra has this much gold, we're going to get these 120 Splinters of Wrath. Look for something. The Hex Flash from this wall finds nothing so far. UCI claiming the inner mid turret for now as we rotate through the jungle. We're not going to take much more. Objective-wise, we've got Baron on the table, Dragon nowhere in sight because UCI just took it.
Yeah, and I think something interesting about UCI here is something I've noticed throughout this game is every time there's a mass reset, so, you know, a full reset for both teams, UCI is always doing something faster. Okay. And that's kind of gotten them a lot
Senna
easier.
with a huge engage on a Protoss, finds one immediately as Shezo has to take the back foot. They only find one. That looked insane to me to begin things off, but this might help them secure Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, Syndra's a very strong champion. It looks like they're just going to take their picks and kind of walk with it. It is something that they are fortunate enough to at least find there. Cinnamon Bread with a nice vision there to be able to find that. But as I was saying, you know, they are so fast on these immediate, okay, we have some tempo here.
Okay.
And that's what they're kind of playing towards. That's what has gotten them some of these advantages, that they're somewhere first. Right there we saw they got mid-turret immediately, which normally wouldn't happen if UCSD also you know, thinks, okay, what can they do with their current skill set? Okay, they can take mid. If all of UCSD goes mid, they can't do that. But because UCI has the good tempo, they decide, okay, we see our angle, that's our opening, so they do take it. So very nice looks out of them. That's something that has kind of changed it. You know, UCSD has been really good at team fighting throughout this game, so that's kind of their boon. So these teams have different play styles, and they're both playing towards them, and it's pretty. You know, this is the kind of back and forth that you want to see in a competitive League of Legends match.
Yeah, the goal is even. UCSD certainly have the damage, right? Their team fight is insane. If they catch one member off, even a couple, in this Lilia ult, you combo it into an equalizer from Rumble, things can absolutely go their way in an instant. I think if they get to a team fight first, it's okay. They can set it up that way, but it really depends on the location of the fight.
Yeah, of course. But something interesting to always note about this combo in particular, I haven't really highlighted it at all, but Lilia plus Rumble in particular, so the equalizer actually does not wake them up.
Oh!
It keeps them asleep throughout the entire time. So if you actually hit a sleep as Lilia that's like multi-man, you can just layer it with the equalizer and they will never wake up.
Hands off the
and they just burn to death.
Wow.
Yeah. So that is one of the strengths of this combo. That's another thing that I was thinking about when I was saying that UCI-SD has that advantageous comp. But of course, UCI with some good play has been kind of outmaneuvering that in the current state of the game. But the game is nowhere out of anyone's hands. Definitely could go either way still. Now it's just a lot more looking for picks, poking, prodding, moving your vision line up. UCI currently has a little bit of prio on all the vision here because it's a little bit easier for a Rel to navigate the map. You know, I'm not comfortable walking into the enemy jungle with a Syndra that's 8-2. You know, it's a little scary. Look, just the threat of that QE is enough to kind of force you away from all this vision. So UCI definitely using their tools effectively.
Absolutely, and the burst with these new items, of course, Storm Surge is going to do so much. With the AP scaling, Syndra now has 20% additional AP. I'm a little surprised we don't see a death cap stun. Does find onto Lilia here. The ult comes through, a nice stopwatch deflects a lot of that damage. As we do use the calling, didn't get a whole lot of value out of that. Mike Young just landing on the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked about Mike Young too much this series.
Right.
I mean, this particular match because it's been tough. Vi doesn't really have a good target to ult onto. I mean, even if you ult onto Shizomasi, kind of, you know, the weaker Lucian.
Stun onto Protoss. You're going to be finding something. He doesn't even need to flash out of that one. He's okay.
Yeah, good. I mean, good awareness, not needing to use anything except for that heal there. Pretty fortunate there, but a sleep is going out. But I'm not sure who they actually slept. They are going to equalizer combo it, but it's a little bit late, for sure. So not able to find all the damage there to take down Cinnamon Bread. Not sure if they thought they had enough damage with just the equalizer. So pretty fortunate there. Cinnamon Bread just gets to walk away from that.
Yeah, I love that you just talked about that.
Yeah, and then it happens. Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it on camera to confirm that, you know, they don't wake up. But I'll tell you right now, it definitely works. As I was saying before, I mean, Vi doesn't have a good target, to be honest.
You don't even think Lucian?
Yeah, I mean, you could go on Lucian, and then you're burning to Rumble Fled. Okay. I mean, it's just, you definitely have targets, but do you want to go on them? I guess that's true. But here we go. Baron is getting taken here. Already 6k HP on the board.
Yeah, 6k. Members of UC Davis, or UC San Diego are dropping low. They're not going to, you know, fight for this one still. Baron did fully reset, so UCI unable to take it as well. But their eyes are not on the big worm, it's on the dragon. This means their soul is available. I'm a little surprised we're not opting to sprint towards it. Maybe they're trying to play it cool. Let Gorka go solo.
I'm pretty sure they're very scared of UCSD, how much damage they do to the Baron. So they really have to commit a lot of people over to that Baron to make sure that they do not actually, you know, allow them to just get it flipped on them. So, pretty good play there from UCI, making sure that UCSD is completely cleared out of the area before they do start it up. So, nice looks from them. But now, UCSD is pretty desperate. They want to look for something here because it feels like they've been squeezed out of the last couple minutes of the game. And they are losing in gold lead just a little bit. Now it's almost 3k, so that's something
almost to be concerned about. Not too bad, but definitely something you could consider.
Absolutely. The gold still dead even at this point. It's tough to say who's in the lead. I don't think Cloud Soul does a whole lot for UCI, actually. I mean, it's good. It's okay on Vi. I think the only one it really shines on is maybe Rel.
Oh, I mean, I'm Cassante.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I go all out. I'm getting the Cloud Drake buff. I'm feeling. I'm a speedy boy.
Fair
You
enough.
know?
That probably feels really good to play.
It feels good to play. It may not be actually that good because Cassante already is so good and proficient at closing gaps anyway.
Okay.
So, I much would have rather had it on the Kled team. I think it would be funny. I mean, Kled, Lucian, like those are champs that really like Cloud Drake Soul. But that's not going to be the case that we're going in here. I mean, you do have at least Syndra gets to click R and walk away really fast, like it is a Cosmic.
That's cool.
Or like old Cosmic Drive, so that's pretty interesting.
Lightpulse looking for something, still not quite going to land. Vault Breaker does come through onto Lucian, a key target for the side of UCI. Magnet Storm onto 2. A combo from Mike Young comes through as well. Holden unable to do a thing on that bottom side. Lilia incredibly far as well as Nocturo does fall. All members of UCI are standing, and SD have been taken down to 2.
Congratulations, your pick comp has finally bore the fruits of its labor, and King Clueless is looking for anything on the backside, not able to find it, and it means that that is a lot of the forces of UCSD going down. Holden now getting pressured off very much so, and now with a dismount, it's going to be pretty tough for him to win this fight.
He's doing what he can here. Hang on, he's fighting back. He's got a little bit of HP on his side. I believe he has that Dorkson and unable to find that kill. The Q does land. They kind of want this kill. This scattered death could mean a little bit more success in the future. Looks like we're going to hold off, and he's going to get out of here scot-free for this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try for sure. I mean,
Wait, they're ending the game. Daniel, I didn't realize this part. We've knocked down one Nexus turret and taken an inhib as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty good look there. They knew that. Oh, I don't know if I mean, Lucian's still not up, so there's not really anyone to stop them. So a nice look there to at least secure that inhibitor, and now they should have their eyes set on that Baron with the help of the super minions that will be spawning soon enough. Lightpulse flashing behind, but not able to find anything onto Holden here. And now it's going to be a tough journey to walk past this Syndra into the Baron pit to be able to clear it out. I mean, we've seen how many times Protoss has been struggling to make it through because you just don't have someone that really wants to tank Syndra that much. I mean, Kled can kind of do it, but not ideal because you want him to have a lot of HP for the upcoming fight.
Yep.
So at least everyone has rotated off. UCI has to go for a reset here. They do have some gold, but here comes a Baron rush for UCSD. They need to finish this quickly, but Mike Young is already in the area. A nice attempt on the tidal wave, but not able to find it. So now it's all going to come down to this Baron flip.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. We do have Magnet Storm available, and this map change allows them to kind of try taking it for free and get themselves out of there without, committing too much to the fight. But now UCI holds true on this Baron, still knocking it down a little bit. Lightpulse, keep your eyes on your minimap with a massive flank on the top side. We have the engage from Rumble, slams into Belated. That's a good move from Elated right there. Still a little bit wary of entering the C-fight. Magnet Storm doesn't find too many members. Stun whiffs as well, but Nocturo does end up falling. Shizomacy dishing out what he can to the front line of UCI, but they are like a brick wall. You just can't break through. He's going to get locked down as Protoss, maybe the main target now, as Elated goes all out onto King Clueless. He goes golden, saving himself, but for how long can you live? Not very long indeed. Cinna picked that one up with an auto, and he's ticking down. He's bleeding, and he does end up falling. Big shutdown into the pocket of San Diego, Holden drops as well, but we're not done quite yet. Mike wants one more kill. No ult in the back pocket. Dodges the bubble. I imagine we're just going to chase him for a bit. We didn't get Baron quite out of this, and the punch does secure that kill, but I think we are going to march towards the end of this game one, Daniel.
Yeah, and that's going to be everything for game one here. UCI, I guess silencing the doubters. Now, they are going to be able to take this win. A lot of good map movements. They're able to find a lot of picks. Pretty all-star performance out of Sminbred. Kind of prevented the Kled pick from being very effective in that mid lane very early on, and then after that, doing very well in the fights. I mean, a little bit disconnected as far as, I'm in this position, I can't really join the fight now, but that doesn't matter as long as you do your duties as soon as you do arrive, and arrive he did. And that's everything. Syndra's very strong on the patch.
Yes.
Definitely a champ you do have to kind of watch out for. So UCI takes the win on game one.
They do indeed. I think their team organization was really, really good. We saw a lot of I want to bring something up. I think all it took for San Diego to really kickstart a fight was, imagine you hit a Lilia swirl seed. You can follow it up so well with a Kled ult from downtown. All they, if that magic scenario happens, which happens all the time, swirl seeds hit just like that. It could have gone differently in their way, but I think UCI's kind of weird, scattered kind of play style, this, again, pick comp like you've been talking about, really did them diligence here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was just a lot of, okay, we can't team fight them.
Okay.
And they decided that as soon as that one team fight went completely UCSD favored.
Yes.
They were like, okay, we need to change how we play the game. And that adaptation completely turned the table. I feel like that was a big factor in how they were able to kind of turn that to be able to win that game. They kind of spread out. They slowed down the pace. They made sure, okay, if Kled has ult, we need to make sure we block it here. And here we're going to get a little bit of a post-game breakdown. The gold was still close kind of near the end. I mean, 7K is not too much, especially considering the final fight was pretty one-sided. Especially, and there we go. I said all-star performance.
Yes.
That for sure is 32K on Cinnamon Bread on that Syndra, doing a lot of work. But Rumble and Lilia, unsurprisingly, doing the most. I actually was a little bit concerned for UCI at that last fight. If one more person got slept at that very end part where Shizomasi was 1v4 in that kiting back,
Right.
yeah. If one more member got slept and Shizomasi was actually able to do damage, I feel like there's a chance that team fight ends up flopping, but didn't go that way. And here we are. UCI wins game 1. So I mean that's pretty much everything for that game. But I'm excited for game 2.
Yes, and let's get right into that. We're gonna go to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. Go get some more water. We'll be right back with you with an even more banger of a game. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the UCEI Invitational. We're here in the grand finals. UCI are up 1-0 against UC San Diego. I'm still Quincy PhD Stokes. This is Daniel Golden Gad. Daniel, how we doing?
I'm doing good. Yes! No, that was a little bit excited, but the first game was super hype.
It was.
So I'm very excited to see how Game 2 ends up shaking out. Of course, we're going to get straight into draft as soon as possible. We want to get these games completed so we can crown that victor of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. I mean, there's still so many options in these drafts. I mean, we talked about a little bit about how different picks are probably going to be priority. We got Varus, Cassante, things that should be first picked by all means. So we'll see if that ends up landing. I'm not too sure who ends up on which side, but that's going to be something that is up to UC San Diego since they are that losing team coming into the second match. So we'll see what they end up adapting and changing for this second match since they do want to take it the distance.
I like that. Absolutely, I do. We talked about briefly if they do offer that blue side. Looks like they didn't. So I'm going to put that thought out of my head. On that red side, we have prio picks, things like Cassante, Varus we talked about a little bit off stream. You want to see something like an Ari maybe in the mid lane?
Well, I think Ari is really, really strong.
Okay.
I don't know if it's such a high priority pick. It's more like I'm going to leave it for probably 4 or 5 in this draft and see how it ends up shaping out. Ari is something that allows a little bit more flexibility in your draft because it is kind of a facilitator pick in its own right, has wave clear, has things like CC to lock down here. We're going to have a little bit of a different look here on the bans. We got Udyr, Seraphine, or Ashe, so changing things up just a little bit. You got that Udyr off the table here, and the bans are changing a lot as well on the side of SD as Lee Sin and Rel are taking off the table. They really were concerned about that Rel in that last game. I feel like it did do so much work. We did talk about how good Cinnamon Bread did look, but guess who was starting all those plays for Cinnamon Bread to kind of clean up? It was, of course, Light Pulse on the Rel, so it's going to get taken off the table. But with those bans, that means that Varus is open. And guess what? Varus is going to get instantly first picked here by UCI, and that's going to mean, I mean, that's pretty good looks. I love to have a Varus on my team every single game on this patch here, as Callista is going to get traded over to UCSD.
Yeah, you love to see it. You mentioned last time that AD carry has fallen into a lot of this utilitarian role. That's not at all the right word, I don't think.
Just utility.
Utility role. And I think that's absolutely what we're seeing. No difference so far right now in this draft. Looks like things are happy. Cassante, it's a Rumble-sided matchup, right? Cassante and a Rumble. We're still looking to opt for it, though, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Cassante, even if it's a Rumble-favored matchup, it's still like barely. It's like max like 51, 49.
Okay.
We're still talking like, oh, there's some slight edges here. And we're going to get an Akali immediately. Cinnamon Bread taking kind of that momentum from the first game, wants to make sure that he can kind of snowball that even more. Going to go for Akali here. Akali, something that we did get teased a little bit before this tournament that is going to be very, very prevalent, and we've seen it throughout the day. Akali is very strong in lane after lane in these team fights, something that you do definitely have to worry about all the time. So Akali going to get locked up here for UCI, and we're going to have a Sylas counter pick. This is like a classic skill match.
It was instant lock.
Yeah, it was an instant skill match. We're going to see a lot of Sparks fly yet again in this mid lane. Hopefully for Ragnaku, he's able to actually change things up just a little bit.
Okay.
Because, last game Kled didn't work out so well because of that level 1, so we'll see if he's able to actually change the tides of that match just a little bit here, as now we have Shizomasi picking up the J4 for King Clueless here, something that I think is like a kind of more simple Lee Sin in my mind. That's kind of how Xin Zhao works in my head, where you're able to kind of isolate someone and you're able to get these picks, and he does have enough range to be able to gank even in this meta because of his W, being able to extend his E a little bit over.
Hi, Reed.
Yeah, and of course we have Reed Burrito Davis right there on our cams. Now the league manager. Very interesting.
Wow.
But, he got a shout out already, so let's move on. They got Nocturne locked in, a very strong champion. It feels like so many items were just built for this champion.
Yes.
We got Experimental Hexplate, 30 ability haste to his ultimate. We got Terminus, very good. It gives him attack speed. It gives him sustain, gives him more damage too. So very good looks there on the backside here. We got some shout out to the crowd. Everyone is I heard they got very hype during that first match. There was a lot of close team fights. So let's make it close for them yet again on the stage here. I believe, the comps are pretty similar as far as we have identities for I want to skirmish early. I want to get these team fights going. Let's take just another quick look. I mean, we got Senna on that B5, which I didn't get to kind of point out here. Right. And Senna feels very strong. We're talking about utility 80 carries. That's the one utility 80 carry that was built to be support and 80 carry main. So shout-outs to them, of course. So something's kind of floating towards me. It's a little weird. You got a coconut.
That was me. I'm gonna crack it open. This is a Red Bull coconut berry.
That's your flavor.
Personal favorite flavor, right?
Exactly.
But sorry, carry on.
Yeah. Well, either way, we got Renata as well. I don't remember. I think it was actually last UCEI. I was like, where is Varus Renata?
Yeah, no, I remember. Yes.
I was like, where is Varus Renata the entire tournament? And then afterwards, Light Pulse walks over to me and he's like, yeah, Renata's not that good. But here we are. We have Renata locked in with Varus, a very strong combo. Yeah. Of course, you ever get the Chains of Corruption, guess what? You layer over the takeover or something like that.
Takeover, yeah. Hostile takeover.
Hostile takeover on top of it, and it makes it so an undodgeable combo. Basically, you have to take cleanse in that lane if you do want to survive. So we'll end up seeing what happens here, but we're just going to go to a quick break while we wait for the kind of spectator delay just a little bit, but make sure to stay tuned. This is game 2. This is everything is on the line here for UCSD, so we'll catch you soon.
We created Xfinity Rewards to show our genuine gratitude for having you with us. It's free to join, and rewards start from day 1. From special perks and surprises to once-in-a-lifetime experiences you'll be talking about forever. They're all ready and waiting for you right now. Just go to the Xfinity app, tap join, and voila, you're in. It might just be the most rewarding thing you do all day. Xfinity Rewards. Our thanks, your rewards.
And just like that, we're once again back here. I won't do the whole intro for you again, but we're here with Game 2, UCI versus UC San Diego in the grand finals here of UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I lied. I did the whole intro. I can't get away from it.
I mean, it's an important event.
True.
Once a year, we do congregate here, of course, at Red Bull North America to make sure that UCEI is brought to you, pretty standardly, pretty finely. We got the entire production team behind us doing the gods work here, and now we are in game, of course. And we were talking a little bit behind the scenes about how these kind of drafts will play out. I mean, there's some nuance here in how each of the lanes will work. Talking about mid being a skill matchup. Talked about how Kalista Senna can actually survive a Varus Renata lane because, you know, at level 6, you're able to at least save your Senna if it was the one who does end up getting kind of CC comboed by the Varus and the Renata. So pretty interesting stuff, and Shizomacy, of course, taking cleanse like I predicted, because that is necessary.
Absolutely. As you said, you don't want to be caught in the Varus and Renata ult. That's disaster. But also, Silas has ults to steal. Nocturne ult's pretty good. Both teams with the lights off just sounds like absolute chaos. We're going to see like 5 different 1v1s going on at the same time with both teams blind. But full reset here from the side of UC San Diego, and Ward snuck in from the team at UCI.
Yeah, and one thing to note is, I was talking about Xin Zhao. I feel like Xin Zhao is quite strong, at least. I saw him on the ban table earlier, I know that. So definitely is a threatening champion. Has a bit of kind of priority in how he's able to fight 1v1, especially because there's not too many champs that has as much attack speed steroid, or he has, I think he's probably going to go Sundered Sky, so that's a lot of burst anyways. But nice trade here, level 1. You know, this matchup, you see how even the HP is just off one trade. That's going to be a common pattern throughout this entire laning phase.
I think quick trades eventually go in favor of Silas because he can heal a little bit with that Kingslayer, but that's just my guess. But I think Akali has a much stronger ult. Maybe question mark, but we're going to see a lot of aggression here in Protoss. This is something we saw a lot from Senna in the second series of the day, UCSD versus Berkeley. The early game Kalista-Senna combo is very dominant, but how well do they do past 6?
Well, past 6, I mean, it depends, because, I mean, if Nocturne comes down, for instance, that's a new variable you have to worry about, but at least in the 2v2, I think they'll be fine. But I mean, if Akali starts coming down, things like this is where Kalista Senna can be a little bit exploitable, because they are these squishy champs with a very hard to execute CC or very committal CC. The only thing you really do have is the Senna root that, you know, does take some time to proc, which could be enough time to seal your fate in some factors. So I'd be pretty worried if I was them, if they were going to get dove a lot, but obviously they have a comp that could be favorable for them in that scenario.
That makes sense to me. We're seeing a lot of priority for the in favor of Cinnamon Bread for now. We're getting a whole lot of action going on here for him. The Damon is good. He's playing really well into Holden. Holden's not quite able to hold him back just yet. I think once he's able to land those W's a little bit more securely, we can get things going much more smoothly. But as we continue on with things here, Protoss and Shizo are constantly pressuring this bot lane as the root does land. Q getting a little bit of health off as well. Trades going in favor of UCSD so far. Up in the top lane, things are even as well, but King Clueless lurking towards this bot side. Scuttle is this new main priority here, and as we try to tackle this, it looks like it's going to go over to UCSD.
Yeah, pretty good looks there regardless, and now it means that Holden, a nice trade there. Cinnamon Bread taking a turret shot. A little bit unfortunate, but Holden has no mana left in his pool to be able to actually exploit anything. That's one benefit of playing Akali in this matchup. You do not have to worry about your mana pool at all. So pretty nice looks there. I mean, they are going to spot Nocturo on this deep pathing here, but not going to matter too much. Nocturne going to go for the reset. He wants to hit 6 as soon as possible, and especially get that first item online as quickly as possible. So a lot of full clearing is going to be on the table here, and it's going to be some time before anything kind of crazy happens. I know Grubs will be spawning very shortly. 5 minutes is going to be that timer, so definitely get excited for that. We'll see what ends up happening. Remember how many bites we were for that second set of Grubs, especially here. Cinnamon Bread getting very low here.
Yeah, hasn't taken his first back yet. Holden's got a little bit of an item advantage, but that means Cinna has this TP advantage. The more health he can chip off of Holden right now, the more valuable that teleport gets. Both junglers have also taken their very first recall, so they're both up in arms, ready to fight for these first Grubs that spawn in just a couple seconds here. I do wonder where we'll go towards. UCI last game took the favor towards that Dragon in the early game. UCSD, on the other hand, went to the Grubs.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's going to be pretty... It's going to be pretty tough. I think there's no clear kind of advantage for these early Grubs here. Last match, I was like, okay, they have Kled Lilia. They're probably going to get the first set, and they did. We'll see what ends up happening in this game. I mean, Holden and Cinnamon Bread have been fighting constantly throughout this match, so we'll see what ends up happening here. Mike Young is going to be the first one to start it up. Of course, his first grubs are very soloable in the terms of just, you know, I can just take it as a solo jungler. And I will say one more thing. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say when you take each individual grub, but we're going to get a gank mid here.
Yeah, we're going to try to get the latch on a Cinna, but he's going to get away. Actually re-engages, does have the R2 available. He's going to slide out of that one. Very aggressive, taking that E back in there as a top solo kill. Almost goes down elated with the longest auto attack I have ever seen. Claims that kill.
Yeah, very well played there from Elated. Probably just getting a nice pullback there. Able to find the damage to be able to take down Nocturo. And everything so far answering into UCEI's pocket. I mean, Mike Young able to claim up the grubs at the same time. And the gank completely avoided by Cinnamon Bread. I mean, a little bit dicey there. He still did have Flash and R2, so, you know, calculated, as they say.
Oh, absolutely. We're translating this right into a dragon for UCSC. This is what I like to see. We're not taking the loss on those Void grubs and just, you know, oh well, we'll get them next time. We're rolling right into this dragon. I think this is a good call. King Clueless made a really good decision going into Mike Young's jungle, taking those raptors, taking his dragon, and I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, so nice tempo there, able to at least secure something. So something does get traded over here. UCSD does find themselves at least something, and despite the first blood going into UCI's pocket, I mean, there is still a gold, like, you know, gold's still even. So that means somehow, some way, 400 gold still ended up in the pockets of UCSD's in their favor, basically. So that's pretty good anyways. I mean, very small kind of CS advantages in top and bot, so that's probably where a lot of it does lie. It really shows, you know, if you haven't been playing the game a lot, it's hard to kind of solidify in your head how much gold these minions count for.
Okay.
You know, I'm speaking to the everyday player that just, you know, boots up the game, plays a couple games. CSing is so important. It really could be that difference between hitting gold or hitting plat or hitting diamond. These things they do matter a lot. Not, you know, you can have as good a macro, but if you can't CS, that does play a factor. But, you know, of course, these are professional players. Yes. They are going to be quite proficient at CSing. That is why they are in that seat, and that's why I'm here on the casting desk.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Daniel. Your CSing just wasn't good enough.
Exactly. That's the factor I'm gonna point out. That's on my resume. I'm bad at CSing, but I swear everything else I'd be in pro, no problem.
Oh, pro caliber. For sure. Gonna get a little trade here on the bot lane. Heals from Protoss, end up with some health lost for Light Pulse, but all in all, we're probably just going to wait till the next dragon spawns and those Void Grubs make that trade once again. But level 6 does pop. Gorica forces out a flash from Protoss. That's what you like to see. That snap decision said, hey, we're level 6, they're not, let's march forward.
That was actually very smart there, where they kind of staggered the two ultimates, where they, you know, they were able to force out Shizomasi to use the... Oh, actually, he just didn't have it. Level 6 did not take over. So a nice advantage there from UCI, where they see, okay, Protoss doesn't have the safety of the Fate's Call, or not Fate's Call, you know, the Kalista ultimate to be able to pull Protoss out of that scenario. So very impressive time awareness there, for sure.
Absolutely. The CS going very much in favor of Cinnamon Bread so far. I know Silas Akali is a skill matchup. I can't help but feel like Akali has a little bit of an advantage because part of what you said earlier, the sustain goes in her favor. She can more consistently and constantly make these trades. You know, the 5-point perk, Shuriken Strike just going out non-stop. It's something that's really hard to deal with, especially if you have to get in the melee range of these minions. But the teams are not afraid to make a move, but they're taking each other's actions very much into account, calculating their next ones very, very close.
Yeah, I think things will start to fly once the big ultimates get on the table. Of course, now they are, but there isn't anything to fight for. But we got Drake in 2 minutes. Because UCSD was able to claim that one kind of early, and Grubs were also claimed kind of pre-6 before these power spikes really kicked in. So taking it off the table early means you don't have to worry about team fighting in that kind of earlier stages, but that means that Nocturne gets to wait for his first item, and you're going to have a Kali waiting for first item, but going to actually go for a detour here, going to find that Oblivion Orb, so it means it's going to be a delay just a little bit on that. Looks like Leandri's that is going in that pocket of Akali here, as the Grubs are going to get started up, of course. UCI already has 3, so it's on UCSD to claim up just a couple more of these to well, basically 2 to prevent any Void Mites respawning after this.
Absolutely, and the trades are going to continue on here. One thing I wanted to bring up just slipped my mind, unfortunately. Yeah, we are going to claim some grubs over here. You see, I did get the first 3 of those, so we're looking to stack up all 6. That's 4. Count them up, ladies and gentlemen, on your fingers. King Clueless knows what's going on, but is there really much he can do about it? He has no mid-prio, and his top laner is not stuck top, but getting the crash top lane. I think it's okay for now. Gorkos is up a little far, does find that root onto Gorka, but nothing's going to quite come from it. Poly ult is in the pocket. Nocturnal does get popped. This equalizer drops, misses everybody, but the engage from UCI is coming in. The R2 from Senna is onto King Clueless. He's going to drop, but Holden doing a lot of damage here. We do have Elated on the front line as well, trying to dish it out, but he gets stunned up by Holden. Holden eventually falls, but Nocturo, when the dust settles, is standing with a triple kill.
I'm surprised he's not pivoting straight to these grubs. I mean, this is your one opportunity we will take to these last 2. I mean, he wants to shove this wave in, so at least maybe he can come back for the grubs early enough. But remember, this is UCI. They're at 4. They only need 1 more to at least secure the Void Mites, which does boon your pushing power a lot. But Mike Young already pathing straight there, and I imagine now is when we get that fight yet again to kind of replay again. I mean, now you have all the tools for UCSD off the table, so it's going to be a little bit more easy for UCI to actually play out these fights in this next grub fight that is upcoming.
Yeah, we talked about something last game as well. UCI did a really good job at getting back onto the map quickly, and they did exactly that, but UCSD are on that same exact boat. Mike Young walks straight to those grubs to claim the last 2, but King Clueless said, okay, take those, I'll take my 2nd dragon of the game. 2 dragons holds a little bit of weight behind it. That's some good stats.
That's true, but 2 drakes is only important if you get the next 2.
Okay.
So we'll see if he's able to equalize at least that pressure from having the 6 void grubs, if he's able to get soul. So we'll see what ends up. Oh, and it's a great soul to have. It is Hex Tech Soul, so quite important here. So UCSD getting kind of lucky with the rolls there to be able to actually find a Drake that could easily kind of stake off the difference of 6 Void Grubs. So I definitely I'm taking a Hextech Soul over Void Grubs any day. So UCSD, that's definitely going to be their win con, at least in this early to mid-game transition. Because with a Hextech Soul, I mean, the whole thing about why Hextech Soul is so important is it's so flexible. In a team fight, it does a lot of damage. In poke scenarios, it does a lot of damage. It slows them and makes sure that they can't enter like corridors together because it has the chain lightning. So it is very powerful, and then also Hextech Soul has the benefit of having extra haste from actually just having the dragons themselves. So definitely something you should look for here. But it's important to note how much different this match has been, because Rumble is so much stronger than he was last game at this point in the game. I don't think he's had the time to kind of farm up the rest of these items, but he is definitely very powerful. Related, of course, you know, you never want to mess with a Kazante, to be honest, so we'll see how he's able to stave off this difference. But that's definitely going to be a big factor. There is no big combos with Rumble in particular, so that's going to be a little bit harder for him to play with. I mean, there is some slight ones with the Silas getting that Renata hostile takeover. That is something that you could combo over, but we're going to get a little bit of a pause. I've had word it's, you know, a little bit of stomach issues, nothing too big, so should be resolved not too long, but we are going to go to a break, make sure that everything does get resolved in a timely manner. So we'll hope to see you soon back right here in game 2.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, quick pause. Stomach issues is nothing we're new to here at UCEI, to say the least. We'll get back right in the game with you guys. If you get that joke, you're a real one. And, yeah, nice.
Let's get back into it.
Let's do it. Hopefully, boom, there it is. Back into these bot lane trades and this slow gameplay. This is something we haven't quite seen throughout the day, Daniel.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fast gameplay, but, you know, I think it's kind of warranted considering how UCI won that last game, where kind of slowed down the pace a lot to be able to take away that victory in that last game. So, pretty impressive here. Of course, this is a visual bug. Shout out League of Legends. Definitely not going to be the full team-wide blue buff, but once it hits 20 minutes, I'll be sure to also note that that is going to be a team-wide buff, of course. Here's the Rift Herald. You know, we saw it do a little bit of damage, pretty much used like it was last season, just for helping out pushing, of course. And now it's going to get to the point of the game where I feel like a lot of the champions are hitting their item breakpoints. We're seeing the experimental Hexblade on Nocturne. That means you're going to see a lot of paranoia start flying out because, you know, you only get value from ability haste by using the ability. So I hope to see Nocturne make some plays pretty soon here. With the Rift Herald getting picked up immediately, that is, you know, that's the first step. So now he has some reason to go and gank a lane. So Mike Young definitely going to be looking for any opening here that is allowed to him. But let's talk about mid lane. I mean, that's a 35 CS lead. That is pretty significant. Silas kind of having a rough time in this game. I feel like the trades have been very close, but overall it's been going in the favor of Cinnamon Bread in the long term. No real big exchanges where they're able to trade so much HP to the point where Holden is able to force Akali out of lane, which has really kind of built up into this 30 CS lead.
Yeah, it's no wonder he's a little bit eager to get out of the mid lane. We swapped our mid and bot. Not early, but at a reasonable time to kind of break him free of this mid lane curse that he's under, unfortunately. The game is slow, and that's okay. So, Daniel, the way the teams are going right now, who do you think has the upper hand going into, you know, say we get to the late game, we're at Dragon Soul Point, excuse me, 30 minutes into the game, low kills. Who has the upper hand?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'd put it over. Oh, hold that thought.
We're hitting the go button onto Holden here. A flash, not quite going to get him out of that fear. The attack speed is raining from Mike Young. Does get the root, but Gorka claims himself that kill. And that's some action. We got a flash.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I was talking about. Now they have that agency with that Rift Hero that they want to make a play, and that's the play that they decide to make. They find Holden on that bot lane, you know, not able to get away from the Nocturne chains, and of course that means that you are most likely going down here, as now Cinnamon Bread is going to get dove just a little bit, but it's not going to land at all, so just going to be able to survive in that Shroud, clear up the wave just a little bit, but the turret is going to go down in the meantime, and trade it out in that bot lane. So pretty good for UCSD. At least they find something off of the overcommitment on the bot side where they put three players on one, so kind of trade over that exact same look in that mid lane.
Absolutely. I really like what UCSD have done this game. It kind of feels like UCI has had a little bit more control in terms of objectives, in terms of making plays, but UCSD always has an answer. You're on the opposite side of the map taking something that they can hold UCI accountable for, and it's actually resulted in them being up in gold at this point in the game. I think a good amount of that sits on Nocturo up in the top side, but the eyes aren't topside anymore. They're down bot. As Holden is a target yet again, and he will fall to Mike Young. King clueless with a flash in. Gets himself in the middle of three, but he splits them apart with that ultimate Protoss in the middle, but it's going to be okay for now. Gorka dropping low, as we do have Cassante dishing it out of the back line. Senna in the back as well. R2 is available. Going to use it over and find one kill on that side, as 5 members of UCI are low. Make it 4 as Nocturo knocks one down. Dragon still stands, but all in all, when the dust settles, UCI in favor.
Yeah, they were able to find King Clueless kind of on the side there, kind of isolated. Holden always getting caught out here just a little bit too far forward. Lightpole's able to actually grab him with that handshake, and then the hostile takeover is just not enough survivability in that scenario, and then King Clueless all on their lonesome. Gets isolated just a little bit. She obviously goes forward. Also a little bit too far forward, but elated. Just going to push him into Cinnamon Bread. A nice look there. Cinnamon Bread able to finish the kill, and that means that the entire play is pretty mute, but a nice flash over by Nocturo to at least trade over one. Make sure that they can't extend that advantage even more.
Absolutely, it was close, but Senna's gold lead I think shows a little bit there. He has a lot of kill pressure. He's a good level as well. I guess it's the same as Holden, but as you said, he's caught out in the beginning of the fight. It doesn't amount to much as UCI looks to claim their first dragon of the game. Now is where it matters. Now UCSD don't have much to take. This entire game it's been, okay, they go on the Void Grub side, we go on the Dragon side. But now that there's only one side to play on, and that's Dragon, there's not much UCSD can take besides the blue buff.
Yeah, and I think a big point of factor there is like Silas is taking, for instance, Hostile Takeover, which is a team fight oriented ult, and he's getting isolated first, which means you cannot use the full utility of that ultimate because there is no other players kind of around to be able to support him in that endeavor. And now you're kind of struggling because you've already noted that Holden cannot be in the side lane. UCI has been repeatedly kind of answering, okay, we can just isolate the Silas over and over and over. So they need to kind of change how they're playing a little bit, maybe more grouped, or they need to make sure that they do commit a couple more players to mid or something to make sure that they do have a heavy push in mid to be able to force anything here. We have a little bit of a freeze here. So I can still hear audio, so something is definitely happening. But as far as it's concerned, I'm not seeing
The sounds of it, Callista is hitting some minions. We may have seen attacking some minions as well. Hopefully production has this under control, but don't worry, we're going to cut right back to the game itself. Nobody died, everything is okay for now. Dragon unavailable for Baron spawning right now. The teams are probably not going to commit to any fight because there's not much to fight for.
Yeah, so there we go. We're back into game. Nothing crazy happened. Just farming some minions. Here, the nice, the nice audio engineers of Riot Games and some nice sounding skins.
Gotta shine some light on them once in a while.
Yeah, and here we go. That's the full team-wide blue buff. Now that it is 20 minutes, Baron buff is the one that changes all of these camps on the map. So definitely get excited. Now Baron is on the Rift, and we're gonna have the exact same Baron pit as last game. So it's gonna be that long, tunnel basically that you're able to navigate through. Definitely not the side you want to take the Baron from. I'm going to be honest. You want to take it from that top side that is very open. If you just walk through that top tri-bush, you are basically at Baron. You can hit it from that distance for the most part, and that is quite safe. You're able to at least get away unless there's a very deep flank.
Yeah, we saw SD take some great rotation there last time. We were able to test the waters a little bit. Hit Baron, back on out of it. Oh, maybe we'll go in, maybe we'll go out. There's not a whole ton of danger as opposed to earlier. If you're in that pick, you're committed, but the Nocturne ult is going to come in onto Holden here. He's dropping low, a good flash out of that fear. Unlike last time, he does escape it, saving his life. Akali R2 in his back pocket. But that's going to be top tower for UCI.
Yeah, every other Nocturne ult, he has to burn flash, it seems like. That's pretty unfortunate. Holden has to commit the flash yet again. This time at least able to secure his own life in the process here. But so far it's been it feels so UCI favored because there hasn't really been a team fight either. And there hasn't been very many small skirmishes. A lot of I'm gonna pick one player, and if you're playing against Nocturne, you can't really. Unless you're already there, you're not going to be able to help out too much. So there hasn't really been any opportunities for UCSD to actually rotate over and support Holden in these side lanes.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot of it, right? Xin Zhao is... Well, okay, maybe it's more of Nocturne. Nocturne ult really denies the ability to play around it. Of course, they have the communication. They can say, hey, he's on me bot lane, but without really knowing exactly where, without being able to aim your skill shots, it's hard to get in on that fight. So this is why Nocturne, I think, is such a great pick, or going to be such a great pick in Season 14. These big, wide open areas in the lane, Nocturne can cross. Other champions, maybe not so easy.
Yeah, exactly. Another champ that could definitely cross it is Lee Sin, but we've been seeing him banned all the time. Mike Young did pilot Lee Sin both games earlier against UCSD, so that is definitely kind of like a shout-out ban. You kind of just respect it if the enemy player can play it well. So now, I mean, I'm struggling to find a good answer here for UCSD. Of course, they want to find the Dragons, but the last one did go over to UCI, and that was like the big con. Win condition that I was setting up for UCSD is that they need these Hextech Drakes. They do have the Callista, so their securing power should be very good, but it's about getting into these positions to be able to take it. That's the hard part. With how well UCI has been kind of moving their vision around the map, it's just been tough to get into position to be able to hit any of these objectives. I've seen Callista Senna just in mid lane for, I don't know, like 10 minutes almost, because they just have nothing to do. They're just clearing waves because there's no team fights that they're able to access. And there's no objectives that they can walk to because there's been so much vision getting choked out by UCI.
It's, you know, it's scary too to walk anywhere else because you've got a Nocturne ult kind of hovering over you the entire time. He has that rank 2 ult, so it has a bit more range. UCSD have the inside scoop onto the mid lane, but they're going to opt for a dragon fight here. Related to the main target, Equalizer drops, not a ton of value there. Orca drops low, but the King Clueless falls first. That's the jungle down, a flash. Equalizer coming out of Life Post there, finds onto a couple. A lot of damage coming down. Nocturo finds one on top, and Related with low HP. Life Post on the main focus here as Holden on the back foot, tries to go back in. I think he's lucky that Miz backflip not quite finding. As Nocturo waits on the side. Comet and Leandri's damage are taking, but Senna is no fear going into this. Another good fight for UCI.
Yeah, they're able to get away with a one-man advantage in that scenario, and here we go. We get a bit of a replay here. King Clueless actually getting the knock up there onto Gorka, but not getting the knockback into the Rumble ultimate means that he's not able to do so much damage. Gorka's still able to do some damage before he does end up going down here. Related, no fear, just keep running forward. So definitely a very close fight, but still going in UCI's favor. And now the dragon is up. So we're back here. UCSD wants to look for the fight yet again, but they just don't have the positioning here. Xinjiao is nowhere in the area. Of course, UCI also not positioning there. So they may have another fight in their pocket, but it looks like they kind of want to threaten Baron just a little bit before anything. You know, make sure that there's no vision, that no one can sneak in if they do end up committing over to that dragon. So they're looking to kind of collapse on mid here. Clueless, seeming like, you know, he's trying to fake that he's clueless right now. Just walks through mid. Maybe they'll engage on him, not knowing that Holden is in that bush, of course. And now here's the rotation all over to this dragon. Round 2 is about to begin.
It's true. It's a possibility. We do have Renata ult in the back pocket of Holden. Equalizer is coming back up in a second, but Dragon's already burning. 3,000 health, 2,000 health, and goes down, and that's 3 Dragons for the side of UCSD. UCI unable to even find a window in there. Sure, they have Nocturne ult available to march forward, but they don't have any good follow-up for it, like other games that they so had. Senna getting chunked out a little bit. Might be the main target. They ran slow. We're going to get him a little bit, but all in all, sure, they'll take a move up. But UCSD doing a great job picking up their 3rd Dragon.
I feel like UCSD could have looked for a fight there. They had everything they needed, and UCI was kind of in that corridor. Gorka also just pushing down mid. It may have been an opportunity, but they just didn't want to overcommit.
Okay.
They were a little bit scared. Okay, we got the dragon. You know, in the way I see the game, I think kills are objectives. That is something that you could play for, but sometimes it's best to just take what you've got already and not try and risk anything more.
Okay.
You know, you play the risk and reward. Do you want to take that? That is something that UCSD decided as a collective. No, we're fine. We took the drag by a good map rotation. Let's not overextend in case this does go poorly for us. So I like that from UCSD, but maybe they could have seen something, and that could have pushed them into that getting that Baron position if they do find that kill. Because Cinnamon Bread did take a lot of damage to begin that fight, and that's something that Akali is not like. Akali is very good at bursting people, but she's no longer the Akali that heals a lot. Of course, does have the Riftmaker for that 10% Omnivamp now in her pocket, but that's not going to be able to save you from 50% HP being gone immediately in that fight. So overall, good play from UCSD to be able to rotate to get that dragon. Now that puts them at soul point, so that is definitely now that win con activated.
Absolutely. The gold is a little bit in favor of UCI here, but I mean, look how much of that is in the pocket of Nocturo.
LOL.
Well,
you know, it happens.
We didn't see it. I didn't see a thing. But I mean, 5-1, working on his 3rd item completed. If the Equalizer lands in the right way, if he gets the Flame Spitter onto multiple members of UCI, it can spell absolute disaster and destruction altogether.
Yeah, I mean, he does have that combo here, but they're going to start up the Baron here. Gorka just hitting it just a little bit, but it could just be a little bit of a bait. Wow, the new particle effects are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, we're really just kind of waiting it out. They do want to fade out Baron. As I was saying before, if UCSD goes on to Baron, it's going to be pretty obvious.
Yeah, obvious indeed. Honestly, it feels like this game is not a standstill, but both teams are waiting, right? Dragons. Baron.
Yeah, they're pretty much waiting because you don't want to pull the trigger too early. I feel like this is one of those games where whoever gets the first opening in a team fight probably will win it. Like, it's like, okay, if I get the snap engage, that person's probably dead.
Okay.
And there's going to be no follow-up afterwards, and it means that we do get that +1 immediately. So it's like, who is going to pull that trigger first? Especially, I feel like UCI's comp, if you pull that trigger first and you're able to catch one player,
you could probably snowball that even further. But on the other hand, UCSD kind of wants a little bit more of an extended fight, but not necessarily so much to the point where they don't want to engage.
Right. Okay. I absolutely agree with that. I don't know. I get the feeling both teams are. Maybe it's not a conscious waiting for this late game to arrive. It's really difficult for anybody to engage.
Yeah.
Right? Which is kind of what you've been talking about. And we're just going to wait for these 80 carry items to pile up, these utility 80 carries we've been talking about. But when it comes down to it, I think it's all going to come down to like one team fight, one pick, one rumble. Oh, that's going to absolutely swing this game, which is kind of how that goes. It's weird to see the gold lead slightly in favor of UCI at this point. I don't know, I'm a bit torn, Daniel. It's a slow game, and I want UCSD to pick up this last dragon.
Yeah, I mean, if they do pick up the dragon, I mean, that's big. That's like, oh, okay, now we're in the game for sure. And that should be their victory here. But I feel like a lot of gold is on Elated. But he is going completely tanky. There's no, like, Sheen item, for instance, in his pocket. So he's not going to have as much damage as we were seeing earlier when Holden was on the Cassante in that last series. So it's going to be a lot more kind of facilitating for your backline instead in this game in particular. So I'm pretty interested to see how they're able to extend this. I will say, I'm looking at the builds here. Varus has basically an extremely tanky build where you're able to kind of survive a lot, but Related is going to get poked out just a bit, but not really taking too much damage. Hostile Takeover is going to go through over the wall.
Yeah, sweeps through a couple, and we get a couple dropping low, but Senna gets saved by the Callista ult, going to pull her out, but Callista herself will fall. Senna sweeps up too with the perfect execution. He tries to live, and he absolutely does. Nocturo is now the main target for the side of UC Irvine as he drops 3 for 0 in favor of UCI, but Elated is not done. Finds the flip, finds the knockback onto another. That's 4 and a TP from Senna spells to me, Daniel, that they're trying to end the game.
Yeah, they're trying to end the game here as the Void Mites are now spawning, which means there is a lot more turret tanking potential as they're able to just kind of force down these structures so quickly. I mean, the base is completely evaporating. There are 5 people hitting these turrets with the Void Grubs completely stacked up as Holden is not going to find anything yet again, and that's going to be an ace for UCI, and that means they're going to be winning this match. Of course, that means that they're going to be taking down every single turret as they've taken down the rest of UCSD yet again. Mike Young going to go down into that fountain, but it's not gonna matter. UCI takes the victory at the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. So, I mean, it was a quick end. I mean, to be honest, it was quite ceremonious where they just find the fight and instantly they're there. They take that victory.
It came out of nowhere. I thought we were waiting slow. I thought we were going to wait for this last dragon. Like, oh my gosh, they got the soul. No, sir. One quick pick, and that was all she wrote. Congratulations to UC Irvine for a nice, decisive win. Nice, methodically played, close games all around.
Very, very close games, of course. As now we're seeing some popping off there. And here we go. The handshakes, of course, well fought here from UCSD, especially in game 1. I feel like that could have went their way if the dice rolled just a little bit differently.
Right.
But good adaptations here for UCI to be able to secure that victory regardless of the challenge that was put in front of them. And now it's time to celebrate. They have won the tournament. Now they get to take their trophy and hoist it up, as you'll see in just a second.
It's a nice trophy. We did flash it at the beginning of the day. Beginning of the series, Nay. The team's fighting for this hardware that they get to go home and put up on their shelves. UC Irvine are going to be taking it. This nice Xfinity diamond logo. That's UCEI presented by Xfinity is what we are here, ladies and gentlemen. Give UCI a big round of applause here in the crowd. There they are. Big smiles all around as we kind of focus in on the action.
You know, let's talk about the game just a little bit before they do end up hoisting up that trophy. I thought it was so funny. I was like, yeah, Elated, you know, he's playing a more facilitator, protect the backline. And then I just watch him completely steamroll that entire fight. And definitely also shout out to Cinnamon Bread there, able to find the double kill and still survive. That definitely did play a factor in them ending. But once again, I got to shout out the real MVP is that they got 6 Void Grubs because they just ended the game.
So quickly.
Yeah.
You blinked and it was over, and that's the power of the Void Grub.
Yeah, so we got to see how season 2024 is changing League of Legends, how we know it. I mean, that never would have happened probably previously. It's like, okay, we get Inhib and Baron.
Right,
most likely.
Okay, yeah.
Previously, but now instead they get to take the entire Nexus. I mean, the classic is Baron for Nexus trade. How about just Nexus? That's all you get.
Let's take it out of the equation. It's interesting because over the last couple of seasons, Riot has implemented things like turret platings and the whole bounty system, right, to kind of give teams a better chance to get back into the game, right? Now we're introducing Void Grubs, which says, okay, this one team who got this objective, we're making it way easy for them to end the game in a split-second decision. So it's both, I don't know, we're elongating games, more comebacks, but also less comebacks.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I didn't really see an Elder Drake at all today, right?
No, not one. Well, maybe, no.
Well,
not
probably an off stream on that 50-minute banger we didn't get to watch. But yeah, I mean that just shows Elder Drake previously I feel like was so centralizing. It's like, okay, let's play for Elder. That's something that we could just guaranteed win the game off of. But now they've implemented something else that allows us to win. But here we go. We're going to see our final trophy ceremony basically where we are going to be presenting the Xfinity trophy to our team UCI. Of course, a little bit of bias. We are UCI casters, so definitely shout out the team here. They did work hard for this. So let's just hoist the trophy and bask in the moment.
Absolutely. Maybe a round of applause for the boys who took home the trophy. All smiles across the board. There they are, elated. Mike Young, Cinnamon Bread, Gorica, and Light Pulse. That's left to right.
Yeah, and also, shout-outs. This is redemption. I mean, this is pretty much the same roster they came in last year, and remember, they fell third, which was something unexpected last year, but this year, taking it how everyone not expected, but definitely they are the favorite. They had that seed number 1, and they definitely showed why they were seed number 1 in this particular year. So very good looks there from UCI. Nothing too poor to write out about them, of course, since they are that victor. There we go. Now we get Cinnamon Bread happy with that trophy. Nice smiles going out. I'm sure there's a lot of pictures being taken. This is a very crowning moment, of course.
I mean, Cinnamon Bread, that man in the middle, is known for always rocking the Happy Bee emote in real life. I hope now he gets to finally show off that Happy Bee smile he's been so much talking about in the future. You love to see it.
Yeah, of course. And a little bit of gesturing to the crowd, of course. I mean, this is the end of our League of Legends day. I mean, there are still a couple more things we gotta make it through. But I mean, overall, what do you think of the season so far for today? I mean, you saw a nice preview. This is pretty much the first, besides the show matches and LCK. This is pretty much the first event that's using season 2024. So we could say with confidence that we are one of the pioneers of the meta. I know.
Yeah, we're kind of trailblazers over here at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. You know us, so if you're ever looking for more content like this, come back in exactly 12 months, and we'll be right back with you.
Yeah, but very, very quick turnaround here at UCEI.
We'll be ready right in Jiffy, don't worry. But yeah, listen, so all 3 games got some sort of major update, right? Valorant got a new gun added for the first time ever, which is huge. They're not allowed to play it, but unfortunately, big patch. Overwatch 2 had their midseason update. Big patch. League of Legends, of course, has this big patch. All of which happened in the last 4 days.
Yeah,
these teams do not have long.
Yeah, and they prepped extremely well. You could see how well they identified the meta. Of course, these teams do have access to things like Champions Queue, which has been running this patch actually for the last couple of weeks. So if they have been playing it, they should have had some experience in that scenario. I've heard they've also been scrimming on PvE just a little bit, but not too much. They still had to have practiced in their own time to make sure that they do know everything here. And let's shift the conversation just a little bit. We actually had the opportunity to crown an MVP in the meantime. We've been talking this whole time, but trust me, we've been thinking about it in the back of our mind in the whole entire time. So let's talk about some of the candidates.
Right.
We got Let's go through every UCI player and kind of make a case for all of them.
Okay.
So I think Elated did extremely well in that last game. Kazante, he plays it in a different way than a lot of players.
Okay.
I think he plays it a little bit more facilitator, doesn't go for any damage. Of course, you still have that little bit of the dive, but you saw how many times he peels back to be able to protect his carries, of course, and it means that he is. And he also still performed in lane. I mean, I see a 3-1 Rumble in my lane. I'm scared, right?
Okay, true.
So that's a pretty good case for Elated to be an MVP. I could see it, but I wouldn't really place my bets on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, okay. He's a solid player, really, really consistent up there.
Yeah.
We didn't have any unnecessary deaths, anything like that. Absolutely, I agree with that. Next up on the list will be Mike Young.
Mike
Young, a rock of a player. Played Vi in that first game, and remind me, please, of what he literally just played.
Just played Nocturne.
Just played Nocturne. Both very heavy engage characters. Played very well on both of them. Decisive engages, especially on Vi. He had a couple that weren't exactly the end result.
It was
wasn't
very
great.
hard though. I'm gonna say
No-
it right now. Mike Young had a very hard role in the
Okay.
series because there were a lot of big bodies, and he has to play a pseudo engage role. In these kind of pit comps. Yeah, the squishiest kind of pseudo engage role, and it's a tough role to play.
Absolutely.
Made sure he did not int, which is like extremely good. That's kind of like
nice.
I wouldn't even say baseline. That is actually good because it's hard to do that.
Okay.
So shout out to Mike Young in that as well. So let's keep going. We got Cinnamon Bread, who, if you watched the first game, easy standout candidate.
It's true.
Able to kind of just make sure that, I mean, 9-1 Syndra, you're feeling pretty comfortable with that. Able to kind of stave off this Kled, which we were hyping up as being a very scary lane opponent.
That's true.
And
That's a really good
didn't matter too much to him anyways. And then game 2, well, the 30 CS lead on a Silas, which usually is a pretty heavy skill matchup anyways, still ended up going in his favor. So that's pretty good. We're actually just going to go for the MVP. I mean, no spoilers
Wait
here.
a second.
Well, wait a second, just to make sure that we have the full ceremony here.
Yep.
But of course, my last candidate is of course Light Pulse here.
Yes.
So, definitely, I would shout out Light Pulse as well. There were so many moments when Cinnamon Bread was set up by Light Pulse, so that's definitely my other final candidate. I feel a little bit bad for Gorka because we didn't mention him, but you know, it is the utility
I was
AD
gonna say
carry, so
utility,
it's a little bit unfortunate on the roll. But now we're gonna go straight to that MVP ceremony presented by MSSI.
Absolutely, you guys, and you're gonna get to see this first person as we award our trophy here. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, it was a tough match.
Welcome back to UCEI presented by Xfinity. I'm Kimmy Allenwin, joined by the lovely Cinnamon Bread of UCI, the mid laner who is able to take it away today at the UCEI Invitational in the finals. How do you feel taking away that game, especially since you played San Diego twice today?
Honestly, I feel really relieved. I think going into today, we were definitely trying to win, considering our 0-2 last year was really disappointing. So I think all of us came to win really hard with that in mind. So I'm really grateful for my team for that.
Oh, that is so cute. Okay, after UCEI, presented by Xfinity, do you have any future goals or future plans with your team? Perhaps maybe in CeeLo, is there anything you're looking forward to with the UCI esports team at the moment?
At the moment, we are just planning to play in CeeLo and OQs. I think that we're honestly a pretty solid team right now, so I'm excited to see how far we'll go in both. Hopefully doing qualifying in OQs and doing well in CeeLo, so that's the goal.
Yay! And lastly, my last question for you is, do you have any shout-outs or any recognizable players that you have on your team, or anyone you want to shout out from maybe from the supporting side that you want to say contribute or help contribute to this final win, I say?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out all my teammates, especially because we've been together for the last year and a half. That I'm really grateful that all of us are still trying hard to improve as a team. And even through that, we're trying to communicate what we really want in-game and out-of-game. So I'm grateful that we're all trying really hard to do well this season.
Yay! And lastly, you were selected from all of us casters as our MSI MVP of the day. So I think there will be something special for you after this interview. But that will be all for us today. This is me, Kimmy Allenwin, joined by the lovely Cinnamon Bread, the mid laner of UCI, and we'll see you guys soon. Back to you, casters.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Cinnamon Bread from UCI for being the MSI MVP of this year's UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises there in my opinion. I think definitely had a standout game in game 1, and game 2, no slouch at all. Here we're going to see the stats to break it down even more. I mean, had a 3K gold lead over that opponent in the mid lane in Ragnaku, so a little bit unfortunate, of course. You know, I feel like he was really singled out in that game, so it was kind of tough to play. I mean, they definitely analyzed the draft and said, okay, that's our easy pick that we're going to go for in that side lane, and they definitely played to it every single time. And UCI had a good time doing that, but we're going to go right back to Kimmy real quick for MSI MVP presentation.
Welcome back to UCEI presented by Xfinity. We're back again. Sorry about that. We're not leaving quite yet. But since Cinnamon Bread here was presented as our MSI MVP from us casters, we have a special gift for you right here. Here you go. Wow, look how happy he is, everyone. But yeah, that will be us here for tonight. This is me, Kimmy Alwyn, joined by the lovely Cinnamon Bread of UCI, and we'll see you guys next time.
Nothing but smiles out here at the Red Bull Arena here in North America, which, yeah, we're in North America. Listen, a lot of good vibes today, a lot of things going into this here project at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I want to do a quick shout out to our production team. So much work goes into this event, and there's a lot of people working behind the scenes that you guys may not necessarily see. And we get a special shout out to our casters. This is a small fraction of the list. There's lots more that go into the actual production, but a special thank you goes out to all of them, and in particular, a man named Benjamin Paza has put so much work into this program. So anything you guys have seen today, a lot of that has been scheduled by him. Of course, Sunny at UCLA as well. Big driving factors behind this. So thank you to all you guys who work so hard on this project.
Yeah, and I think it's been a breeze today. I mean, it's been pretty good, especially. But we're gonna make sure we're gonna go to replay. Make sure we break down a little bit more of the plays that happened during that game, because it did happen kind of quickly. To make sure that we kind of break it down fully. We make sure we go into a clean slate tomorrow. Make sure we have nothing left on our plate. So here we go. Just break it down just a little bit. This is actually going to be the first game here. Pled going in on this fight. I believe this is the one where UCSD does end up taking the victory with, Nocturo is going to flash over that wall. A nice re-engage here from Lightpulse to try and find anything. At the very least, they're able to trade over a couple kills, but it was still going in the favor here of UCSD here. And this is the one with Lightpulse re-engage, and then the Syndra comes from the side. Here we go. Big cinematic moment. Nice engage. The layer on the CC, layer upon layer into that Storm Surge proc means that everyone is getting taken down. So very good play out of UCI there. And here's that Baron play. This is what I was talking about. You want to play to this top side, but you saw how deep the flank was, which is kind of what I mentioned earlier. Lightpulse kind of forcing out Nocturo, who was such a point of power here for UCSD, and that kind of sealed the fate for UCSD. They didn't have enough damage coming into the second phase of the fight. You see how big this sleep is.
Right.
If Nocturo is alive in that scenario, I feel like it could have went a different way, and we could be standing here going into Game 3 potentially, where UCSD has the opportunity to kind of seal the tournament for themselves here, as this is that flash engage Mike Young, making sure that Shizomasi cannot play the game. Welcome to Vi, and there is the layer on the CC. It's just not enough with that Rumble ultimate to be able to actually kind of turn the tide there, and that's going to be pretty much everything for that game. And here's the start of the end, in my opinion. Holden, I don't blame him too much. There is just so much pressure. You see how close UCSD is here. So Holden definitely wanted to make a play, but UCI was just a little bit faster on that trigger to be able to get to that play first, to be able to actually isolate Holden with that team fight ultimate before the team fight actually starts. So good rotation there from UCI here, and this is that first engagement where it seems like it could go pretty well here, since Gorka does get taken down, but there is just a lot of damage on the side of UCI, and there is just so much going on. Elated with a nice 3-man knockup. I didn't even notice that to start the fight. Did so much damage, and Protoss is going to go down immediately. Cinnamon Bread layering on top of it. So a nice 1-2 punch there from Elated and Cinnamon Bread to make sure they claim up that fight. And here is, I believe, the final fight here. Cinnamon Bread with an amazing flank on top, and a 5-man Berserk with the Nocturne ult combo there. That is a very tricky combo to get away with. It reminds me a lot of like Nocturne Maokai. Because you're able to basically not see the roots coming your way, and that is kind of going to seal the deal. And you saw this is where the push just ends the game immediately with the help of that Grubs. And, that is everything that UCI needed to be able to seal that victory here at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. And with that, we don't have anything else left in the League of Legends bucket for today, unfortunately. But
tomorrow, boy, do we have some Valorant action for you. The exact same time frames as today, exact same series setups. We've got you with that Valorant. So come back right here to tomorrow. We'll have some different pretty faces for you guys, and you'll have some content and entertainment for your wonderful 3-day weekend. We'll see you guys. I've been Quincy PhD Stokes.
I've been Daniel Golden Gad.
and we'll see you later.
Remember when we only needed enough Wi-Fi speed for our video games?
Yep.
Then my little brother grows up, and now we need double the speed.
How's your internet supposed to keep up?
Oh, tell me about it.
Upgrade your speed with Xfinity today to keep up with whatever the future holds.
They've never lost a game to slow internet, and it shows.
We can hear you, you know.
The Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now.
Thank you.